Detectives and Dilemmas, Cozy Mystery, K-Pope Mysteries, Book 6. Written by Winnie Reed. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. It feels like we just got you back and now you're going away again. It wasn't easy to keep my cool as I turned away from the open suitcase on my bed. Not that my mother's incessant worrying made me angry, per se, but I had a weekend of work to pack for, and we'd been through the same conversation roughly 300 times. There she was in one of her customary twin sets, pearls at her throat, a sense of style passed down from her mother, who was more of the generation who wore things like that. I'd always admired her for it, if anything. She'd found what she liked and made it her own in spite of changing trends. There was a hint of stubbornness behind that, I fathomed. Stubbornness she'd passed down to me, then made it her business to deride me about whenever she got the chance. It was all very fair, and it didn't annoy me at all. Her frown, coupled with the sadness in her eyes, brought me around before I said anything that would have her threatening to put me in time out. It's only for a weekend, and I do have to work, and you have Frankie down at the cafe now, so you don't have to rely on me so much. Frankie's a godsend. That seemed to be Mom's immediate reaction every time her new assistant's name was mentioned. There was good reason for this, since the girl was a bona fide workhorse. A perfect fit alongside my workhorse of a mother. I know she is, which is why I feel comfortable leaving more often. What makes me uncomfortable is having the same talk with you time and again. We both know I have to do this. We both know I'll be back just as soon as I can. What we both don't know is whether you'll be safe when you're out there. Grant me strength. It's been months since the last time I had anything even hinting at a close call, and you know it. You ought to know it. You were there. Leaves were falling outside my bedroom window, dancing down the street. Cape Hope was preparing for all sorts of autumn festivities, the sort of thing the town relied on to keep visitors coming down in spite of the chill in the air and the ocean. It had been nearly 3 months since Mom and I had been threatened by a gun-wielding madwoman in the cafe's kitchen. All because I'd dug a little too deep when Mom's boyfriend had been accused of murder. What was the alternative? Allowing him to go to prison? I'd accidentally alerted his ex-wife to the fact that the woman she'd murdered in a fit of jealousy was not, in fact, Bob's new girlfriend. I mean, if I'd known Janice Perlman was the killer, I wouldn't have invited her to the cafe. Even I knew better than to do something like that. Mom sniffed a little, coming over to the bed to inspect my clothing choices. She'd stopped dressing me ages ago, but that wouldn't stop her from speculating on whether I should bring another sweater. You can't ask me not to worry about you when we went through that together. You've gotten yourself into scrapes before, but that was the worst of all. I couldn't argue. I'd come maybe a few seconds from choking to death. It's all over now, I reminded her as gently as I could, and everything's been smooth sailing since then. I've been on 7 assignments and not a single thing has gone wrong. Which was pretty much a record for me after starting my work with haute cuisine, writing about exciting, delicious food and restaurants all over the country. Along the way, I developed a bad habit for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Besides, I added, that last little attempted murder had nothing to do with my work. You asked me yourself to help clear Bob's name. You would throw that in my face, wouldn't you? I'd hardly call it throwing anything in your face. You have no idea how guilty I still feel about that. She sniffled for real this time, not in an attempt to make me feel bad. Don't. I threw my arms around her. Don't at all. Everything turned out fine. You and Bob are going strong, which is something I know more about than I ever wanted to, thanks to the way you and Nell and Trixie giggle like teenagers when you talk about him. I'd already considered sticking my fingers in my ears and singing at the top of my lungs whenever they started dishing girl talk. That's true, she agreed. And I'm perfectly healthy. No damage done. Now that you've had a near murder in the kitchen, the cafe's doing more business than ever. I never knew how many truly morbid people there are in this town, she murmured with a scowl. Everything turned out just great. I patted her shoulders before turning back to my suitcase. You worry too darn much. I'm a mother. It's my job to worry. Worry more about Darcy, then. She could use a little meddling in her life. My older sister had been in a slump for ages. The bookstore which adjoined Mom's cafe was all she cared about anymore. Whether a result of a lackluster love life or the cause of it, I couldn't say. She tended to shut up like a clam whenever I broached the subject. Mom's scowl deepened. She's determined to live out the rest of her days in that store alone. We'll find her buried under a pile of books someday, single, childless, alone. Wow, talk about your high hopes. Don't you think it's strange? She was never like this before. It didn't come as a surprise when she pulled an extra sweater from my shelves and added it to the already overstuffed suitcase. You're right, I think it's very strange, but she's a grown woman who could make her own decisions. Besides, I added, shaking a finger in her face, you can't fault her for being a workaholic. You know she gets that from you. Watching our mother build her business had instilled a solid work ethic in both of us. Mind that finger, young lady, she warned with a wry grin. Between her deciding she wants to die a spinster and you, satisfied with a dog instead of a baby. Hey now, I grumped. You're the one who goes around calling Lola your grandpuppy. As if she knew we were talking about her, Lola bounded into the room in a blur of fur and cuteness. She circled Mom's ankles before nudging her with her nose. My little pup wasn't one to be subtle when she wanted attention. What do you think, Lola? Mom crouched beside her, scratching her behind the ears. Do you think your mommy needs to find a nice man and settle down so I don't have to worry so much about her? Lola, do you think your grandmother needs to learn a new tune because I'm tired of hearing this one? I chirped, which earned me a withering look. It's not my fault you let Joe slip through your fingers, she reminded me, picking Lola up and cuddling her. I did no such thing, since he was never in my fingers to begin with. I made it a point to keep my face angled away from hers when I said it, since she had that superpower all mothers had, no matter how old their kids got. She could read me like a book, finding meaning in the slightest twitch of an eyebrow. He could have been. He wasn't. He wanted to be. You don't know that, I reminded her, unless you two were secretly planning my future over a big plate of blueberry muffins when I wasn't aware. He was crazy about you, Emma Jane. Don't pretend you didn't know it. I honestly didn't. Besides, look where it got me. I sat on the bed, now too heartsick to continue. That was unfortunate, since I needed to be on the road soon. He might as well have fallen off the face of the earth. Part of me wonders if Dad found something lacking in him and decided to throw a bunch of work his way to discourage him from spending time with me. Your father was part of the reason Joe was able to transfer to Cape Hope, Mom reminded me. The fact that she could speak of my dad without making a choking noise or wrinkling her nose meant she'd come a long way. I guessed Bob had a lot to do with that, and her newfound freedom, thanks to hiring an assistant. Her life had opened up in a big way. I know, but think about it. Every time I tried to reach out to Joe, he gave me the same excuse. He was busy with work. I know he tends to get wrapped up in his cases. He takes them personally. But this is a little much even for him. What am I supposed to think? That he's working hard to prove himself? There was a note of hope in her voice. Stubborn, insistent hope. She wasn't about to give up. Or that he can't think of a better reason to brush me off, I suggested, miserable. The fact was, I had no idea how big a part of my life he'd become until he disappeared. Wasn't that always the way? Don't know what you have until it's gone and all that. Not that I ever had him. We'd never even kissed, though we'd come close. At least we had in my imagination. He was still grieving his wife, who'd died tragically in a hit and run, and it seemed respectful to give him his space. Way to go, Emma. You let a good one get away. What do you think, Lola? Mom picked up the dog, kissing the top of her head before turning my way. Do you think your mommy should call Detective Joe and ask what the heck is going on? She can call for me. He likes her a lot, I suggested. Mom rolled her eyes. Then her face lit up when she heard my phone buzzing from on top of my nightstand. Wouldn't it be terrific if that is him? If it is him, I'd have to wonder whether he'd bugged this place at some point. I snickered and reached for the cell. No such luck. It's my editor. And the heavy apology in her voice the moment I greeted her spoke volumes. Have you left home yet? She asked, knowing I'd planned to drive up to New Hampshire to cover a new bed and breakfast. Not yet. Normally I would have apologized for taking so long, not that she was the boss of my schedule. I wasn't due to interview the owners until the following morning anyway, but from the way she sounded, I had the feeling she wanted the answer to be no. That's good, at least. She sighed. I'm so sorry to be last minute, though I can't help it in this case. They only just called. Who? The owners. They can't make themselves available for you this weekend. Something about septic tank problems. I gagged a little at the very thought. I never want to see things like that happen, but at least it happened before I got there. I thought the same thing, though it does present a challenge. We were planning on rushing that story, so it could be available for print in next month's issues. Haute Cuisine owned more magazines than I cared to count, and my stories were printed in a handful of them. This turn of events presented a challenge for me, too, since I was counting on the money this latest piece would net. Is there anything else I can do? I mean, I've already packed. Granted, I packed for cool weather, but still. All I got was a soft groan. I wish I could say yes, but all of our other assignments are booked. And now we have an empty slot where your piece was supposed to be. She made it sound like it was my fault, for heaven's sake. I looked at Mom, thinking fast. There's a big food truck festival happening around here this weekend. I mean, it's an autumn festival, but the food trucks are coming in from all over the area and are expected to be the big draw. I might be able to spin something up out of that if you think it's worth pursuing. Wonderful. Sounds great. The growing food truck scene, how hard the truck owners work, the types of cuisine. Terrific. I trust you. Once I'd ended the call, I turned to Mom. She very obviously tried to play down her relief. Darn it, I was looking forward to having Lola for the weekend. Chapter 2. I wish I'd paid more attention to this when it first came up, but I was already scheduled to be up in New Hampshire. I leaned against the front counter at First Edition, where my sister was in the process of running quarterly reports. The store had closed for the night, so it was just the two of us. She glanced up at me, peering over the top of the glasses she wore when she worked on the computer. Her resemblance to our mother took my breath away at that moment. Freeze. I tilted my head this way and that, scrutinizing her. You could pass for Mom right now. Oh, thanks very much. She touched a hand to her cheeks, her throat. I know I could stand to use a better moisturizer, and I haven't taken time for a face mask in ages, but I didn't mean right this minute, you goof. I mean years ago, when we were little. You look just like her. She shrugged. I could do worse. She's aged well. She had, indeed. Of all her friends and women of her age in Cape Hope combined, Sylvia Harmon was the youngest and freshest. Doing what she loved for a living and seeing her friends every day were the two things to which she'd always attributed her youthful appearance. Darcy then glanced at the phone in my hand. I'm sorry, you were saying something, but I totally spaced out. Are you okay? I put the phone aside for the moment, where I'd been scrolling through the list of food trucks and vendors. I'm worried about you. Me? She pointed to herself, brows lifting. I'm just fine. What makes you think otherwise? The fact that you're sitting here at 8 o'clock on a Friday night, for starters? You could be out doing other things, having fun, at least getting out of the store and enjoying a little fresh air. She leaned back in her chair, folding her arms. I might look like Mom, but you certainly sound like her. Oof, I winced, doubling over a little like I was in pain. You know how to hit a girl where it hurts, don't you? Did she put you up to that? No way. Geez, you're paranoid. You're criticizing my lifestyle. I think I have the right to be annoyed. I wasn't trying to be critical. I'm sorry if it came off that way. I'm worried about you is all. You've always been a hard worker. Nobody would ever say otherwise. But you've taken it to another level already. You used to balance work and the rest of your life. Now it's all work all the time. I'm very busy. There's always work to be done. So long as you're not, I don't know, filling your life with this for a lack of anything else. Oh gosh, don't hit me. I blurted out when she stood, scowling. I even held my hands up in front of me, just in case she had any ideas. I'm not gonna hit you, she sighed. even though she still appeared insulted. "I'm disappointed is all." "Wow, disappointed? You might as well have slugged me. Your resemblance to our mother extends past your looks." "Har, har. It's true." She slid her glasses off and pinched the bridge of her nose between two fingers. "I'm tired. I know I'm working too hard. But what's the alternative? Letting the store fall apart? Do you know how challenging it is to own an indie bookstore nowadays, when everything's either electronic or ordered online? You're never short on customers, like ever. Still, it takes work to get them in here. Just like it takes work to keep providing what they want to read. And now that tourist season's over, I can't afford to pay for help. It's all on me." I felt about as low as I could. Here she was, struggling, and all I could do was criticize her lack of a social life. Her shoulders were slumped, her head hanging a little. "Is there anything I can do? I want to help in any way I can. You just tell me. Do you want backup here at the store? Now that Frankie's working with Mom, I have more time." Her smile was gentle. "That time is supposed to be spent on you, your work." "I'll be in town all weekend," I shrugged. "And it's bound to be busy in here with all the food trucks up and down the street." She bit her lip, just like she always did when she knew I had her cornered. "Wait, though, aren't you supposed to be writing about the festival and the food?" "Oh, no," I moaned, holding the back of my hand to my forehead. "I'll never be able to gorge myself all weekend and take notes on what I eat while helping out around here." "I sure do love your sarcasm. It's maybe my favorite thing about you." "Seriously, though, I'm your girl if you want some help." She didn't want to take me up on it, I could tell. My sister preferred handling things on her own, much like Mom. It had taken years, literally until this past summer, to convince Mom to hire help. All that time she'd been convinced only she could run the cafe, only she could manage orders and baking and everything else involved. To them, admitting they needed help meant weakness. "Okay, that'd be awesome," she accepted much quicker than I'd expected. I took this as a good sign, not to mention a chance to find out what was going on with her. She could protest all she wanted, but she was my first friend and someone I'd known my entire life. There was no fooling me. "So," she continued, sitting again, "are you liking what you see on the list of food trucks?" "Oh yeah, I'll be wearing stretchy pants all weekend." I scrolled through, my mouth watering. Pierogi and kielbasa, tacos, grilled cheese, barbecue, kebabs, pork sandwiches, cheese steaks. "Stop, please. I need antacid just listening." "Then I won't mention the dessert trucks." "I think I'll need my sweats," she announced. "I'm sure Mom's thrilled." "About what?" "About you staying in town this weekend instead of going away." "This again? For heaven's sake. I haven't gotten myself almost killed in months." But she was there this time. Darcy gave me another one of those over-the-glasses looks from under lowered brows. "That makes it like 1,000,000 times more serious, more real, if you get my point." "You're right," I admitted. "I can't stop living my life." "She'll get over it." "When?" I grinned. 10, maybe 20 years from now?" She laughed at the expression on my face, which was likely something between dismay and despair, before her eyes lit up. "Hey, I know what you can write about." I blinked. I thought I knew what I was writing about." "Yeah, but there's this whole thing about two competing trucks being here at the same time." "Competing trucks? Like what, did one truck steal the other truck's boyfriend?" Again, the sarcasm. "If you weren't my sister, I'd marry you." She finished rolling her eyes before continuing. "No, goof. The owners are the ones competing, obviously." "Oh, that makes much more sense." "Shush. Anyway, the owners used to be partners. They made dumplings. Then they had a fight, right when things were coming together and they were starting to break out. They agreed to sell the truck and go their separate ways. Only one of them bought another truck behind the other's back and started selling the food they first created together." Ouch. Tacky. Right? From what I heard, the other one found out and was furious, so they bought a new truck and started selling the same dumplings. There were rumors of tampering with the trucks, calling the police to report fake violations, all sorts of immature stuff. My eyes widened. This might make for a great story. I made a mental note to call my editor to run it past her before going forward. Even mention of the drama sprinkled in the piece would spice it up, make it more compelling. That could be very interesting, I mused. The listing of trucks had been broken down by types of food, and I wondered why I hadn't noticed before there were 2 trucks selling dumplings. After all, how many dumplings did a festival need? Then again, there were never enough dumplings in my world, or in my mouth. I bet there'll be police doing security there, too, she added as she went back to her reports. Did you graduate from the Sylvia Harmon School of Hint Dropping? I asked. Summa cum laude, thank you very much. I'm sure there will be a police presence at the festival, I allowed, speaking slowly. And there will be portable toilets, too, and maybe a first aid tent. And oh, there's a face painter, too. Fine, pretend you don't care whether Joe will be there. I don't. I honestly don't. I honestly don't believe you. Rather than keep this super mature line of conversation going, I steered us away. It's a shame I can't mention you or the store in my piece. Think of the advertising. But hey, it's still a piece highlighting Cape Hope. Excitement started its familiar course through my veins. This usually happened when I was on the right track, no matter what the subject. That little voice in my gut told me I was on to something good. I turned in a circle, looking over the packed shelves and tasteful displays. She was truly gifted when it came to drawing customers in, giving them a gentle nudge in this or that direction, leading them through the store. Just think, I could talk up the town, pull tourists in during the off-season. I'll mention the holiday lights and tours. That's always a guaranteed boon. How do you plan on doing that? You're writing about a fall festival. Leave it to me, I assured her with a wink. If I can't somehow work Christmas lights and walking tours into an article about a festival taking place 2 months earlier, what kind of writer am I? One of life's great questions, she said with a sigh. Chapter 3. You might want to think about bringing 1 or 2 temps in to help for the rest of the weekend. I was working up a sweat, and Darcy had only opened the bookstore less than an hour ago. At least 15 or 20 people browsed the shelves, and a half-dozen stood in line at the register, and I didn't recognize any of them as being from around town. I think you're right. I didn't expect this. She held a hand to her forehead like she was afraid her entire head would fall off. If she didn't stop swinging it from side to side, it might. I wonder if either of the girls would be available. If you offer to make it worth their while, they might be, I suggested. She'd clear enough to pay them, for sure, if this level of activity kept up. I'm so sorry, she whispered to me before smiling brilliantly at the next customer in line, accepting the 2 books they'd picked out and ringing them up. For what? I whispered back, bagging the books. For making you do this. It should be out there, working. The trucks don't even open until noon, I reminded her. It's no big deal. I'm glad to help, and you need it. I hurried away then to help a couple who looked like they might have questions. Yes, I could be outside. All things considered, I more than likely should have been out there, taking notes, finding out if any of the chefs had a few moments to chat before they started serving. The food truck industry had fascinated me for a while, and I admired anybody willing to put themselves out there and take a chance on their dreams. Not to mention that the free samples wouldn't have been half bad. Em, can you take care of these folks? Darcy called out. I have to make a few phone calls. Yes, that would be smart since a group of 5 women had just strolled in and the store was quickly filling up. We needed help in a big way. I scooted behind the register, taking her place. Hi, did you find what you were looking for? I asked without lifting my gaze to the new customer in line. That depends. I thought I did, but she hasn't noticed me yet. My head snapped up to find Deke Bellingham laughing at me, though gently. Deke! I gasped. My hands crossed over my chest. What are you doing here? He looked just the same, and not only because he insisted on wearing the same outfit as his personal signature. I couldn't catch sight of a man wearing a button-down shirt tucked into jeans without thinking of him. Deke's dazzling smile appeared wider than ever thanks to his tan. He must have been someplace fun and exciting to end up with a tan like that, the lucky dope. I found out a certain somebody I know and happen to like a whole lot was covering this festival. I figured I'd come down and pay a visit. Really? You came down here for that? Well, and to take photos. He held up his camera, chuckling. How did she put it?
Good at capturing the spirit of an event. And we work well together.
That we do, I agreed with a special private sort of smile meant only for him.
Excuse me. The lady behind Deke craned her neck to be seen. I don't mean to cause trouble, but I'd like to ring up.
Of course. I shooed him aside as gently as I could so I could take care of her. She eyed him appreciatively, which didn't come as a surprise. He had such a way about him, his confidence, his ease, the way he managed to fit in anywhere he went. Like now.
I'm sorry to hold you up. It's been a while since I've seen my friend, so I forgot myself. Are you here for the festival?
Funny how quickly she softened up thanks to that. Granted, she hadn't been exactly snippy before, but now she was all smiles.
Yes, some friends of mine are from around here, and they asked me to come down and see what it was all about.
She was a little old for him, but that didn't stop me from hurrying her through the checkout process. I doubted they were going to start a love connection based on a few minutes shared in line at the bookstore, but still. I wasn't about to encourage anything either. Enjoy the festival, I chirped, making sure to drop a bookmark with the store's name and address into the bag before handing it over. If I hadn't known the sort of man Deke was, I might have taken the look on his face to be smugness as the woman left the store, an ego, but no, he was only seeing through me the way he always did.
Very efficient service around here,
he quipped as the next customer stepped up beside him. Yes, well, I left her waiting long enough. It only seemed like the right thing to do.
Of course, customer service has to come first.
I managed to keep from sticking my tongue out at him, all for the sake of professionalism, but it wasn't easy. Will you be in town all weekend?
So long as there are things to take pictures of.
Once again, he held up his camera, and this time he snapped a shot of me. Oh, please. My sister has been working my tail off since we opened, and you're going to take a picture of me? The girl whose book I was ringing up giggled, and we rolled our eyes at each other. Men never understand. Then she slid a business card my way. You should stop by and try some. I looked at the card. This was one of the 2 trucks Darcy had been talking about, except the owners were men. You work there? Dimples showed in her cheeks when she beamed. Yeah, I'm the co-owner. Luke was the original owner, and he brought me on as a partner. He's a genius. There was a light in her gray eyes when she spoke about him, and I had a feeling there was more to the relationship than stuffing dumplings. I'll definitely be stopping by. I'm writing about the festival for haute cuisine. Her eyes went wide. Oh, then, by all means, on the house. Yes, she must have been involved with this Luke person, or at least in love with him, since she barely glanced at Deke on her way to the door. Since he was the object of a lot of glances and smiles from the other women around us, it seemed odd she didn't notice him. As for Deke, he was grinning my way. There you go, multitasking. I see some things haven't changed. I waved the next customer forward while rolling my eyes at him. I guess he was right. I could do more than one thing at a time. It hasn't even been that long since we've seen each other. True, but I've been around this town long enough to know that it might appear quiet and peaceful, but life moves pretty fast. For all I know, you've solved a dozen murders by now and come close to dying a few times. I exchanged glances with the kid in line, who couldn't have barely been out of high school. He's exaggerating, I was quick to assure him. The kid didn't seem convinced, and he certainly didn't waste any time getting out of the store. Sorry, Deke murmured, wincing when I shot him a dirty look. What can I say? I tend to forget there's anybody else around us when we're together. He was joking. At least I thought he was. Don't think you can charm your way out of this, I warned him, but I wasn't completely serious. Deke! Darcy came out and gave him a hug. Emma didn't say anything about you being in town. He would have to tell me about it first, I grinned. So much for trying to surprise a person. The 2 of them chatted quietly while I took care of the rest of the line. I wouldn't be free for long, though, since dozens of people still walked back and forth. Some of them were only browsing, of course, killing time before the food trucks opened. That's not how it happened, and you know it. I was the only one of the 3 of us who heard the words coming from the back of the store. There were 2 men standing close together in the corner. Both of them sported body language that screamed animosity, folded arms, hunched shoulders. I can't believe you think you can gaslight me this way, the other man said. They were both youngish, maybe in their 30s, and one of them was wearing a wide apron, which I guessed meant he was one of the chefs. The first man rolled his eyes, sneering.
"Would you quit being so dramatic? You're always so damn dramatic about everything. Did you ever think that was maybe one of the reasons we can't work together? I can't stand the constant drama from you."
By now, Darcy had taken notice. "What's that all about?" she asked, looking my way. "Why do you assume I'd know?"
"Do whatever you want."
The man who'd just been accused of gaslighting the other turned away. I was relieved. It would be better if this ended quickly, before they made a scene worse than the one they were making. Already a few customers were glancing their way. Except it wasn't over yet. The second man grabbed his arm, yanking him around.
"Don't turn your back on me."
And now he didn't even bother trying to keep his voice low. Darcy shot a panicked look my way, which I guessed I mirrored. What were we supposed to do?
"Excuse me, guys."
Deke headed back there, all casual smiles.
"Not that I'm trying to tell you what to do, but the customers are getting a little nervous. Maybe you should take this outside." "Maybe you should mind your own business,"
the alleged gaslighter fired back. My, he was charming. A tall man who clearly enjoyed lording his height and broad frame over others. I couldn't imagine why anybody would start a fight with him in the middle of a bookstore. Deke was a lot more patient than I was. His relaxed posture never changed, nor did the tone of his voice.
"Honestly, I don't think the owner wants any fights in here, but you're both making her a little nervous, and she doesn't want to approach you."
He then added, "And her sister's writing a piece for Haute Cuisine about the festival, and she's standing right there. If you think you can stand negative publicity, by all means, don't let me stop you." That was a genius move on his part, as even Mr. Tough Guy stood down in the face of it. Still, he couldn't resist getting the last word, pointing a finger in the other man's face.
"Don't forget, I warned you to stay away."
He then pushed his way past Deke, who chuckled softly, and barged out the door. Only the fact that it was on a hinge that forced it to close slowly kept it from slamming. I could tell it annoyed him, but he stalked off without so much as a glance over his shoulder. I let out a long sigh, leaning against the counter for support. For a second there, I was imagining having to clean up this place after a brawl, I murmured, glancing toward my sister. "You and me both." She looked like she could have kissed Deke as he rejoined us. "Thank you so much for that." He waved it off. "It was nothing. The least I can do for a friend." Truly, he was too much sometimes. Just when I forgot why I liked him as much as I did, he had to go and do something like that to remind me. The second man approached us, more than a little shamefaced.
"I'm so sorry."
He looked at all of us in turn, and his face was roughly the same shade of dark red as his hair.
"I didn't know that was going to turn into a fight, or I never would have come in here with him. Though when I think about it, I should have known better."
He glanced at Darcy, who Deke had indicated when he mentioned the owner of the store.
"Really, I'm sorry."
She flushed a little and waved a dismissive hand. "It's okay. I mean, there's no harm done." Darcy still seemed a little shaken up, though. She'd never exactly been great when it came to conflict, though she had never shied away from fighting with me when we were kids, but I guess that was a different story.
"Luke White."
He held out a hand to shake, grinning. Darcy accepted and smiled. I couldn't help but notice she was blushing a little. Well, he was really cute, and there was a twinkle in his clear blue eyes as he gazed at her, like he liked what he saw. Or maybe he was just being especially nice because he felt sorry about the fight. I doubted it, though, since my sister was a pretty girl, whether she paid attention to herself or not. Just now she was looking frazzled, but there was no hiding her brilliant eyes and button of a nose. When Luke turned to Deke, he thrust out a hand.
"Deke Bellingham, I am sorry about what happened, really. I got a little carried away. It's just that he
shook his head, waving his hands.
You know what? You don't need to be hearing about any of this. Sorry to make it your problem for even a short amount of time." "A friend of yours?"
Deke asked.
Luke snickered. "Ex-business partner. It wasn't exactly an amicable parting."
Ex-business partner. He'd introduced himself as Luke. The girl who'd been in before had mentioned Luke and what a genius he was. "Are you the dumpling guy?" I blurted out before I stopped myself. Rather than giving me a funny look and asking which loony bin I'd stumbled out of, he smiled wider than before.
I could live with being known as the dumpling guy, he chortled. Yes, I am. At least I make dumplings. How did you know?
Your current partner was in here earlier and she called you a genius. I connected the dots. My sister is very good at that, Darcy snickered before attending to a customer approaching the register.
Of course you're sisters. I should have known the second I saw you.
Emma Harmon. We did the whole handshake thing. I was impressed by the strength of his grip. Evidently, life as a chef had left him strong, capable. I couldn't help but think about my sister for the briefest moment, and how she needed a strong set of hands in her life. Clearly, she would kill me if I so much as breathed a hint of that thought to her. She didn't like me pressing her on her personal life, after all. The fact I wanted to do it anyway made me think of Mom, and of all the times I'd warned her against meddling. Was this how it happened? Was this how a person suddenly became their mother? Mental note: do not buy any twin sets.
Emma's writing an article about the festival, and I'm providing photography.
Deke held up his camera like he needed to prove himself. Luke turned ghostly white.
I hope you won't be writing about what just happened.
Don't worry, I'm sticking to the food and the town, that's all. Though I knew very well there would be plenty of people eager to read the sordid details of how a business partnership went south. For that matter, I wanted to know too.
I'd better get back to the truck,
he murmured, stepping away.
Be sure to stop by.
I will, I promised. Deke backed away from the counter.
I'd better get out there too, get some pictures of the trucks before they're swarmed.
You'd better hurry then. I nodded toward the plate glass window. The sidewalks were packed already, a solid hour before opening. I'll meet up with you out there, I'm sure. You're hard to miss. Darcy tried to hide her disappointment when she noticed Luke had left. Oh, I didn't see him leave. Oh well. You could always go to his truck and see him there. Why would I want to do that? She looked away from me, tucking her hair behind her ears, self-conscious. Anyway, Presley's coming in to help with the crowds. She should be here any minute. She sounded grateful for the chance to pick up a few extra bucks. That's great. I should probably get out there. I have to start taking notes. I backed away from the front counter, talking as I did. Do you want me to bring you anything? Something to eat, I mean? I'll text you if I come up with anything, she smiled. You could always go get some dumplings for yourself, I teased, and when she picked up a paperweight and made it look like she was about to throw it at me, I pulled the door open and prepared to launch myself outside. Unfortunately, I ended up hitting something solid. Not glass, softer than that, but still firm. I hit it hard enough I bounced off and almost hit the sidewalk. But he was too quick for me. The next thing I knew, I was in a pair of arms. A not so unfamiliar pair of arms. And I was staring up into the eyes of none other than Detective Joe Sullivan. He smirked.
We have got to stop meeting like this, Miss Harmon.
Chapter 4. Once I was on my feet again, I gave Joe my surest expression. Oh, so it's Miss Harmon once more. I thought we were past that point. Then again, I haven't seen you in a while, so I guess things could have changed. The look of regret and guilt could have been my imagination. It passed over his face quickly enough, after all, so I didn't have much time for it to register.
You're right, it has been a while.
The hands that had only just been on my arms, steadying me, turned into fists which he jammed into his pockets. Are you here to enjoy yourself, or is it business? He appeared a lot more casual than he normally did for work. Usually button-down shirts, dress slacks, and neckties were his way of doing things. Today he'd dressed downright casual in a polo shirt and khakis.
Naturally, we're here to keep an eye on things.
He glanced up and down the street.
It's gonna be wild.
It already practically is. From where I stood, I could see people swarming in and out of the cafe. Good, let them fill up on baked treats.
And what brings you here?
He asked. I blinked hard. I live here, remember?
That's not what I meant. Is it business or pleasure for you?
Both, I guess. I'm writing an article about the festival. And right away, I could tell Deke would have plenty to take pictures of. The street had been transformed for blocks into something out of a Norman Rockwell painting. if he'd painted street festivals. Bales of hay, pumpkins, pots of colorful mums. Most of the businesses had taken pains to decorate, draping garlands of red and orange and yellow leaves around their windows, putting scarecrows and barrels of apples in the display areas. Strings of orange and white lights had been strung above the street, from one building to the one across from it. It would be beautiful come nightfall, and it would be a lot of fun to set the mood for the readers by describing the hard work everybody had done to make this a success. Joe nodded. That's perfect. There's no better person than you to write about the town. If I didn't know any better, Detective, I would think you were flattering me because you know you've been sort of a jerk. And exactly how have I been a jerk? He narrowed his eyes. There was no malice in his expression, though, but more of a man who'd recognized a challenge and responded to it. Why do you keep avoiding the fact that you've ignored me for months? No, you know what? I don't have time to talk about it. There's way too much work for me to do, and I'm already behind. I backed away with as much of a smile as I could muster. Rather than running inside the cafe to take refuge with my mother, which was my immediate instinct, I continued down the street. My phone was a good tool for taking voice memos, which made it a lot easier to navigate the crowds while recording my impressions. The energy out here is contagious. So much excitement, so many smiles. It smells like something out of a dream or fantasy. Just about anything a person could ever want, it's all here. The trucks are decorated for autumn too, which is really cute. Don't forget to talk about the many law enforcement professionals taking time out of their weekend to be here. I paused my recording and glanced over my shoulder, where Joe had been trailing behind all along. Could you stop following me, please? I have work to do. Following you? I have work to do too, remember? That's why I'm out here. I'm just strolling along. Could you stroll along the other side of the street then? Or maybe in the opposite direction? You don't own the streets, Miss Harmon. Nor do you, Detective Sullivan. This was fun. Truly, it was like we'd gone back in time, back to when all our sharp, rough edges rubbed against the others. It was a miracle we'd ever become anything remotely like friends. Do your work. Don't let me get in your way. What he didn't understand was the fact that he could be halfway across the country and still be in my way. Contrary to what I'd sworn to Mom and Darcy, it had hurt almost too much to lose him from my life. There hadn't ever been anything serious between us, nothing announced anyway, nothing discussed outright. But there had been something special, something that sent tingles down my spine whenever our eyes met. And we'd crossed paths so many times, especially once he'd moved to Cape Hope. I'd been worried at first about him being in town all the time, since it sometimes seemed like we were only moments away from falling into something deeper than friendship. And silly me had wanted to avoid that at all costs. He carried too much baggage, and I didn't want to take advantage of his broken heart. Or so I'd told myself as I held him at a distance, no matter how many times fate threw us together. Now, I was sulking flat out, because he'd gone and done exactly what I wanted him to do, because I was very mature. My hands were shaking a little by the time I went back to recording my thoughts, which were now scattered and vague. Darn him, he had such a way of getting under my skin. Before I had the chance to say much of substance into my phone, I noticed the word dumpling on one of the trucks. It was like a beacon drawing me in. This wasn't the Happy Dumpling, the one owned by Luke and his partner whose name none of us had caught. This was the Delighted Dumpling. Couldn't they have been a little more clever with the name? Then again, I reasoned, there were only so many ways to name a dumpling truck. I wondered alone into my phone which of the two businesses had been named first. It hadn't occurred to me to do more research into either truck, but then I hadn't seen the two owners fighting right in front of me until just this morning. What is it? Joe stood over my shoulder again. The impulse to tell him to pound sand almost got the better of me, but I made the decision to be a grown-up and treat him with the respect I wished he'd given me before he went and disappeared off the face of the earth. Men had a habit of doing that to me, forgetting I existed in favor of doing whatever it was they wanted to do. I nodded toward the truck. The guy who owns that truck got in a fight with his ex-partner in Darcy's store not a half hour ago. Really? What did they say? Nothing concrete. Nothing I can remember. But they were definitely mad at each other. And the one guy grabbed the one who owns this truck and demanded he listen to him.
It didn't go too well. Let me guess, you got in the middle of it and made a couple of enemies.
You know, I sure do miss your presence in my life. The look you get on your face just before you're about to put me down. There are so few people I get to roll my eyes at on a regular basis. I then rolled my eyes for effect, which for some reason made him grin. I folded my arms and willed myself against rising to the bait. There were more effective ways of getting even. Actually, it was Deke who broke up the fight before fists started flying. That got him. If I'd been shooting an arrow, I couldn't have hoped to get closer to the bullseye than I had just then. His eyes narrowed, his brows practically meeting over the bridge of his nose.
Oh, he's here?
I thought you two got along.
I never said we didn't. I wasn't aware this was a weekend for reunions, is all.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you were jealous. Unlike with Joe, I had officially dated Deke. While we'd never made anything serious of it, we'd come to an agreement about keeping things casual. His schedule and lifestyle didn't lend themselves to a serious, committed relationship. Not when he had a habit of dropping everything and running off for weeks on end, jetting around the world for both work and personal reasons. Joe didn't have that excuse, at least. He couldn't say he disappeared because a loved one had passed away and he needed to take care of things, or because he was called out of the country for work. And even if that were the case, he hadn't said anything to me about it. He could have at least decided to defend himself, rather than treating my anger and hurt feelings like some sort of a joke. He lifted his shoulders.
I'm not jealous. I have no reason to be jealous. You've made that much clear before.
It was my turn to be a little uncomfortable, and time to get the conversation back on track. Anyway, this guy didn't seem very nice. He was dismissive and rude.
Chefs have a reputation for that, don't they? Bad tempers, being dramatic. Or do I watch too much TV?
You probably do.
But I guess you've met your share of temperamental chefs in your line of work, too.
I hated admitting he had a point when he wore that smug expression of his. I guess that's true. He gave me his best put-upon-parent sigh.
Why do I get the feeling you're going to turn him into some sort of personal project?
I have no idea. That was never my intention.
Still, I know you. You're interested.
I didn't know what bothered me more, the smug tone in his voice, like he knew me so well, or the fact that he was right. I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about this guy until I had a chance to talk to him, to maybe get to know him as a human being. Just why it mattered so much that I get to know him was a mystery I had not yet begun to unravel. Just then there was shouting from inside the truck. The grate in front of the window was still rolled down, like a metal curtain separating those inside from the rest of us. That was the case for just about all the trucks up and down the street, the people inside probably scrambling at this point to make sure they were ready by the time the festivities started. But this was the only truck that sounded like World War III was taking place inside.
What the hell is wrong with you? What do I pay you for? You know how important today is, and you choose this moment to act like you've never touched a knife?
I turned to Joe, brows lifted. See what I mean? I whispered, flinching when metal hit metal. He certainly did, and it was clear he wasn't impressed.
I can't imagine anybody wanting to get into a fight with him.
He glared at the truck like it had offended him somehow. A moment later, the door in the rear of the truck burst open, the change so abrupt I almost fell against Joe, as a man careened out of the metal box like he'd been shot out of a cannon. I recognized him immediately, since his face was the same angry shade of red as it had been back at the bookstore when he'd been arguing with his ex-partner Luke. And he recognized me too, practically snarling when our eyes met.
What? Do you plan on following me around all day?
He didn't seem to care much about personal space either, since he got as close to being in my face as he possibly could. He had a good foot on me, leaving me shrinking as he loomed taller. That didn't last long.
Excuse me, but what do you think you're doing? You have no call to harass this woman.
Joe did everything but drape a protective arm around me.
We happened to be standing here when you launched into your tirade, is all.
He sized Joe up with a flick of his narrowed eyes, and just like that, his demeanor changed. Maybe it was the fact that he was now looking at a man closer to his size. Maybe it was the tone Joe had taken, forceful, in control. A cop's voice, through and through.
Speaking from experience, that voice had the power to stir fear in a person's heart.
Or aggravation. For me, it was usually a mixture of both. Still, the big bully didn't bother apologizing, choosing instead to storm away. Huffing and cursing as he worked his way through the crowd, he muttered something about professionalism and stupidity. I exchanged a glance with Joe. "Thanks," I murmured, glad he was here to speak up for me, even if the last thing I wanted was to be beholden to him for any reason. He barely noticed anyway, still staring after the chef, though he'd already disappeared.
"He seems like a real prince,"
he snorted, sarcastic.
"Cooks must beat down his door to get the chance to work with him and be screamed at."
I wonder who he was yelling at. I couldn't help but take a peek inside the truck, where a girl stood sobbing into her apron. She couldn't have been much older than me, and from the way her shoulders shook, it was clear he'd affected her deeply. "Are you okay?" I couldn't help asking, and I winced a little when she gasped in surprise, pushing black curls from her tear-stained cheeks. "I'm sorry, I'm not trying to intrude, but you seem upset." Joe was good enough to back me up.
"A guy like him would be enough to make anybody upset."
She wiped her eyes, bloodshot and tear-stained, before smoothing back the dark strands that had escaped her high ponytail. "Thanks. I should expect that by now, really. He's always like that, especially when there's an event going on." "Are you going to be all right? I mean, when he comes back?" I couldn't help but ask, since the thought of him screaming at her like that upset me more than I could say. It was one thing when he was yelling at some random, faceless person who might have been a man big enough and tough enough to take it, but this poor girl looked like she might have been straight out of culinary school. Something told me the jerk used that as a way to bully her. He used her youth and inexperience against her. Or maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was projecting. I wasn't immune to that sort of thing. "He'll come back, and he'll be in a better mood," she predicted. "It'll be like nothing ever happened. There have been times when I've seriously wondered about him. He just freaks out for no reason, and then he forgets all about it and acts like everything's okay." Suddenly her eyes opened wide, her mouth falling open. "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying these things. Please, pretend you never saw me." "We won't tell." Granted, I felt like a bit of a jerk. She didn't know who I was, didn't know I was a member of the press. I wasn't wearing a badge or anything. She would have been even more horrified had she known. Besides, I had no intention of writing down anything she'd said anyway.
"We'll leave you alone,"
Joe assured her, giving me a meaningful glance. It was a look my mother used to give me when I was a kid, and we were at the store, and she was warning me against asking if she could buy something special for me. He then practically dragged me away before I could say another word, one firm hand around my bicep.
"Well, that was uncomfortable. You really do have a knack for being in the wrong place at the wrong time."
I shook his hand off, glaring at him. "Why do you do that?"
"Do what?"
"You talk to me like I'm a little kid you're chastising. I'm not a child. I don't need you talking to me that way. And don't even get me started on you dragging me around." I could still feel his hand on my arm even after he'd let go. At least he seemed to take this seriously, his features shifting his expression into one that was almost apologetic.
"Sorry, it's a bad habit."
"You need to break it. I only have so much patience."
Point taken.
Though somehow that didn't ring true either. He was giving in too quickly. Normally he would have some sort of wisecrack comeback, but now he gave in right away. I was about to ask why and what sort of game he was playing when a scream ripped through the air. We turned at the same time, and Joe's instinct had him running almost immediately in the direction the scream had come from. I was right on his heels, my heart pounding. Even though there were hundreds or even thousands of tourists here, this was still my town. I knew plenty of people in it. A young girl in a college t-shirt stood in the middle of a crowd of people, shaking and crying.
"Police, give me some room. Out of the way, please."
Joe fought his way over to her, and the people around the crying girl were at least smart enough to do what he'd ordered. When he reached her, he asked,
"What happened? Are you all right? Were you injured?"
She shook her head, pointing straight in front of her. I hadn't noticed until then that she was standing in front of the row of the portable toilets set up on the block. One of the doors hung open. Joe gave me a stern glance, which again reminded me of something one of my parents would have done, and I was all too happy to stay put, while he investigated what was inside the container. Not that I needed to follow him to be able to see. From where I stood, the inside was visible, along with the dead man sitting inside. He certainly looked familiar. I'd seen him only a few minutes before, except then he'd been alive and just finished screaming at his employee. But now his face wasn't red. It was bluish-white. Chapter 5. It was general chaos in the minutes after the body was discovered, police swarming in to keep the crime scene from being contaminated worse than it had already been.
"The door wasn't locked,"
the shaken girl babbled. She'd stopped crying but was still severely shaken up.
"The sign on the door said it was unoccupied, so I opened it up and found him in there. He was sitting just like he is now, but slumped over."
One of her friends put an arm over her shoulder, and she burst into tears all over again. I wanted to comfort her too, since I couldn't imagine how freaked out she must have been. The dead man sat there with his brown eyes wide open, his throat all swelled up and horribly purple. He'd choked to death, or so it looked to my unpracticed eye. What did I know? Though I had seen my share of dead bodies, certainly, which meant this was probably even more traumatic for her, since it was probably her first. Joe was torn, I could tell, between professionalism and wanting to offer comfort. I knew him well enough by now to know the man he was inside, the man he didn't often let other people see.
"Did you see anyone leave him at any point? While you were in line or anything like that?"
She shook her head.
"No, I didn't even see him go in. Like I said, I thought it was an empty facility."
Meanwhile, I heard my name.
"Emma."
Deke worked his way through the crowd, eyes on me as his head bobbed over those around him.
"What happened?"
"I didn't find it this time," I said first and foremost. "Just letting you know before you get the wrong idea." He craned his neck to see over the crowd, and his expression soon changed to one of understanding.
"How do you manage? Do you consciously try to attract death?"
"What a sweet thing to say," I grumbled, though I couldn't find it in me to give him a hard time about it. I was as shaken up as anybody else. I had just seen that man. Now he was dead. And no, this wasn't the first time I'd stumbled over a dead body when the person in question had only just been alive. In fact, that was how Deke and I met, and how I'd ended up meeting Joe. It seemed death brought us together.
"What happened?"
he asked. I noticed the way his hands moved over the camera hanging around his neck, like he wanted so badly to take pictures. It was instinctual, at least I guessed it was, but he was wise enough and respectful enough not to. "Your guess is as good as mine. We heard the scream and we came running, Joe and I clarified. Wasn't that funny? He did the same thing Joe had when he'd heard Deke's name. His brows drew together as he searched the crowd, understanding flickering over his face when he landed on Joe. For his part, Joe didn't have the first idea what we were talking about. He was busy doing his job. Then he focused on the man in the john, who was still visible thanks to the door being open.
"Oh, no, it's—"
"I know. The guy who was fighting in the shop." Already my head spun at the implications.
No, it can't be him."
The girl we had met back at the truck, the one crying into her apron, came running up to the scene of what could still technically be called a murder since nobody knew why the guy had died. Considering that he'd just reamed her out, I was surprised how devastated she seemed now.
"Oh my God, what happened? It can't be."
Joe stopped her before she could throw herself on top of the body. He was gentle with her, his voice low when he asked,
"What was his name? We have to identify him."
The poor girl looked like she didn't know which way was up. She just stared at Joe like she didn't understand his question right away.
Stephen Foster. I can't believe this. What happened to him? My God, what are we going to do?"
"I'm very sorry," Joe murmured, his expression one of sympathy and discomfort. It couldn't have been easy, breaking news like this to someone so obviously distraught.
"Can I have your name, please? And a way to reach you? I'm sure we'll have questions."
Gwen Avery." She rattled off the phone number to the officer standing alongside Joe, who took it down. Then, just as soon as the last digit was out of Gwen's mouth, her eyelids started to flutter.
"Oh, no."
I reached for her. She fell against me, and I managed to bear her weight easily. Still, Deke reached out to support me and her all at once.
"We have to get her somewhere,"
Joe decided, glancing around. What about the cafe? This sort of intrigue would be right up Mum's alley. He looked beyond relieved. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. Keep her calm and try to take note if she says anything you think might come in handy. Deke helped me walk her to the cafe across the street from where we found the body. Not we, I corrected myself silently as we walked. It wasn't me this time. Emma, what's going on out there? Mom was fit to be tied by the time we fought our way to the cafe. I was glad to find a few empty tables, one of which was near the back. That would be perfect. Can you get her some water? I asked Frankie, who looked glad to help out. She was a godsend in every sense. What's going on? Mom asked again as I sat Gwen in one of the chairs near the corner, where I hoped she would at least get a little privacy. I then turned to Mom while Deke tried to comfort Gwen. One of the chefs died, I whispered, my mouth close to her ear. They worked together. I don't know anything more than that. Something happened in one of the porta-johns and he died there. Let's keep it quiet, okay? Her eyes went perfectly round as she stared over my shoulder to where Gwen sat sipping the water Frankie had given her. Oh my goodness, how terrible. She must be traumatized, a girl as young as her. I know. Joe asked me to bring her in here until he had the chance to talk to her some more. She almost fainted out there. To Mom's credit, she didn't make any little comments or suggestive facial expressions when I mentioned his name. Some situations were too big for that sort of behavior. Even she knew that much. It seemed within a few minutes that trying to keep the death quiet had been a waste of time, since word had spread quickly through the festival. Before long, people were staring into the cafe through the plate glass windows, trying to get a peek at the girl who'd worked with the dead man. Well, there was nothing I could do about that. All I could do was try to keep Gwen calm. And I did my best. I hope you don't mind everybody being so nosy out there, but this isn't the sort of thing that happens frequently around here. She nodded in a distracted sort of way, like she couldn't quite process what she was hearing yet. Of course, sure. Don't do this, Emma. It'll only make Joe mad. Well, maybe he needed to be put in his place for once. Gwen would be more likely to open up to me anyway. I must have had a way about me. Did he have a heart problem? I took a seat at the small round table. Some other health issues that might have led to this? He had a bad temper, she murmured. Then she seemed to stare at me with new eyes, like she hadn't quite seen me before then. Oh, it's you. You two know each other? Deke asked. We ran into each other out there, I explained with a meaningful glance in his direction, the sort of look that said, I'll tell you about it in a little while, but for heaven's sake, don't make a thing of it right now. He seemed to understand. Gwen, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He was yelling at me because he didn't like the dumplings I'd prepared. He was always finding fault. It wasn't easy working with him. Just the same, her eyes filled with tears. What am I supposed to do now? How am I supposed to work without him? This was my big shot, my break. It was like a gift, even being hired by somebody like him. Though he was yelling at you? I asked, sympathetic. Sure, it's hard for women in this industry. We have to put up with a lot of behavior. What you heard earlier was nothing compared to what girls go through, men thinking they know everything just because they're men. But Stephen was so good at what he did. For somebody with his temper and his attitude, he was gifted when it came to being delicate. You would never think it, but he was. Not to be indelicate or speak badly of the dead, but it did seem like he had problems with his temper. Maybe his heart gave out? She shrugged. I guess it's possible. I don't know. Either way, I'm sorry. Really, I am. And I was. Even though he had been worse than rude to me, he didn't deserve to die that way, especially considering how undignified it was, sitting in a portable toilet. I leaned in, whispering to Deke, just when I thought I knew all the really embarrassing ways there are to die. He nodded, and there was no hint of humor. Tell me about it. At least his pants weren't down that I saw. No, they weren't. Yes, that would have been the worst of the worst. At least he'd maintained a little bit of dignity. I just heard, Darcy gasped as she ran in. Wasn't he one of the... I held a finger to my lips, but it was too late. One of the what? Mum asked, going to her. Of course, anyone nearby who wasn't having their own conversation heard her too, and wanted to know the same thing. I exchanged a glance with Deke. We probably shouldn't talk about it, he suggested, and I could have kissed him for it.
Mom was much more likely to listen to him than she was to listen to me. He wasn't her kid, so she couldn't ignore him out of hand. Still, she was clearly opposed to this.
I only wanted to know, did he do something to you? She asked me.
No, nothing like that. Thanks a lot, the look I gave my sister said. She shrugged, helpless.
Gwen finished her water, her hands still shaking.
I know he had a fight with Luke. He told me about it.
Then suddenly she gasped and looked around at all of us.
Where's Luke? Maybe he had something to do with this.
It was time to make a judgment call.
Nobody in the cafe was eating or drinking anything. All they wanted was to be close by when the news dropped. I glanced at Mom, who wrung her hands anxiously.
Maybe it would be best to clean this place out while she's here, I suggested in a low voice. It's probably better if strangers don't hear all these things. For once, Mom understood what I meant without offering argument. She was gentle as she asked the patrons to clear out, to give Gwen some space and privacy.
Thank you, you've been so nice.
Gwen turned her attention to me especially.
I'm telling you, if anybody did this, it's Luke. I'm absolutely sure of it.
I knew I shouldn't do it. I knew Joe would have my hide if he knew that I was even considering it. All the same, I couldn't help myself. Besides, I could always tell him what she said later. I was only making things easier for him, wasn't I? Sure, Emma, keep telling yourself that. Even so, my momentary self-awareness didn't stop me from asking, what makes you say that? I mean, what makes you think it would be him versus anybody else?
He's been a thorn in Stephen's side forever. Ever since they broke off their partnership, it's like he lurked around every corner. He would show up at events, asking Stephen to please talk to him. Stephen didn't want anything to do with him. As far as he was concerned, they worked together, and then they didn't. That was it. Luke always had different ideas.
I knew I shouldn't pursue this. I knew it, just like I knew Joe would be annoyed with me if I kept going. As it turned out, I wasn't the one who nudged her forward. What did he want? Mom asked. Good. Let Joe get annoyed with her and not me for once.
Stephen always made it sound like he wanted more money, like the agreement they came up with wasn't good enough.
You mean they had an agreement in place when they broke off their partnership? Deke asked. She nodded hard.
I don't know anything about it. I wasn't around then. But Stephen always said Luke got everything he asked for at the time, but it wasn't good enough. He wanted more.
I didn't like the way this was shaping up, no more than my sister did. In fact, she appeared downright devastated, and I could understand why. There'd been an obvious spark between her and Luke back at the bookstore. He'd paid attention to her in a big way and was probably the first to do so in a while. She didn't want to think of him as being in any way responsible for what happened to his former partner. Then again, there was still the possibility he'd given himself a heart attack. Okay, maybe I was blind to the facts. He had obvious anger issues and had been storming around only minutes before he was found dead. It probably had caught up to him after years of being loud and abusive. No wonder he and Luke had stopped being partners. Deke shrugged. Well, I guess there's nothing for us to do but wait and find out what happened to him. I mean, what really happened once the coroner is able to take a look.
In the meantime, can I get you something to eat? Mom asked. Or maybe some tea. I always find a cup of tea soothing during a rough time. You're all so nice. Gwen smiled. But no, thank you. In fact, I'd better get out there.
I almost couldn't contain my surprise when she stood, determination on her face. Mom gaped at her.
You can't mean you plan on going back to the truck and working the festival? I have to. We put too much work into this. It's what Stephen would want. I know that. I'm a little mixed up right now, but I know that for sure.
She turned to me.
Thank you for being so nice. I'm sorry I fainted on you.
I waved it off. Don't worry about it. It's not the worst thing that's ever happened to me. This left the 5 of us, Deke, Darcy, Frankie, Mom, and me, glancing back and forth at each other. Frankie was the first to clear her throat.
Maybe it's not for me to say, but didn't she sort of make it sound like this Luke person was the one who did it?
I tried to reassure my sister without words, but she wouldn't look at me. Still, the disappointment was clear on her face, and I wished there was something I could do. Moments later, the door opened, and in strode Joe. He scanned the room. Where did she go? To the truck, I shrugged. She said he would have wanted it that way.
Well, as it is, this seems like an open and shut case.
He leaned against the corner with a sigh, and I thought I'd rarely seen him appear so worn out.
Boy, there's a lot of people out there.
What makes you think it's open and shut? I asked.
He must have had an allergic reaction, or thought he was having one. There was an EpiPen clutched in his fist. It could be he didn't have enough time to use it.
Being around so many different food trucks, I guess it's possible he came into contact with something he shouldn't have. Mom mused, sounding sympathetic. It's so difficult trying to be aware of that, and reactions can come on so suddenly. Remember when we had one here, Emma? Did I remember? I would never forget it. Sure, that poor kid. He took a bite of his mother's muffin when she wasn't looking, and within half a minute he was clutching at his throat. He couldn't breathe.
It can happen just that fast. So it could be as simple as that. Still, we have people we want to talk to.
He appeared less comfortable than ever as he looked at me, then my sister.
Including the two of you. And Deke.
He added. Oh, goody. Another interrogation at the police station. My father would be so proud. Chapter 6.
Here's what I'd like to know.
Darcy and I both cringed more than a little while our father loomed over us. We'd both seen him angry more than once in our young lives, but when his bottom teeth jutted out over his upper lip, oh boy, best duck and cover before the explosion. He somehow managed to communicate, even with his teeth doing that weird jutting thing.
I'd like to know why my daughters can't seem to keep themselves out of situations like this.
He growled. Because we love you and we like to visit you at work? One sharp look from him had me regretting my remark. I sank a little lower in the chair, tucking my chin close to my chest. Sorry. For the record, I'm not the one who always ends up at the police station, Darcy pointed out. God, you're such a goody-goody, I muttered. It's true.
Enough.
Dad didn't have to raise the volume to cut through our chatter. Just the sound of his voice was enough to strike fear in both of us.
I've had enough of your bickering, and you only just got here.
Okay, I held my hands up. Here's what happened. This is very simple. The man who died got into a fight with another food truck owner in the bookstore earlier today. That's why Joe told us to come in. Dad looked at Deke.
This true?
Poor Deke. He wore the face of a man who'd bitten off more than he could chew when he didn't even know how he'd taken a bite of anything.
Yes, I asked them to stop before things got any worse.
I snorted. Now I almost wish you hadn't.
Emma,
all three of them exclaimed at once. Wow, that was almost nice, like a choir, I smiled. But I mean it. We could have learned something given just a few moments more. Why Luke pulled Stephen into the store to talk. Why he's been pestering Stephen all this time.
We're the ones who need to learn about these things.
Dad pointed to himself, then gestured behind him where the officers as familiar to me as my own name went about their work.
Not you. It's not your job. Why didn't you join the police force if you're so determined to undermine us? You could at least get paid to do it.
That stung. Undermine you? Is that what you think I'm trying to do?
For the life of me, Emma Jane, I can't figure out why you can't let things go. You don't have to be a part of everything. It worries me. It truly does.
Dad thrust his hands into his pockets and turned away. It was the turning away that hurt the worst, like he couldn't look at me anymore. Deke sat next to me in one of the terribly uncomfortable wooden chairs. Don't let it get to you, he murmured. He's concerned, that's all. There isn't anything to be concerned about, I argued before facing Darcy. And don't even tell me you're not curious why those two were fighting. I refuse to believe it. You've always done this to me. Boy, those baby blues could look so innocent when they widened. Done what? You're just like me when it comes to this sort of thing. You want to know, you're curious, you're interested in people and why they do what they do. But you shake your head at me and wag your finger and pretend to be above it. Silly Emma, always incorrigible. I don't do that. Please, I sighed, shaking my head. You want to know why they were fighting because you liked one of them. And he liked you. There's no crime in admitting you're human, Darce.
All right. Deke took my shoulder, turning me away from my sister. Don't say anything you can't take back. I should be out there working, and instead I'm sitting here because I happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Everybody acts like I'm the problem, while I'm only trying to cooperate and help Dad and Joe. They know that, he assured me in a low voice. One of his hands closed over mine, and that was good. He had a knack for soothing me when I was on my way to losing it. Everybody's on edge. This festival's supposed to be a good thing for the town, and now all anybody will talk about is the guy who died here. And that doesn't look good for the police or security, I whispered, my heart sinking as I thought about Joe and Dad. Right. Your dad's bound to be stirred up over it. I'm sure it doesn't do his heart any good to find you two sitting here either. He doesn't want to think of his daughters getting involved. As soon as somebody takes the time to talk to us rather than talking down to us, they'll find out how little we had to do with it, I pointed out. He was doing his best, good old Deke, but I was bound and determined to be in a bad mood. All I wanted was to exist, to live like a normal person, to accept an assignment from my editor, to do my work, to get paid. Nothing more than that. Why did death and complication have to follow me around? Don't pretend you wouldn't have been irritated if this happened while you were out of town, Deke murmured, like he knew exactly what I was thinking and wasn't about to let me get away with it. Hush, I warned. I mean it. You know I'm right. So what? I scoffed. Yes, you're right. I would have been disappointed not to be here. Happy? Thrilled. He grinned, holding my hand even tighter than before. It occurred to me there was something to be said for being understood. I didn't have to like him seeing right through me, but I couldn't help appreciating not having to explain every little thing. In fact, I found myself wishing he was around more. This was hardly a new wish. It popped up whenever we went long periods of time without seeing each other, or when I noticed something I thought he'd enjoy, or when I felt a little lonely, which seemed to be the case more often lately. There was only so much time a girl could spend with her dog, no matter how incredibly adorable the dog in question happened to be. When the doors opened and Joe strode in, he didn't notice us at first. Gwen Avery will be coming in later, he announced to one of the desk cops in the bullpen. I'll want to speak with her myself. She's serving over at the festival. Dad poked his head out from his office when he heard Joe's voice. Anything from that ex-partner? I could barely get near enough to their truck to get a word with him, but he knows we're expecting him later, too. Word had already spread. He looked around the room for the first time then, finally noticing the 3 people seated against the wall. His gaze immediately darted down to Deke's hand holding mine. I wished I could make sense of his expression. Was it anger? Disappointment? Dismay? Deke, I'd like to see you first. He didn't so much as glance my way, walking past us and turning to enter an interrogation room I wished I wasn't so familiar with. Deke chuckled dryly as he stood. Why did I have a feeling? He asked under his breath. Why can't we all go in at once? I asked. Because you don't get to set the rules. Joe disappeared into the room, followed by Deke. Holy cow, why is everybody on my back today? This wasn't the question I should have asked my sister, who glared at me with her arms crossed. I don't know. How many people have you insulted today the way you insulted me? I wasn't trying to insult you, I murmured, wishing she'd keep her voice down a little. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I don't think I'm above you, she whispered. I know. I very much had the impression she did, but it wasn't worth fighting over. And by the way, you aren't the only one who should be working right now. I hate to think of the mess I'll get back to. I'll help you get things in order if you want, I offered. It was my way of extending an olive branch. You already helped me enough this morning, but thanks, she added, a little gruff. It probably won't be as bad as that. I'm on edge. We all are. It's been a tough day. And if the expression on Joe's face as he emerged from the interrogation room was any indication, it wasn't going to get any easier as the day went on. He crooked a finger, beckoning me. Miss Harmon, Emma Harmon, he added when he remembered he had 2 of us waiting. I'd like to see you now. Lucky me, I whispered, standing on rubbery legs. I hadn't done anything wrong, not a single thing, yet my stomach twisted up in knots just the same, and I had to consciously work on standing tall and keeping my chin up. Until we were behind a closed door, anyway. You can put away the suffering queen act for a while, he snorted. What does that mean? I sniffed, head still held high. It means you're swarming around with your nose in the air, like you're above all this. Sit, he added, pointing to the chair before I had the chance to argue. Oh, that's what a chair's for. Thank you so much for clarifying. Sure, I was on thin ice, but I couldn't help myself. I don't have much to ask you, honestly. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. We both saw the guy in action, inside the truck and outside of it. Did he seem to you like a man in the middle of an allergic reaction? My mouth opened. My mouth snapped shut. This wasn't such an easy question to answer. I mean, I guess everybody's different. It doesn't have to hit immediately, does it? It must have hit pretty quickly when it did, since he was a goner in no time. For all we know, he might have escaped into the John to inject himself privately. I guess it's not the sort of thing you want to do in public, in front of people. Questions and all that. I can see that, I nodded. Since he didn't, prepare himself to use the lavatory, he mumbled, clearly embarrassed. It seems like a good theory. He didn't even unzip his fly. It's the only theory we have right now, and don't make me regret telling you. I won't, I promise. I've heard promises from you before. He smiled. Then he cleared his throat, and the smile disappeared, like he'd remembered he was supposed to be Mr. Tough Cop. If he didn't come into contact with something in his own truck, which seems reasonable since we both saw him and spoke with him, and neither of us noticed anything alarming except for his attitude, I have to wonder if he wasn't exposed to an allergen while he was walking around. That makes sense. He eyed me up and down. What gives? What do you mean? Don't you usually have at least 3 or 4 side theories by now? Here I am expecting to hear them, and you leave me hanging. Gee, I sure don't want to do that to you. I folded my arms, glaring at him. Is that all I'm good for? An amusement for you? I'm tired of getting bitten in the rear end when all I'm trying to do is help. You take things too seriously. Oh, that's rich, I laughed. You're the one who walks around with a stick up your you-know-what most of the time. I'm usually the one trying to get you to take things less seriously. You drive me half out of my wits sometimes with the stunts you pull. Sure, that will really get me to loosen up. If you're so concerned about me, why did you cut me off? You just up and disappeared. If you care half as much as you say you do, you wouldn't have done that. I pushed the chair away from the table, almost relishing the way the legs scraped against the tiled floor. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I mean. This conversation isn't over, he warned as I walked to the door. I gave him a look over my shoulder. It is as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure whatever Deke told you is what happened at the store. The men were arguing, but it's not like they revealed any reason why. Nobody hit anybody, and that Stephen guy was just as big a jerk back there as he was outside his truck. Living or dead, a jerk is a jerk. With that, I yanked the door open and marched out of the room. Let him mull that one over for a little while. I had work to do. Chapter 7. It's funny. I peered up at Deke, who was in the process of snapping shots of the busy Cape Hope streets. What's funny? For a minute there, I thought there would be fewer people here today because of what happened yesterday. I couldn't help but laugh. You're so naive. If anything, people are more likely to show up now. They'll probably want to know which of those toilets the guy died in. It might even become a tourist attraction. He grimaced. What a lovely thought. Lining up to get your picture taken inside a portable toilet. It's not for us to judge what other people find interesting. We shared a laugh before going back to our respective jobs. For my part, I was glad I'd worn stretchy leggings and a big loose sweater. If the weather hadn't been so crisp this morning, I wouldn't have had the chance to dress in a way that camouflaged how much eating I'd been doing. It wasn't like I'd eaten every bite of everything I'd ordered, of course. Deke and I had shared everything, from a pork sandwich to tacos to a bowl of spicy peanut noodles. My poor stomach must have been so confused with all these different types of food coming its way. I'm glad I brought antacids, Deke groaned, patting his flat stomach. I don't know how much more I can handle today. Well, I have notes galore, I assured him. There are 1 or 2 more things I'd like to try, but you don't have to share. I'll ask for a smaller portion. Nope, I refuse to leave without trying as many different things as I can, even if I end up regretting it later. Don't say I didn't offer. We continued on, laughing quietly as the rest of the festival went crazy all around us. There were kids running amok with cotton candy, though it seemed they got more on themselves than in their stomachs. I noticed how quickly Deke sidestepped a pair of them before they could touch him with their sticky fingers. There were others with candy apples and ice cream cones that had been dropped on the ground. I felt sorry for whoever had lost their treat and hoped they hadn't been crying too hard. "Pumpkin pie on a stick!" Somebody called out, and I couldn't help but get pulled in. Pumpkin pie was one of my major weaknesses. "I should have known," Deke chuckled, following me. "Should have known what?" "That it wouldn't be long before you found something sugary." I chose to let this slide off my back, remembering what Joe had said at the station. I took things too seriously. He was wrong, of course, but I wasn't about to prove him right by threatening to slap Deke silly for pointing out something that was actually true. I liked desserts. How could I help it, raised the way I was? Considering that your entire family fortune is based on sugar, I wouldn't be making those little comments if I were you. Deke came from a candy family who'd been selling their saltwater taffy and fudge and just about every other type of confection up and down the East Coast for generations. "Here, try one." The girl holding a tray full of what looked like pumpkin pie lollipops handed me one of them with a big smile. "How much?" I reached into my pocket. I'd get reimbursed for everything naturally, but for the time being, I was on the hook to pay for everything I tried. "Free of charge for members of the press." She glanced at Deke, then returned her attention to me. I frowned. "I never said I was a member of the press." "Word's been getting around that there's a girl who lives here in town who writes for Haute Cuisine. You're walking around with a photographer." Another glance at Deke, who seemed ashamed of his camera for once. "Don't be surprised if these truck owners start running you down, trying to shove food down your throat. It would be a break for a lot of them if their business was mentioned in a magazine." My cheeks went hot, adrenaline now pumping through my veins. Who had blown my cover? Not that this was the end of the world or anything like that, but it was a little awkward now. If people knew who I was, they'd fawn over me, trying to get me to write up something positive about them. I took the pumpkin pie, though my heart wasn't in it anymore. That didn't stop me from taking a bite, of course, and I quickly came around when an explosion of sweetness and spice wrapped in a flaky crust just about blew my mind. I'd had a lot of pumpkin pie in my life, but this was one of the best. "Thank you for the sample," I managed before moving on. "Excuse me, can I try some?" Deke asked, and was rewarded by an icy stare. "You can pry this out of my cold, dead hands," I warned, holding the pumpkin lollipop out of his reach. "Get your own." "I don't think we can get two freebies at once." "You can buy one, genius." "I'm a member of the press. I shouldn't have to pay." He winked, and I knew he was joking. "Here," I grumbled, handing it over. "You're lucky I like you so much. You know darn well that not just anybody could convince me to part ways with a sweet." His eyes lit up when he took a bite. "Wow, Emma Harmon, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you like me an awful lot. I mean, you were willing to part ways with this?" "Don't make me regret it," I warned. But I was smiling, and it was nice to smile. There hadn't been too much in the last day or so to make me feel like smiling. "Look who it is." Deke grew serious, nodding in the direction of the next truck, parked 2 blocks down from the cafe. The happy dumpling. A tingling sensation started in my shoulders and ran down my arms, ending at my fingertips. I wanted so badly to approach Luke and his partner and ask about Stephen Foster. I could practically taste it, that desire. It was that real, that strong. "You want to get in line?" Deke asked, already positioning himself at the end of roughly 15-20 people. The truck was popular. I shrugged like it didn't matter either way. Sure, why not? Might as well pair pumpkin pie with dumplings. I'm gonna have to use some of your antacids, I decided. Whoever Luke had chosen for his partner, she was a genius at this side of the business. I imagined when I saw the length of the line that we'd be waiting for ages. That was the way up and down the street, as overwhelmed chefs battled crowds that never seemed to thin out. Not this girl. She made it her job to keep the line moving efficiently. "What can I get you?" She'd call out 2 or 3 customers back, and once she'd taken their order, she would slide the slip across the counter while picking up the latest order that had been finished, waiting to be delivered. A quick transaction and she was on to the next customer, then the next. Always with a smile, too, which I appreciated more deeply than others might. I knew what a challenge it could be,
keeping a smile on my face even when we were in the weeds back at the cafe. It had taken years of working behind the counter to perfect it. She was no newcomer to the food service industry, this girl, no matter how young she was. Before I knew it, it was my turn. "What can I get you?" she called before really looking at me. Her expression changed a little once she made the connection. "Hi, the bookstore, remember?" I was surprised she remembered that, after seeing so many people in the day since we'd first met. "Sure," I grinned. "You're awfully busy here." "That's how we like it." Yes, the typical response of somebody who'd been in the food service for a long time. I felt an immediate kinship with her. "I'll take an order of the pork dumplings, fried," I called out, then turned to Deke. "You want anything else?" "Are you kidding? I'm still licking pumpkin off my fingers," he groaned. I never thought I'd get tired of the idea of food. Not food itself, but the very idea of it. "Suck it up, Bellingham." I winked before turning my attention to what was going on inside the truck. They moved like a well-oiled machine, Luke and the girl whose name I still didn't know. I made a mental note to ask her when she handed over the dumplings. They barely needed to communicate verbally, sensing each other's needs and responding without it barely making a blip in the flow of their work. "They're good," Deke observed, snapping a picture of them. "They are." I wasn't paying as much attention to the girl, though, as I was to Luke. Was this a man who'd finally had enough of his old business partner and current rival? There was no way for me to watch him working without remembering how furious he'd been at the store, demanding Stephen face him and talk to him. What was so important? What would drive him to act this way? Now he was all smiles, joking with the customers in front of us. "If I didn't know any better, I would say he's in a pretty good mood," Deke murmured close to my ear. It took real effort on my part to focus on what he said versus how his nearness made me feel. He had that sort of magnetism, and it was strong enough that even passing strangers couldn't help but notice. I'd noticed more than a few women watching him as he walked past, and one of them had gone so far as to bite her lip. Yes, he definitely is. A far cry from the way he was yesterday, isn't it? Our eyes met, and I knew he was thinking along the same lines I was. "Order up." "That would be us." Luke glanced up only briefly to find both of us watching him, and his smile widened. "Hi! I was wondering if you'd ever make it over here." "It got a little crazy yesterday," I pointed out, studying his reaction. He didn't disappoint. His jaw tightened and his nostrils flared, the face of a man with more on his mind than he was willing to share, a man fighting off a strong reaction. "Oh, yes, of course we heard about that. The police asked me to come in and talk to them about meeting my old partner at the store. I guess I know now how they knew about that." I stammered, blushing. Deke stepped in. "Emma's father is on the police force in town. She only wanted to be helpful for his sake." Not exactly the truth, but the best version of the truth. The version most likely to earn a little understanding. And it did. Luke's partner touched his shoulder. "They were only trying to help." A little of the tightness left his face, and he nodded in agreement before returning to his work. She faced us, sliding the dumplings my way. "Sorry about that." "No, not at all. I hope we didn't make things too inconvenient for you guys. What's your name?" She laughed softly, slapping her forehead. "It's Lucy. Lucy Hill." "Thank you, Lucy Hill." I handed up a $5 bill, which she promptly waved away. "It's on me," she winked, then set her attention on the line behind us. "Who's next? What can I get for you?" I took that as a signal to move along so more hungry dumpling enthusiasts could get their fix. One bite told me why this truck was so popular. "Oh my gosh, I'm going to need you to get back in line," I groaned around a mouthful of succulent, flavorful pork and the most delicate pasta wrapper imaginable. I'm starting to regret not getting any for myself. "You should," I mumbled, still chewing. I could tell he wanted to reach for the second of the 3 dumplings, and I figured it was only right to let him have one. His eyes almost rolled back in his head. "This is one of those last meal types of dishes," he announced, his eyes sliding shut. I'd never seen him so blissful. "I know, right? Now I want to get dumplings from the other truck just to compare them." "It might not be a bad idea to do that. I mean, I would like to check in with Gwen, see how she's doing, you know?
She's probably working alone, and that can't be easy. You're right. Maybe I was a little too quick to agree, but the fact was I'd been looking for an excuse to wander in that direction since we got started. I didn't want to seem too eager, or else he would see right through me. As we walked, Deke nudged me with one elbow. Hey, do you think there's any chance I might get a little one-on-one time with you while I'm in town? Don't get me wrong, this is a lot of fun, but it doesn't lend itself to conversation. Sure, I'm up for anything. What about dinner tonight? He checked on the time. It was around 1 in the afternoon. I might be hungry sometime around 8 o'clock at the rate we've gone today. That sounds perfect. Luz? Sure thing. It was times like this, with the two of us smiling at each other and getting along so well, that I most regretted not being able to make it work between us. He was just too unreliable, and that was the bottom line. I needed somebody in my life who would be there, who wasn't hundreds of miles away at any given moment. Not that I expected a man to give up his life for me and make me the center of his universe, but knowing he'd be there if an emergency came up would go a long way. Sure, Deke would want to be there, but that wasn't the same. Just because he was a good man who I liked an awful lot didn't mean we'd work out as a serious couple. Gwen's truck was just ahead, and I was glad to see so many people in line to try her dumplings after everything she'd been through. But they weren't the only people standing in front of the truck. There was a certain handsome detective with eyes the color of jade standing off to the side, eyes which traveled over me before swinging back toward the line. I tugged Deke's sleeve. You know what? Maybe tomorrow. That's the beauty of a 3-day festival. You don't have to eat everything at once. What's wrong? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? He stood between me and Joe. Did he even know Joe was standing there? Maybe not. There were a lot of people walking around. I might have been the only one to notice him because I would always notice him. He stuck out like a sore thumb, at least to me. Nothing's wrong. I'm just a little queasy all of a sudden. Too much food. I think I'll head back to the cafe for a while, if that's all right. I can always hang out there until I'm feeling better. He seemed to accept this. Okay, and I think I have enough shots for now. Maybe I'll go back to my room and look through them. We parted ways then, and he promised to meet me later at Lou's. It was a struggle, not glancing back at Joe, but I managed it. Let him know what it felt like to be forgotten, even if I really wasn't forgetting about him. I didn't think any such thing would be possible. Not if I tried for the rest of my life. Chapter 8. I think he did it. Mom sat down with Trixie and Nell at the back corner table, the three of them ready to enjoy fresh-baked brownies and a little juicy gossip. Frankie and I exchanged a knowing look. For all her youth and newness at the cafe, she seemed to understand my mom pretty well. She was a smart person, easily the best hire Mom could have found. And who is he? As if I didn't know. Mom rolled her eyes, dramatic as always. The other chef, the dumpling man. I almost spit out my peppermint tea, brewed especially because it would help settle my stomach. He has a name, you know, I giggled. Either way, I think he's responsible. Trixie jumped in on this in pure Trixie fashion. It does make sense, doesn't it? Their business partnership ended badly, and this Stephen person refused to hear Luke out. Eventually, it got to be too much. From what I heard of the fight in the store yesterday, Stephen Foster wasn't exactly a nice person to be around. I'll go one step further. Nell leaned in, her eyes twinkling, like she had something huge to drop on her friends and savored the opportunity. I did a little digging around yesterday online. When they split up their partnership, it was a big deal. Lawyers, the whole 9 yards. Don't pay attention. This is none of your concern. You don't even know these people. Still, I couldn't shake the memory of Stephen screaming, of the way he loomed over me, like he knew he was bigger and probably a lot stronger, and liked it. Who wouldn't be interested to know who had finally decided to put the man out of his misery? Gwen couldn't have been the only cook he'd screamed at over the years, and no matter how bad things were between him and Luke probably wasn't the only person he'd ever screwed over. When did that happen? It was safe to talk about this now, since the last of the early afternoon customers had already left. Mom had put up a sign in the window informing tourists the bathroom was only to be used by customers, which had gone a long way toward keeping the worst of the chaos outside. Nell glanced up at the ceiling, trying to remember.
3 years ago? Maybe 4. I don't quite remember the dates on the articles, but it was contentious, let me tell you. They had the chance to sell their products in grocery stores all over the country. Wait a second, what? I gave up the pretense of keeping my nose out of it, plopping down in the 4th chair at the table. Run that by me again? I thought you weren't interested, Mom smirked, exchanging a knowing look with Trixie. I can't help but be interested in something like this, since it seems to be a real left turn. They were going to sell their dumplings in supermarkets? Nell nodded. Apparently one of them wanted to do it and the other one didn't. That was why they split up. But separately, they didn't have the same brand power they did when they were together. The interested distributors weren't so interested when it was only one of them and not both, especially since the agreement they made up stated that neither one nor the other could use the recipes they'd developed together if the partnership was dissolved. A picture started to take shape, and I couldn't say I was a big fan of how it looked. It seemed like there could be a lot more resentment between these two than just the bitterness over a broken partnership. If one of them had refused to sell their products on a mass scale, which would probably have made them both a ton of money, there was room for flat-out hatred to develop. Do you know which one wanted to and which one didn't? I asked, though I didn't have much hope. She would have mentioned it before if she'd known. She shook her head, pouting a little. No, names weren't used. But don't you think that's more than enough reason for Luke to have decided to get rid of him? He would have known about the allergy, wouldn't he, if they'd worked together so closely? Mom glanced around. Frankie spoke up, wiping down the display case as she said, Maybe not. Gwen never said anything about it. I stared at Mom. Mom stared at me. Besides Frankie, we were the only two who had been there when Gwen was recovering from her shock. She didn't, did she? I tried hard to remember everything that had gone on at the time. It was all so jumbled up, so hectic. I remember you asking if he had heart trouble, Mom murmured, tapping her chin. And she said she didn't think he did. She said she didn't know if he had any health problems. Trixie shrugged. Maybe it was such a part of everyday life that she never considered it. She suggested, I wouldn't necessarily consider a food allergy a health problem, not if someone asked if the man had heart trouble. They're on 2 different levels, if you know what I mean. Does that make sense? It did, in a way. I could see how a food allergy would slip Gwen's mind at a time like that, especially considering she'd just fainted earlier. It could have been she just hadn't been thinking about it. But how could he have eaten something or come into contact with something that set him off between the truck and the toilet? Mom asked. The way Emma tells it, not much time passed between him hollering at her and the girls screaming when she found him dead. It's true, there was hardly any time at all. We checked in with Gwen since she was crying over the way Stephen had yelled at her. Then I was talking to Joe. We were having a little argument. No comment, I added, when the women exchanged glances. Maybe 10 minutes, tops. Even then, that might be generous. That's enough time, Trixie decided with all the certainty of a skilled forensic scientist. He could have come into contact with somebody. I'm sure you saw how some of the trucks had employees passing out samples on trays. Who knows how many potential allergens he could have come into contact with? That's true. They were out there before the trucks even opened. I saw a few of them trying to drum up interest. I tapped my fingers on the table, which I usually did when I was deep in thought, and wishing there was more I could do to solve the mystery. This could all be completely innocent, Nell reminded us. Coming from the woman who just told the story of how these 2 men probably hated each other. Trixie laughed. That is so like you. You throw chum in the water and then act surprised when the sharks start to circle. Is she calling us sharks? Mom asked, which made me laugh. Now, that's right. Let's not fall for the red herring, I reasoned. This could all be really nothing more than a tragic accident. Well, tragic depending on your point of view. I don't think the entire world would consider it tragic, but the people who depended on him, like Gwen, could see it that way. I only wish I'd been able to check in with her today, but I didn't have it in me. You really aren't feeling well, are you? Mom asked. Not really, I murmured, looking down into my tea. Granted, I had most definitely overeaten. Even small portions could do damage when there are so many of them, piled one on top of the other. But that wasn't the entire story, not by a long shot. I wasn't about to tell them that the sight of Joe standing in front of the happy dumpling had me running scared. What bothered me most upon thinking back an hour into the past was how guilty I felt. Guilty because he'd been standing there and I was with Deke. We'd just finished making a date. What was there to feel guilty about? Joe and I weren't about to be anything special anytime soon. He'd pretty much seen to that without giving me much say in the matter. If there was any guilt to be had, I should have felt guilty for holding him away from me for so long. It had become a habit over the months we'd known each other. I had waited too long and convinced myself one too many times that we weren't right for each other. I should have known from the way Mom's eyes just about burst from her head when the door opened behind me that it was the man himself walking in. She always got a certain expression on her face whenever Joe was around. Knowing him, he'd watched me all the way down the street. He'd been following me yesterday, hadn't he?
Good afternoon, Detective Sullivan.
Trixie did everything but bat her eyelashes.
How are you today? You are certainly looking fine.
She pointedly ignored me when I stared in disbelief. He let it roll off his back. In fact, he smiled a little, like he enjoyed this banter. How anybody could enjoy it was a mystery to me, but then he was pretty mysterious when he felt like it.
Thanks for noticing, he chortled. That leopard print caftan is pretty.
Thanks very much, she crowed, adjusting her caftan with a broad smile. What brings you in? Mom rose from her chair. She was okay with letting Frankie take care of most of her longtime customers, but Joe was a special case. He'd saved my life, after all. You look tired.
Nothing a blueberry muffin won't fix.
With all those food trucks out there? Nell asked. You come in here for a muffin with all those choices out there. Nell, remind me never to employ you on my marketing team. Mom sighed, rolling her eyes. You might as well tell him to leave. Joe chuckled.
No worries. Nothing they have out there is anywhere near as good as what you have in here.
He cleared his throat, his eyes cutting my way for a split second before darting off again. What was that supposed to mean? Why did he insist on speaking in riddles?
You had me fooled,
I chirped, turning my chair to face him. It's been such a long time since you've darkened this cafe's doorstep. That's not true. Mom and Joe exchanged a glance, Mom's brows lifting. Joe comes in a few times a week at least. You're the one who hasn't been here as much lately. I see him in here all the time, Frankie added. I had the feeling she'd developed a little crush on the good detective over the course of those run-ins, too, by the sudden softness in her voice. Oh, then I guess it's just me. And darned if that didn't twist the knife while plunging it a little deeper into my chest than it had been before. He wasn't avoiding the entire town, or even the places he used to frequent. He was avoiding me.
Detective, we were just talking about those two chefs,
Nell started. I was glad I was facing Joe, since I got to see his features shift into an expression I knew well. Disapproval.
I don't ask a lot of you, ladies.
He approached the table slowly.
But I have to ask this. Are you listening?
Yes, Trixie pouted.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't sit around in public talking about this. There's still a lot going on in this case. Plenty of people to talk to, plenty of stories to get straight. It's complicated. I can't have all of you complicating things further, even when you don't mean to. All right? Can I get you to promise not to speculate on this? No theories, no suspicions, no gossiping here in the cafe. Please. It's important.
I had to give my aunties credit. They might have both been a handful. They might have driven me to distraction sometimes. But they were no fools, not when it came to things that mattered.
Whatever you say, Trixie conceded. We don't want to get in the way of your investigation.
Agreed. Nell even saluted. Whatever you say.
Thank you,
he uttered, managing not to smile too obviously.
That's a load off my mind.
I tried not to take it personally when he very deliberately avoided looking at me. What had I ever done to deserve this? Chapter 9. Maybe it could have been the way you walked out of your interview? Raina asked. I turned to the phone propped up on my dresser. Featured on the screen of the app we were using to communicate, my best friend wore a wry, smarty-pants smile. You know, I call you so I can complain and whine, and all you do is very reasonably tell me why I was wrong. She laughed. Granted, I wasn't being exactly serious, but the girl was practically giddy. It had been this way lately, with her being in love and happy and everything. Sorry, I call him like I see him. Let's put today aside, I suggested. Even before today, he was strange. You know
know how it is. He's avoided me, and he won't tell me why or even admit he's doing it.
Did you ever think he might actually be busy? Like really busy, not just fake busy?
I held up a black dress for her opinion. Yay or nay?
Nay, too formal. Answer my question.
I tossed the dress aside. Is this how you talk to Nate?
When he deserves it.
I sat on the foot of the bed and shrugged. I don't know. I guess he could have been genuinely wrapped up in work all this time, but not even a phone call? Nothing?
Let's look at this from another angle, she suggested. You said he's been to the cafe when you thought he hadn't, right?
Right.
I hate to say this, but it seems like he's acting like his normal self. Is he a little thoughtless? Maybe. Most men are, God bless him. But how many times did he call you just to hang out before now?
I don't know. Hanging out without a case involved? I thought hard about it for a while before figuring out what my best friend was trying to say. And she knew I'd figured it out, too. She knew me better than just about anybody.
He never did he? Not when there's no case you're working on together. Whether he wants to work with you or not, but that's a different story. Otherwise, you're usually the one who instigates contact. You invited him to do yoga with you, for instance.
Right.
The fact is, girl, circumstance usually brings you together. Somebody dies, you get involved, he's on the case. When you get together, it just so happens you get along well and like spending time.
I don't know if I'd go quite that far, I joked. She didn't laugh.
Why do you do that? You called me all worked up because Detective McHottie is acting all weird and standoffish, but then you sit there and act like you don't care. Like there's nothing going on with you two. Which is it?
I don't know. I flopped onto my back, which brought Lola running up the little doggy stairs I'd set up against the bed so she could lick my face. Opportunist.
I think you do know,
Raina insisted, gentle but firm.
I think you know exactly how you feel, and you're mad at yourself now.
Why do you have to be right? I kissed Lola's fluffy head and wished my life could be as simple as hers. No worries about the past or the future, only the present moment. She knew what it meant to truly live. She also liked to lick herself, which she set about doing right next to me, here on the bed. Yuck, Lo, I grunted, sitting up. Raina wore her best know-it-all expression.
You fell for him, chica, and you didn't even know it.
Did not.
Did so, or else you wouldn't care half as much. It's okay to admit you have feelings.
Had I? Was she right? It's been such a long time since I felt comfortable admitting I have feelings for a man, I admitted. When your trust is broken.
I know, sweetie. Nobody could blame you for wanting to avoid romance after being hurt the way you were.
That was an understatement. Walking in on my live-in boyfriend while he was in the middle of cheating on me had broken just about every trusting bone in my body.
Because you're a good person, she assured me. Even when you don't feel like one, you are. You wanted to give him some space. You figured he didn't know what he wanted. Maybe he did know. Maybe he knew all along. You only assumed he was too fragile to fall in love.
Can we stop listing all the ways I completely screwed up? I groaned. I mean, I've made mistakes in the past. You of all people know it. But this is the topper right here.
You're being too hard on yourself.
No, I don't think I am. Now I have this guy walking around town hating me. Didn't realize how much I depended on him being around until now, when he isn't.
I doubt he hates you.
Her smile was one I'd seen hundreds of times. Warm, understanding.
It's practically impossible to hate you. I've tried during some of our worst fights back in school. It didn't work.
I'm glad it didn't.
I think you two should talk. Really, face to face. Get it out there.
What would I say if I did?
I'd apologize if I were you.
Apologize? What did I do? Besides sassing off during the interview at the station, I added, a little shamefaced. That had not been my best moment.
Think about it.
She leaned in, her face close to the phone so it filled the entire screen on my end.
You got very busy with work all of a sudden, didn't you? Your mom hired Frankie to help out around the cafe, and that left you feeling free to take more work. You've been back and forth almost non-stop. I can barely keep track of you. Sure, I've been busy. My heart dropped like a rock when it finally became clear. I was the one who disappeared on him, not the other way around. That could be the way he sees it, yeah, she agreed. He's been stopping in at the cafe a few times a week. Do you really think he's that crazy for your mom's baking? To be fair, it's pretty good. Oh, no doubt. I see what you mean, though, I admitted. It might seem from his perspective that I only call him up when I need something, or there's a case to be worked on. Right. I didn't mean to be that way, I swear. I know you didn't. You wanted to keep your relationship professional, even if you're not a professional detective, she added with a wink. Exactly, but he might not have seen it that way. What a mess. Be a grown-up. Pull on your big girl panties and talk with him, for heaven's sake. You'll feel better when you do. You're right. Do you ever get tired of being right? She tossed her long black hair over one shoulder, batting her eyes. No, it's such a burden. Ha ha. How's life on the farm? Her cheeks went pink. It's great. You want to know a secret? Always. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I'm starting to dread going home at the end of the weekend. Yes, and I figured the drive from Manhattan down to Maryland was no joke either, but she did it every single week, going so far as to rearrange her work schedule for the sake of spending weekends with Nate at his bed and breakfast. You feel at home there yet? My voice was almost squeaky. I was so excited for her. This is the only place I want to be anymore. It's so weird. My heart swelled. It took a long time for her to get to this point with anybody, and the fact that it happened to be somebody she'd known for so long and had even once had a crush on in her youth made the whole thing that much sweeter. Plus, I knew Nate after having helped him settle the drama relating to his ownership of the farm and house where he'd set up his business. He was a good man, smart and devoted to the things he really cared about. He really cared about Raina. I had no doubt he would devote himself to her. I think that's awesome. I really do. Really? Her smile was shy, tentative. I don't sound corny or anything. Of course you do, I laughed. But it's nice. I can't tell you how nice it is to hear you say these things. I'm so glad for you. I mean, I don't want to jump the gun or anything like that. I don't think you're jumping the gun, unless Nate has different ideas. Her pink cheeks darkened. No, he's always trying to get me to stay an extra day. He laughs it off, pretends he needs me around to help him, but I think he really wants me to stay. And why wouldn't he? You're amazing. He's lucky to have you. She bit her lip. I feel like I'm the lucky one. I made a mental note to start looking for dresses to wear to their wedding, which reminded me of what I was supposed to be doing, picking a dress. Shoot, it's almost 7:30 and I still haven't figured out what to wear for dinner. It's nice that Deke invited you out. You two don't see nearly enough of each other. It's been neat having him around, I agreed, though I wouldn't be surprised if he got tired of all the trauma in Cape Hope. It seems like every time he's around, something happens. You mean every time he's around you, something happens? She winked. You're making me self-conscious. I stuck my tongue out before pulling a gray sweater dress over my head. It had a cowl neck and fell just to my knees. What do you think of this one? Add a belt and a pair of boots and you're all set. She gave me a thumbs up. What would I do without you? I don't know, so let's not try to find out, okay? The doorbell rang downstairs on the street. He's supposed to meet me at the restaurant, I fretted, shoving my feet into knee-high boots. Don't let me keep you. Have a great time. Call me later to let me know what happens. There was a wicked gleam in her eye as she ended the call. I ran to the intercom and jammed my finger against the button. Come on up, I called out, pressing the button to unlock the downstairs door before running back to my room to find a belt. Lola jumped around, excited. I don't know what you're so excited about, I told her after almost tripping over her tiny body. The front door opened when I was in my room, and Lola raced in to see who was there.
She barked excitedly, and I could hear her little nails tapping against the floor. At least I'd know if a bad guy ever entered the apartment, though I doubt she'd be able to protect me in any way. "I'll be right there," I called out, taking one last glance at myself in the mirror. I looked nice, but not fancy nice. Just the right mix of casual, but still wanting to appear that I put an effort into my appearance. It seemed like seeing each other casually only added an extra layer of stress. I didn't want Deke to think I was taking this dinner invite more seriously than he'd intended it. "Sorry, I thought we were supposed to meet at the restaurant." I was already out of my bedroom and in the kitchen before I recognized who was crouching in the living room, giving Lola a treat. It wasn't Deke. Joe stood, looking me up and down. "I'm sorry. Did I interrupt something?"
Chapter 10. Gosh, he was handsome. Why did he have to be so handsome? It was almost enough to take my breath away, staring at him from across the room. The fact that he'd only just been treating Lola so sweetly didn't hurt matters. There was nothing like watching a man turn to mush because of a cute dog, especially this man. "What brings you by?" I wiped sweaty palms against my dress. Amazing the effect he had on me, especially after everything Raina and I had just been talking about. She would have a fit if she knew I'd unwittingly invited him up here mere seconds after ending our call.
"I thought I would stop by and say hello. I was passing by on my way from the festival. I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you at the cafe."
"I didn't know you wanted to talk to me, or else I would have hung around. It seemed like you were ignoring me a little."
"Maybe I was."
He stuck his hands in his pockets, rocking back and forth from the balls of his feet to the heels and back again.
"Sometimes I don't know what to say to you, especially when your mother and her friends are watching. They have a tendency to make something out of nothing, don't they?"
"It's what they do best," I agreed. Why was I so nervous? I could barely stand still, my nerves jumping. This wasn't the first time Joe Sullivan had ever been to my apartment, for heaven's sake. But that was the way the mind worked, wasn't it? I wouldn't have thought twice about inviting Joe up to talk or even have dinner, but that would have been before I admitted to my best friend that I might have felt more deeply for him than I'd admitted in the past. Now I didn't know what to say or how to act. Even though he was the same person he'd been before, everything was different. Self-awareness tended to change things, didn't it? "What did you want to talk about? Do you want to question me some more?" The way his brows lowered when I spoke made me regret being so flippant. Why was that always the way? Why did I always feel a need to make a smart comment?
"Maybe I did,"
he murmured, his jaw tightening.
"Maybe I wanted to know why you turned tail and ran to the cafe when you saw me earlier. It's enough to make a man wonder."
"Wonder what?"
"About a lot of things. Like whether something happened and he just didn't know. When things changed. If it was even worth wondering about."
Ah, so he'd noticed. Raina's theory was right, and it made me feel like garbage. Did it seem like I ran off and left you hanging? With work, I mean? It's made it so I'm around much less than before. Is that the way it seemed to you? I could tell he wanted to say no. His face arranged itself into an "are you kidding" expression. That expression faded quickly. I guess he thought better of playing it off, pretending.
"Maybe a little,"
he admitted in a soft voice.
"Granted, I knew your work schedule was about to get much busier. And that's good. I'm really glad for you. You can't stay tied down to Cape Hope forever, every single day of your life. There's much more out there for you."
Why did that make me blush? It was a perfectly innocent thing to say, and he was right. There was a lot more waiting for me in the world than the intrigue of Cape Hope, the cafe, the bookstore. Except there was something about the way he said it. His tone of voice, the softness in it. The sadness? Was it sadness? I didn't mean to disappear on you like that. Here I was thinking you were the one who disappeared on me. I didn't think about it from your perspective. It seems like I have a problem with that, doesn't it?
Don't be so hard on yourself. I didn't take it personally. Until you took an attitude with me yesterday, that is. There I was glad to see you, and all you could do was snipe at me. I have to admit I was confused.
I covered my cheeks with my hands and found they were warm, red hot even. I'm so ashamed of myself.
That's not why I came here. I don't like you to feel ashamed of yourself. Though I'm glad for getting this out in the open because I was truly confused.
Me too, I agreed with a faint smile.
I couldn't manage more than that with my nerves jangling the way they did. Just knowing he'd showed up at the cafe, maybe looking for me, was enough to make my throat tighten and my eyes sting like tears were about to erupt. "So everything's okay?" He bent to pick up a very excited Lola. The fact that she would let him pick her up at all was a shocker. She didn't like cuddling, at least not when the cuddler was standing. I'd always assumed it freaked her out to be up in the air, feeling like she might fall or get dropped. I clapped softly. Wow, the only time she lets me hold her like that is when I'm sitting down. I guess I have the magic touch. He smiled, turning to look at my adoring dog. She gifted him with a kiss on the nose, and we both laughed. "Everything's okay," I assured him. That didn't even come close to what I was really thinking and feeling, but I wasn't about to complicate things even worse by confessing how my insides felt all fluttery whenever our eyes met. "Good. Now I can tell you the other thing I wanted to talk to you about today. I won't keep you long since it seems like you're on your way out." There was a certain note in his voice, like he had more he wanted to say, but he knew better than to say it, the way he always sounded when Deke was involved. "What's up?" "Gwen Avery told us Stephen Foster was allergic to bee stings. That was it. No food allergies." "Of course!" I slapped my forehead, snickering at myself. It didn't have to be a food allergy at all. I just assumed it was. We all did. "Sure, we did too. I mean, he was at a festival full of food trucks. It only made sense. Now it appears he was stung by a bee. The simplest, most innocent thing in the world. For once, there's no culprit. Just a bee." It was almost enough to make me laugh. He held up a finger. "Except for one problem." "I should have known," I groaned. "There was no stinger. No evidence of a sting either. No swelling, no hives. He had a reaction, but there's no evidence it was a bee that brought it on." "That doesn't make any sense." "Tell me about it." He shrugged. "I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Don't let your imagination run away with you, okay?" "Okay." He frowned. "That was way too easy. Are you just trying to get rid of me because you're in a hurry? Or are you telling me what you know I want to hear?" Funny, but I almost forgot I was in a hurry at all. "No, really. I'm not going to let my imagination run away with me this time. It was a simple fluke, one of those weird things that happen sometimes. I'm not going to make a big thing about it." I flashed him a big smile. "See how mature I am? I'm really growing as a person." I never thought I would say this, but don't grow too much. I wouldn't want to lose the joy of telling you to mind your own business and not get yourself into trouble. What would I do with all my free time if I didn't have you to worry about?" "You're hilarious." He lowered Lola to the sofa and wiped his hands on his jeans. He sure did look good in a pair of jeans. It was a shame he didn't wear them more often. Rather, it was a shame I wasn't around him enough when he wore them. It wasn't hunger for food that made my mouth water. "I've taken up enough of your time." He moved toward the door, and I did the same. "Don't be a stranger, okay? Maybe we could grab breakfast sometime soon? It doesn't have to be at the cafe. There are too many prying eyes and open ears around there." "Oh, you know I love them. They're good people. You come from good people." He stopped in the hall, turning to face me. "You know, when we first met, I didn't understand you at all. I figured you were hell-bent on your own destruction, determined to do whatever you wanted, no matter what. Bull-headed, even ignorant sometimes." "Is that supposed to make me feel good?" He grinned. "But now I know where you come from and the people in your life. I understand a lot better. It's a lot easier to avoid strangling you when I see you in the context of the rest of your life." Then, to my surprise, he leaned in and brushed his lips against my cheek. "Let's make sure we get together for breakfast." I was so dumbstruck, so completely knocked off my axis, I didn't know what to say. What did a person say in a situation like this, after all? "I'll text you," I whispered. "Have a nice dinner with Deke." He winked, then walked down the steps. I didn't have my wits about me, or else I would have asked how he was so sure it was Deke I was going to meet. Chapter 11. "Where did you go?" Deke waved his hand, trying to get my attention. I shook myself out of my stupor. That was the only way I could describe it. I kept drifting away from the conversation and remembering the feel of Joe's lips against my cheek. Probably not what I should have been thinking of when I was on what might or might not have been a date with Deke. It was so hard to put a label on things in a relationship like ours. But then maybe that was my problem. There didn't need to be any labels.
Sorry, you were telling me about your latest trip? He deserved my full attention. I pushed all thoughts of Joe out of my consciousness in favor of turning with full focus to Deke, who I spent much less time with than I would have liked. It wasn't fair to waste the little time we had together.
You wouldn't believe the history and how gorgeous it is. I would love to show you some of the shots I took. The sky was so blue, reflecting in the water, it almost hurt to look at it. Do you know what I mean? When something is so beautiful, it hurts.
Sure. I loved hearing him talk about his passions, watching him become animated and enthusiastic. Back in the day, when I was on a health kick, I would take a walk on the beach before going to the cafe when I wasn't opening, just so I could see the sunrise. It was so beautiful, I almost forgot to breathe. It's like, at nighttime, everything's the same as it is during the day. Nothing shifts or moves out of place. But those first rays of light, it's like they transform everything. It's like, okay, a new day has started, and the whole world seems different than it did only a minute earlier.
That's why sunrises are some of my favorite things to photograph. I got a few really stunning shots in Croatia, and even better sunsets. I can't tell you what a joy it was to be there.
I'm so glad you got to do that, I smiled, reaching across the table to take his hand. And I was. I wanted the people I cared about to have everything they wanted and needed. And Deke was the sort of person who needed these experiences in his life. Sure, he was a down-to-earth person, at least as down-to-earth as anybody could be when they'd been raised in a wealthy family. But he was never going to be a man satisfied with staying in one place for long. He needed adventure, stimulation, something new all the time. He wouldn't find that here, with me.
I'll be doing more of it soon, he informed me. They're sending me to Romania in 2 weeks, and from there I'll be heading to Germany, then Amsterdam.
Wow, how do I get in on all these sweet gigs you keep landing?
Unfortunately, they tend to use local writers for these jobs, he said with a frown. Otherwise, I would put your name in as somebody I want to work with.
Thanks, I know you would.
Would you go if given the opportunity?
Are you kidding? The chance to sample foods in Germany and Romania and Amsterdam? Please. It would be like a dream come true. I pointed at my seafood pasta. Not that there's anything wrong with this, of course.
Please, I haven't had surf and turf like this in ages, maybe since the last time I visited Cape Hope. He dug into his fillet with relish, and here I was thinking I wouldn't be able to eat a bite tonight.
He was doing a lot better than me, as delicious as the pasta was, which didn't come as a surprise, since Lou and his team always did a fantastic job. I was having trouble enjoying it, not just because I was suffering from a little indigestion from earlier in the day. I'm surprised to see so many people here tonight, I murmured, looking around. The atmosphere in Lou's was much the way it normally was, warm and familial. Lou knew every single one of his customers by name, or so it seemed. If he didn't, he would call them his friend.
Welcome, my friend. I'm so happy to have you here.
That spirit alone would have gone a long way toward keeping his clientele coming back for more, if the food didn't already earn him raving fans.
Because of the festival, you mean?
I nodded, taking note of the nearly packed dining room. I figured everybody would be busy stuffing themselves at the food trucks.
I don't know. It seems to me the locals are smart enough to stay home,
he mused before taking another bite of steak. That makes sense. Sure, the festival is for all of us, but the smart cookies are in and out before the tourists flood in.
Exactly. You should know about that, living in a shore town.
Come on, we love the tourists, all of them. Even when they act like they're entitled to something special just because they're on vacation. We shared a laugh, but something told me Deke didn't quite understand how serious I was. What was it about a vacation that gave people all sorts of entitlement problems? Goodness knew I dealt with enough of those people over the years, both at the cafe and in the bookstore. Add to that the stories Dad brought home after a long day of work, mostly people who didn't understand the law still applied to them, even when they were vacationing.
So where are you off to next?
He asked. Actually, I don't know. We were going to talk it over once I got back from New Hampshire. Now I guess we'll talk about it once I submit my article on the festival. It's funny, but I can't sit down to work without thinking about Stephen Foster. I mean, the guy never would have expected to be dead mere minutes after I saw him on the street. He was probably just popping in to take care of business before opening the truck for the day. He had no idea he wouldn't leave alive.
You're really upset over this, aren't you?
I don't know if I would call it being upset. It's weighing on my mind, yeah, but I'm not
actually upset. Things happen, accidents, freak twists of fate. But it is enough to get me thinking about life in general. Everything could be over in the blink of an eye. No offense or anything, but haven't you figured that out by now? You've already seen how suddenly death can come. I mean, I was there. He was trying to lighten my spirits, I knew, but he wasn't doing a very good job of it. Yes, you were, I agreed with a faint smile. I wanted to strangle you. That would have been another example of how quickly life can end. Hilarious. But I mean, he didn't actually do anything to anybody to make that happen to him. He was stung by a bee. What a completely random way to die. He set down his knife and fork, staring thoughtfully at me as he chewed. On swallowing, he asked, "How do you know that?" He was allergic to bees. Gwen said so. That was all he was allergic to. No foods. Right, I forgot. You have connections in the department. You don't have to wait to find these things out the way the rest of us do. It's not like I asked Joe to tell me. He offered up the information to keep me posted. Deke's smile was soft, a little wry. I was talking about your dad, he whispered. Oh, of course. I couldn't get Joe off the brain, it seemed. Anyway, that's what did it. Here I was assuming that just because he was sort of a jerk, somebody would hate him enough to kill him. But that's not the way it happens, not all the time. I twirled noodles around my fork and took a bite. My stomach protested a little, but Deke was paying for dinner and I didn't want to be a spoilsport. He didn't go back to eating right away, pursing his lips and furrowing his brow. Terrific, I thought. He was going to get all weird about Joe. I steeled myself for this, prepared to remind him that we weren't seriously dating, not when our schedules were so completely different. Finally, he said, that's funny. What's so funny about it? I've seen a person with bee allergies get stung. I saw what happened to them. Luckily, they were treated in time, but they almost immediately broke out in hives. They started sweating profusely. Their mouths swelled up. Their eyes swelled shut. They got dizzy. They were falling all over the place. They were panicking, so I can imagine that added to the way they were acting. It must have been terrible. Honestly, it was one of the worst things I've ever seen, and I'm not just saying that. It was harrowing. He shivered a little, like he was punctuating his statement. Anyway, I'm not bringing it up to upset you or nauseate you, but did the guy you saw in the toilet look like a man who'd been in the middle of an allergic reaction? It's been on my mind all day today. I didn't want to say anything about it since it would only get you thinking about him and all the different things that might have happened. And I'm sure the toxin affects people in different ways. But the fact that his face wasn't swollen and there were no hives on him makes me wonder. Joe did say they hadn't found a stinger on him, I mused. I just assumed he'd taken it out, like he could reach it easily and did it because he knew what was about to happen. Get the stinger out as quickly as possible so there's less of the toxin involved. Of course, I'm not a doctor. I can see reflex playing a part in that, sure, he agreed. Like when you see people involved in freak accidents. You know they're impaled by something but still conscious. A branch through the leg, whatever. I leaned in, my eyes darting back and forth. Maybe this isn't the best thing to talk about in the middle of a restaurant? I stage whispered. He winced. Sorry. My point is, instinct tells you to remove whatever's stuck in you, even if doing that would only make things worse. There was a stinger, it hurt, and he pulled it out. That would explain why there was no stinger in the body, but not why there was no hive where the stinger would have been. You know what I wish? What? I wish you wouldn't get me thinking along these lines. Just when I'm so sure I'm not going to take chances or get involved, you go and say something like this. He leaned in, elbows on the table, a wicked smile tipping his mouth up at the corners. Admit it. You love it. This is what excites you, makes your blood pump. Don't pretend. I'm not pretending, I assured him. Maybe it does excite me just a little bit. But I'm through with this. I mean it, I added when he didn't appear convinced. There's only so many times a girl can almost get herself killed before she has to take a step back and say, enough is enough. Even if there's a killer wandering the festival? Don't even go there, I warned, but I was smiling. Inside, on the other hand, I was practically boiling over. He was right. There was the possibility of a killer stalking the festival. What would Joe think if I brought it up? Sometimes I asked myself questions even when I already knew the answer. Once we'd finished eating, I tried my best, truly, but there's only so much I could do with a huge portion.
We took a walk. When he reached for my hand, I didn't pull away. There was something nice about holding hands with him. It was like coming home in a way, though I couldn't decide if the feeling was romantic or friendly. "This really is a great town," he observed as we walked, looking back and forth across the street. Pumpkins galore, potted mums, hay bales, basically an extension of what had been done along Main Street. Some of my neighbors had gone so far as to string lights in their trees, along their bushes, even draped from their gutters and porches. Everybody goes all out together, which is something you don't see everywhere. To be honest with you, I can't imagine living anywhere else full-time. I used to get so annoyed and frustrated with the people in town. You know that. The feeling that my personal life wasn't really personal. I know I've complained to you about it.
"Once or twice," he winked. "It seems to ring a bell."
I rolled my eyes, laughing. Okay, so maybe I've talked about it a lot. They used to drive me out of my mind, all these people, even when I knew they only meant well. The more time I spend away from town for work, the gladder I am to come home. What's that mean, do you think? He took his time answering, strolling along beside me. Just when I thought he was never going to say anything at all, he sighed.
"I think it means I already know the answer to the next question I was going to ask."
That was quite a departure. I stopped short, turning to stare up at him. His face was unreadable, a blank mask. "What were you going to ask?"
"I feel silly now, but you did seem into the idea back during dinner."
I tried to remember what we talked about only 30 minutes earlier, but everything was jumbled up in my brain, thanks to this new look in Deke's eyes. I didn't know what to think of it, what it could possibly mean. "Refresh my memory?" I winced a little. "Sorry, you have me all mixed up." He took my other hand, now holding both between us. For one crazy second, I thought he was going to pop the question, but I dismissed that idea right away. We weren't even dating, so the idea of getting married was silly. "You said it would be a dream come true to tour the cities where I'm assigned, to explore with me. Not with me, you weren't talking about doing it with me in particular, but you know what I mean. You seemed interested in being part of that whole experience. If there's one thing I've figured out over the last 2 days, it's that I miss having you in my life. Really in my life." Part of me wondered when I'd ever really been part of his life. "What are you saying?" I whispered. My heart was pounding in my ears, practically drowning out his voice.
"I'm saying I want you to come with me. When I go. I want you to come along. You wouldn't have to worry about anything. I would take care of all expenses, anything you could possibly want. I want you with me, Emma. You're what's missing from my life, and I don't want to be without you anymore. Will you come? Will you try to make a go of this with me?"
Chapter 12.
"What did you say?"
Darcy was practically salivating by the time I finished telling her about my walk with Deke. Almost 12 hours had passed since then, and I still couldn't wrap my head around it. I told him I was honored, for one thing. You know, that he would want me to be with him. I never thought he would ask me something like that. It blindsided me, honestly. And then I told him I would have to think about it. That's a really big decision, and it would mean rearranging a lot of my life.
"What would you have to rearrange? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this more difficult for you, but really."
Darcy folded her arms on top of a box of paperbacks she'd been in the middle of stocking before opening the store for the last day of the festival.
"Sure, you have your job, but that can wait if it has to. You have money saved up, right?"
"Sure. You know I always stick to Dad's advice. He forever insisted we save at least 10% of our pay every time it came around. I hadn't always hit that exact mark, but I typically put a little something away no matter how tight my budget was."
"So you could still afford to pay the rent while you were out there? And if your editor knew you were going to Europe with Deke, she might be able to arrange an assignment for you out there. Or you could always write about what you see and hear and taste and sell it someplace else. You have a portfolio now. Everybody loves your writing. When I read your articles, I feel like I'm right there with you."
"Oh, you read my work?"
"What do you think?"
She laughed.
"Of course I do. We all do. Mom and Dad and Holly."
She'd really come a long way if she could talk about Dad's girlfriend without gagging a little. There'd been a time when she couldn't mention Holly's name at all. "I'm honored," I smiled, and I meant it. It was sweet, thinking they made a point of reading what I'd written.
"Like I was saying, it could be really good for you. The sort of thing that only happens once in a lifetime. I mean, think about it. An all-expenses-paid trip to Europe? Not to mention being there with Deke. Oh my goodness.
She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively before winking. I told myself it was childish to blush, but I couldn't help it. Okay, let's not jump the gun. Besides, there are certain things I don't feel comfortable discussing with my sister, thank you very much.
I think you should do it. I really do.
You're that eager to get rid of me?
Are you kidding? It was completely my idea for Deke to invite you. I had to pay him and everything.
When she finished snickering, she added,
Of course I would miss you. But what were we talking about before you started accepting more work? You have to take chances. You have to open yourself up to life. You can't hold yourself back for our sake. Nobody wants to hold you in place. We all want to see you thrive. If you have a chance to take this adventure, I think you should go for it.
It was nice to have her approval. I might have teased her a lot, but I valued her opinion more than just about anybody. She and Raina were my advisors when it came to really important life decisions. Only this decision wasn't as simple as she made it sound. Here's the thing. I don't think Deke sees it the way you do. This isn't just an adventure.
How do you know?
Come on, you know what it's like. When somebody looks at you a certain way, when they get a look in their eye and a tone in their voice. He was holding my hands and staring deep into my eyes. He meant a lot more than he was saying. I knew it. Darcy stopped what she was doing and leaned against one of the bookshelves.
Oh, that does make things more complicated.
Tell me about it. I didn't know what to think.
I think you do,
she murmured in a soft voice.
I think you know just what to think. You just don't want to admit it.
I threw my hands into the air. You sound like Raina. What does that mean? I'm not lying to myself if that's what you're trying to say.
That's not what I mean. I know you. You're a thinker to the point of overthinking things. If you want to be with Deke, and really the only reason you've ever given me for not being with him is how different your schedules are and how busy his life is, how he couldn't give you the support and attention you would naturally want as his girlfriend, then go to Europe with him. But really, I think you're nervous, maybe even scared.
I scoffed. Girlfriend. I've had 3 different people point guns in my face, and a 4th who only threatened, since they weren't really carrying one. I've also almost been drowned in the ocean. The thought of going to Europe with a wonderful guy who I like a lot is hardly scary.
It would mean making a commitment, which is what I think you're afraid of. You have to make a decision.
And what would that decision be?
Whether it's Deke or Joe you want to be with.
I was about to tell her off in no uncertain terms, gently, nicely, but firmly, when there was a knock at the door. She wasn't due to open for another half-hour or so, which is why we had left it locked with the shade drawn. Still, I knew she wouldn't want to be rude. I'll check and see who it is, I offered, already on my way to the door. I found Luke standing outside, and he smiled and waved when I pulled the shade aside. Looky here. A certain dumpling maker is standing outside. She gasped like she'd just found a snake in her shoe.
Luke, what's he doing out there? Oh my gosh, what does he want?
I wouldn't know, would I? Not until I answer the door.
Don't answer the door, she hissed,
and I recognized the way she glanced down at herself in despair.
I'm a mess.
You look just fine. I'm going to let him in.
Emma,
she whispered. But it was too late. I'd already flipped the lock and was in the process of opening the door. Luke appeared apologetic, rubbing his palms on his thighs in a nervous way. I'm sorry. It just hit me that you're not open. I wasn't really paying attention, I guess. It's no problem, I smiled. Please come on in. We were just cleaning the place up before opening. Sure, my sister would threaten to kill me, but she needed a little more adventure in her life, too. Here she was practically pushing me onto a plane with Deke. We would soon see how she liked it when I interfered with her. Hi, she breathed, waving a little. He waved back.
All ready for the last day of the festival?
Gosh, what a stilted question, and so awkward. He didn't seem to mind. Yeah, it's been great. Seems like people can't get enough of what we're selling. I turned to my sister, and I wasn't kidding when I said, You need to try this man's dumplings if you haven't already. Oh my gosh, what an experience.
Did you know my sister is a food writer?
Darcy asked. He turned to me with wide eyes. I'd heard there was at least one walking around, but I didn't realize it was you. I forgot your friend mentioned it when he was breaking up. He cleared his throat, like the memory made him uncomfortable. I guess it would make me feel that way if the person I was fighting with ended up dead little more than an hour later. It seems you wear a lot of hats around here. I get around, I smirked. And I'm not just saying that about your dumplings either. I mean it. They were absolutely delicious. His sheepish smile took years off his age. Thank you. It's always nice to hear that. And it seems you're not the only one who feels that way. Honestly, it's been a whirlwind.
He seemed like a nice guy, and I was glad for his success. Of course, there was something else on my mind, but I couldn't help it. Is that a new recipe, or have you been using it for a long time?
There was a base recipe I worked out a few years ago, and I've been tweaking it ever since. What you tasted yesterday is the result of a lot of trial and error, trying to get the ratio just right.
Well, I'm here to tell you to stop where you are, because you hit it right on the nose. Honestly, I plan to get some more today.
Now, that's a compliment.
He beamed, his blue eyes twinkling. Then he turned to Darcy.
What about you? Will I see you today?
He had his back to me, standing between me and my sister. I did everything short of waving my arms over my head to signal that she should indeed visit him at the truck. Darn her, she always had an excuse.
We've been very busy around here for the past 2 days, so I don't know if I'll be able to get away.
I can always fill in for you for a few minutes. Everybody needs a break. I sent her my best death glare, widening my eyes until they nearly bulged from my head. You had better do this, I warned in no uncertain terms. The poor thing wore the expression of a deer in headlights.
Okay, that would be nice. I'll see you out there later.
His smile widened further.
I'll be sure to save you some.
Meanwhile, I was wondering if anybody had turned up the thermostat when I wasn't looking, because the temperature in there was starting to rise. I was just about to excuse myself for some random reason when there was another knock at the door.
Luke, are you in there?
That sounds like Lucy. Luke and Lucy. I hadn't noticed that until just then. It was almost too cute. I opened the door for her. Hi, Lucy. Luke's in here. How are you doing today? Had I done something to offend her since I saw her at the truck? She appeared almost hostile, craning her neck to see around me.
You know, we do have a few more things to do. I don't want to interrupt your social life or anything, but we're here to work.
Ouch. I almost wanted to stick up for him, but I reminded myself he was a big boy and could take care of his life. Even he seemed surprised by this, which told me this wasn't the way things normally went for them.
Sure, you're right. I was just about to leave anyway. I'll be right with you.
This should have eased her mind, shouldn't it? Instead, her face went red.
You're going to make me wait longer?
Darcy shifted from one foot to the other, clearly uncomfortable now.
Go ahead. I'll be by later on.
Naturally, she was talking to Luke, but it was Lucy who replied.
Great. I'm sure we'll look forward to that. I'll count the seconds.
She even rolled her eyes. I'd never hauled off and slapped anybody before, but there was a first time for everything. Sure, I had threatened certain people. Deke and Joe came to mind, but I would never have done it. Until just then, when my hand actually hovered in midair by the time my brain caught up to my body. I lowered it just in time. That was rude, I informed her in a sour tone. She lowered her brow, smirking.
Sorry, I forgot we were in Niceville around here, and nobody's allowed to be frustrated or overworked. There I was thinking the worst trouble we'd see this weekend was...
Let's go.
Luke clearly decided it was time to stop being the nice guy, practically knocking me down in an effort to get outside and drag his partner away before she said anything else. I stared daggers into the back of Lucy's head as she and Luke argued all the way down the street. Are you okay? I asked my sister, who nodded.
Sure. Boy, she's not the nice person she pretended to be, is she?
No, it sure doesn't seem that way. I couldn't help but wonder what Lucy had been about to say before Luke joined her and put a stop to it. She thought the worst trouble they'd see was what? Chapter 13. I couldn't shake the memory of that little run-in with Lucy. We were well into the day, hours after she'd come looking for her partner and insulted my sister, and I still flushed with anger whenever I remembered it.
She got to you, didn't she?
Deke asked, and at least he was kind enough to sound sympathetic.
I wanted to slap her silly, for real this time, not for fake the way I always threaten you. Wow, all those threats were fake, and here I was thinking I was special.
That made me giggle at least, which went a long way toward cooling my anger. Anyway, I don't think I'll be revisiting that truck today. It's a shame, too, since Luke's dumplings are off the hook. Ouch, you sound like an old person trying to be young and hip. Do you have to remind me why it took me so long to warm up to you? I asked in a sweet voice. Because it's all coming back, buddy. And I never said I was trendy, so you can't hold it against me. Fair enough. He stopped with a sigh. It's a shame the weather didn't hold out all weekend. I can't imagine getting many good shots today. He had a point. It was drizzly and generally miserable on the last day of the festival, which struck me as being a real shame. At least it had been well attended the first 2 days, and there were still brave souls decked out in raincoats, going from truck to truck. It wasn't a total wash. Hey, maybe I can chat with Gwen now without there being so many people waiting for food, I suggested as we passed a bouncy house full of screaming kids who didn't care about the rain. Are you sure you want to do that? I looked up to find him frowning in that special way he had, like he didn't agree with my idea but knew better than to try to stop me. What's wrong with that? I want to see if she's okay after what happened. No big deal. But he started walking in that direction anyway. What's that about, I demanded, trotting after him. His long legs had already put him way out ahead of me. I know better than to believe you, but arguing about it is just a waste of time, he called over his shoulder before I caught up. You'll have your way. You make me sound like a toddler. Why would you want me to go to Europe with you? That was a risk on my part, since neither of us had mentioned the continent since last night. Granted, Europe didn't normally come up in conversation. You've grown on me. He left it there, which I took as a good thing, and since I knew better than to push my luck, I let it go. Gwen's truck had at least a dozen people waiting in line before it, which I took as a good sign. The aroma wafting through the air was enough to make me a believer. I hope they're better than Luke's, I whispered as we waited. Why? Men were so stinking oblivious sometimes. Because he should have stuck up for my sister today. He should have told that two-faced Lucy it was unacceptable for her to be so rude. I'm not saying he had to force an apology out of her, but still. Maybe he said those things when they were walking back to the truck. You said it looked like they were fighting. It's not the same, and you won't convince me otherwise. I know better than to try, he chuckled. I don't understand why she had to be so rude. You're really upset over this, aren't you? The fact that he sounded surprised came as a surprise to me. What have I been saying all day? It's more than irritation, that's what I mean. Yes, it's more than irritation. I didn't like the way she looked at Darcy. I didn't like the way she sounded. You're protective of your sister, that's natural. I nodded, and I guess I'm disappointed in her too. Lucy, I thought she was a nice person. Am I hopelessly naive? Definitely. He put an arm around my shoulders, squeezing hard. You have a way of reading people. I noticed that right away, back when we first met. When you're used to being right about people and you find out you were wrong, it's disappointing. Even worse than that. But you know what? People have bad days. It's probably been a long, exhausting weekend for them, for all these chefs. That's true. I could hardly believe how much I wanted that to be true. I wanted Lucy to be the nice person I'd met. I wanted her to stay out of the way of my sister and Luke, who clearly liked each other. Which is the real reason why it bothers me, I whispered. What? He likes Darcy. She likes him. The thought of Lucy getting in between them bugs me. I want Darcy to be, taken care of. Would I risk a slap if I brought up how much you sound like a worrying mother right now? Maybe like your own mother? Oh, I might do worse than a slap, I growled. That doesn't scare me. I haven't done anything yet, I pointed out, poking his chest. Regardless, that's how I feel. I want Darcy to be happy. She's so out of balance right now. That is a problem, he agreed. And it says a lot about your heart that you're so concerned about her. But she's a big girl. She can take care of herself. She's your sister, after all. You were raised by the same people. Between you and me, I wouldn't want to go up against a kid raised by your parents. I guess that's a compliment? It was meant as one. He squeezed me one more time before letting me go. We moved up in line until there were only 2 people between us and where Gwen worked. And work she did. The girl was busier than a one-armed wallpaper hanger, to use one of my mom's old sayings. She used to pull that one out when we were good and busy at the cafe. Just the fact that it came to mind and almost tripped off my tongue solidified the idea I was turning into her more and more every day.
What can I get you?
Gwen called out without really glancing at Deke or me.
What's the best thing on your menu?
I asked. Her focus shot to me, and she really saw me this time and laughed. For you can have one of everything. The menu included pork, chicken, and vegetable dumplings with an array of sauces.
Sounds great. How's it going?
You're looking busy.
It's been wild.
She had a sort of breathlessness in her voice, overwhelmed but in a good way. Between losing half the staff in one fell swoop and people coming over just because of what happened, I'll be out of dumplings before the festival closes for the weekend.
I guess we got here just in time then.
Deke grinned.
I guess so,
she winked, handing over a cardboard bowl with 6 dumplings piled high.
A double order for you 2 to share. You deserve it and more.
Where are you based? I asked as we moved aside for the next customer. I couldn't bring myself to walk away, not yet. Not when there was a chance of her closing up shop early and disappearing forever.
Right on the other side of the river, in Philly,
she called out while frying a handful of dumplings on the flat top.
Oh, okay, not far at all.
I exchanged a look with Deke. He knew the direction my thoughts had traveled. We knew each other well enough by now.
Maybe we could get together for brunch or dinner sometime.
That would be nice. She smiled over one shoulder.
Things are bound to be pretty hectic. I don't even know what's going to happen now with Stephen gone. If I'll have a job or what. I guess I'll have to talk to his lawyers and figure out what he'd planned for when he was gone.
What a morbid job that would be. I gave her credit for sounding so chipper. Adrenaline was keeping her going. I knew it from experience. Once the festival was over and reality had time to settle in, she wouldn't be so smiley and chatty. Unless she would. Unless she didn't care enough about her old boss to be shaken up that he was dead.
Hey,
Deke nudged me.
You gonna share or what?
Oh, sure. I held the cardboard bowl between us while he handed me a plastic fork.
We'll see what these are all about.
And we did. And they were good. Very good.
The pork dumplings remind me of somebody else's,
Deke murmured.
Fantastic, of course, but very similar.
Well, what can we expect? And only so many ways to season pork before wrapping it in dough. A little heavier on the ginger, maybe? The rest of the selection were delicious, too. I was especially impressed with the vegetable option, stuffed with bok choy, minced mushrooms, onions. It paired well with the sweet and spicy dipping sauce. Deke tossed the empty cardboard into a recycling bin.
So, what have we learned?
We've learned there's only so much a person can do with dumplings, I mused. And both trucks did a terrific job with them. I can't even decide who was better than whom.
It makes sense they'd be similar. The guys worked together. They developed recipes together. They might have even picked up tricks and methods.
That's true. I wonder if they knew how similar their products were. They never moved that far away from each other when it came to their products. I stared down the street, toward Luke's truck. My curiosity bubbled away. How closely had these men followed each other's careers?
Where are you going?
Deke asked. It was his turn to catch up to me as I hurried down the rain-soaked sidewalk. The hay bales and flowers appeared a lot less cheerful, all soggy. The whole street had a post-party feel. Now that all the fun was about to wrap up, the shine had dimmed a little. I have a question for Luke, I announced.
What question?
Which of them was responsible for breaking off the supermarket deal? I'm curious. Who was against it, and why?
The one who wanted to go for it would be the one with an axe to grind.
You're kicking the hornet's nest, he warned as we approached the truck, which, like the rest of the trucks lining the street, was somewhat less popular in the rain. I'll kick gently, I promised, wiggling my fingers to Luke when he noticed us coming up.
Hi!
He looked and sounded genuinely glad to see us.
Back for more?
Actually, I had a question for you. I hope you don't consider it prying. I glanced in Lucy's direction and found her avoiding me. So obvious. Hey, has my sister been by? It could have been an unnecessary question. I might have been twisting the knife a little. Lucy flinched, shooting Luke a death glare from the corner of her eye while she prepared an order for expectant customers.
No, not yet.
He seemed genuinely sad.
I figured she was too busy. I could take an order her way,
he suggested as he exited the truck, wiping his hands on his apron. He was so hopeful. I tried to imagine what his reddish-brown hair and blue eyes would look like, combined with Darcy's button nose and heart-shaped face whenever they had kids.
If you have the time, I think she'd love that.
You don't have the time? Lucy called out without glancing up. My, she was a charmer. Luke shrugged, sheepish.
She's probably right.
Deke stepped in before I could fire off a sharp retort.
We had a question, didn't we, Emma?
Right. I had to shake it off. I hope you don't mind, but a friend of mine was doing a little research and found out that you and your former partner had a falling out over a deal you could have made with a major distributor. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pry.
But you are.
His face hardened.
You're prying just by talking about that. The thing is,
Deke interjected,
there are plenty of people asking questions. Lots of rumors. Wouldn't you like somebody to know the truth? Emma here is well known in town. Her mom runs the cafe next to the bookstore. They could set the record straight on your behalf.
Luke glanced in the direction of the truck, where Lucy was too busy to eavesdrop.
I wanted to do it, he admitted with a sigh. I mean, who wouldn't? We would have made a mint. I was pleased with the quality of the product they produced in the plant, which they'd flash freeze and package up. Sure, it wasn't exactly the same as fresh, but it was damn close.
So Stephen backed out. His brows lowered, and now I had the feeling he was glad to tell his side of the story. Most people were once they got started, no matter how reluctant they were to begin. Getting their side of events out there, especially when emotion was involved, was too tempting.
Yeah, he did. At the last minute. He cared more about his craft than he did about money. Listen, I understand that, I really do. And I don't like thinking of myself as a sellout.
Nobody would, I murmured.
But it was easy for him to say, too. He came from a wealthy family. I didn't. It would have meant more for me and my family. I was going to pay off my parents' mortgage.
He looked away from us, out over the street. His Adam's apple bobbed, his chin quavered. My heart went out to him. He had big dreams, and Stephen had squashed them.
Anyway,
he continued once he'd overcome that little surge of emotion.
That was it. I couldn't stand the sight of him afterwards. We dissolved our partnership. Only he wanted full control over the recipes we'd developed together. Told me I didn't have what it took to take what we'd created and make a success of it. I wouldn't do justice to his work.
What a jerk. I blushed when both men turned to me. Sorry, I know it's not cool to talk that way about the dead.
You're not far off the mark, though, Luke muttered. I'm not saying I'm glad he's dead, but I'm not unhappy about it. I think that's our cue to get moving.
Deke took my elbow and led me away.
It was good meeting you,
he added as we made our exit. What was that about? I whispered. You don't have to drag me down the street. I know how to walk.
I thought it would be smart to get you out of there before you said anything worse. And before I did, he added when I gave him a dirty look. My opinion of the deceased hasn't improved any, but why did you need to ask him about that, aside from curiosity?
Why did I? That was a good question. I'm not completely sold on the cause of death. This was the first time I'd said it out loud, but it felt right. My instincts told me Stephen Foster hadn't died of an innocent bee sting. But what else could it have been? Chapter 14. How are you feeling? I hugged Holly on entering the house she shared with my dad. It was a little more awkward than usual, that hug, since she was 6 months into her pregnancy, and everyone who had the guts or lack of awareness to comment on her progress swore she had to be carrying twins. Great! She beamed. She looked it too, full of energy, smiling from ear to ear as we walked through the newly redecorated living room. The woman had been busy, declaring there were too many sharp corners, too many heavy things hanging on the walls. What if something fell on the baby? Dad had indulged her, probably because he knew he had no choice but to step aside and let her do as she saw best. No amount of reminding her how Darcy and I had turned out just fine with nothing more than plastic protectors and wall sockets would convince her not to revamp the entire home for the baby. This was her first, as she reminded him, and anybody else who asked. That seemed to silence any questions and criticism. My father was in the middle of basting a roast chicken when we entered the room. "I've always heard basting doesn't do much in the long run," I mused, giving him a kiss on the cheek.
Listen, young lady, there are certain things I refuse to back down on, and this is one of them. Bury me with my baster."
He gazed lovingly at the plastic tube with its rubber bulb. "Wow, I don't think you've ever looked at me that way," Holly chuckled, "even though I'm starting to resemble it." She rubbed her hands over her bulging belly. Dad gave me an appraising glance.
"Any trouble today?"
"Can we not start with this when I've barely had time to wash my hands?" I asked with a sigh. "No, there hasn't been any trouble. Granted, there might have been if Deke hadn't pulled me away from Luke when he did. I might have asked more pointed questions. Such as whether Luke hated Stephen enough to want him dead, though I doubted I needed to ask." I turned to Holly. "Let me ask you something. Have you ever watched a business partnership fall apart? I mean, really implode?" "Sure. You don't spend years in business without seeing that happen." "And it stirs up bad feelings, doesn't it?" "Putting it mildly." She smiled. "People tend to lose their mind when it comes to business, because business is never only business, you know what I mean? It's always personal, especially when it's your business, something you've built for yourself. It's like your child." Her hands wandered to her belly, resting on top of it. An unconscious move, I imagined.
"What's this all about?"
Dad asked. "I'm having a discussion," I shrugged. I was curious.
"No offense, daughter of mine, but tell me another good one. I don't believe it."
Holly clicked her tongue and wagged her finger, disapproving. "You're too hard on her. I always say you're too hard on her." "Thank you," I sniffed, giving Dad a smug look. "Since you're so interested in why I asked, I'll tell you, because I'm a very mature person. I talked to Luke today." Dad's elbows hit the counter moments before he buried his face in his hands.
"I knew it,"
he groaned.
"I knew you went to him."
Holly merely shook her head, staring at the backs of Dad's hands. "There's no crime in that."
"Excuse me, but whose side are you on?"
He lowered his hands, staring at her.
"I didn't know there were sides to be on. All I'm saying is I don't see the harm. She talked to him. I mean, he's right out there in the open. What's wrong with talking with him?"
"I know my daughter, and because I know her, I know it wasn't an innocent visit. She wanted to know more about him and his business partnership."
"So what if I did? Have you all down at the station asked him about that old partnership of his?"
"Yes, daughter, we have. But thank you for reminding me how to do my job."
I had to remind myself that he took it personally when I interfered, even if I wasn't really interfering, even if I was only entertaining my curiosity. He took it as a message, imagining I didn't have much faith in him. "What did he tell you?" I asked in a gentler tone. He stood up straight, folding his arms and shaking his head.
"No, you first. What did he tell you?"
"That it was Stephen who decided to back out of the agreement with the distributor. They were on the verge of making a lot of money, and he decided he was too good for that sort of thing."
"Catch me up. I don't know what you're talking about."
Holly looked back and forth between us. Dad sighed.
"The dead man, Foster, backed away from a deal the two of them were making with a food distributor who would sell their frozen dumplings in supermarkets all over the country."
Holly's eyes went wide.
"Well, that would have set them up pretty well."
I snorted. Sure, if Stephen Foster hadn't decided he was above all that. He didn't want to cheapen his art.
"He wouldn't be the first person to feel that way,"
Dad pointed out. "Sure, but as far as I'm concerned, do that sort of thing on your own time when you're the only person involved." Even he relented.
"I see your point. It wasn't only his future."
"Exactly, and they weren't just his recipes either. The two of them worked on them together. So Luke should have had a chance to get what he needed too. I felt sorry for him. I really did."
"Don't take this the wrong way, but I'd expect you to feel sorry for him. Anybody would."
"No, you don't understand. He got really emotional. He said he wanted to pay off his parents' mortgage with the money. I thought he was going to cry. Holly's eyes teared up, much to my horror. "Don't worry about me," she laughed, even as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Hormones. I never know what's going to set me off." She pulled back her dark curls before splashing her face at the sink. I faced my father. "Doesn't that sound to you like the sort of disappointment that could breed something much worse? Murder, maybe?"
"Don't start with that,"
he warned, rolling his eyes. "Why not?"
"Because you know as well as I do there isn't any evidence of murder. See, this is what you do. This is why I don't want you involved in this sort of thing. Because your imagination starts getting ahead of your good sense, and before I know it, you're deciding a man is guilty of murder."
"I didn't say anybody's guilty of murder. I suggested it was possible. There's a big difference."
"Not that big of a difference."
Holly placed a hand on his arm. "Remember, you promised." All of a sudden, I didn't care who killed the dumpling man. The concern on Holly's face was powerful enough to make me forget all about it. "Promised what? What's wrong?" Holly looked down at the counter while my father blew out an exasperated sigh.
"Who said anything was wrong?"
I pointed to Holly. "Not in so many words, but I'm not blind. What's going on? What are you not telling me?" Another heavy sigh.
"It's stupid. I was raking leaves."
"He has chest pains," Holly blurted out. "The way he makes it sound, it was nothing worse than a little indigestion." "Chest pains?" I practically climbed over the top of the island between us. "When was this? What happened? Did you go to the doctor?"
"What do you think?"
"Honestly, knowing you, I couldn't say." Again, Holly had to speak up. "The doctor said everything looks okay." "Just okay? That's like calling food edible. It's not really a good thing." Dad held up his hands.
"He wants me to take it easier, maybe step back at work a little."
I didn't have to ask him how he felt about this. Heck, I knew I wouldn't like it either. In all my years, I'd never seen him openly pout, but he was coming dangerously close to doing just that. "Well, you know you have to do it." When he didn't speak right away, I added, "Are you making plans to do it?"
"Yes, I am."
"Really?" he insisted when I lifted my eyebrows. "I can confirm he is," Holly insisted. "He knows better than to ignore the doctor's orders." She knew how to be stern and unforgiving when she had to. Normally she was sweet, cheerful, but she could keep my old man in line, and that wasn't an easy thing to do. That's a relief. Though the tightness in my throat didn't ease. My father wasn't exactly ancient, but the unthinkable could happen at any time. This was the first time I'd been confronted with his mortality, and I didn't like it. Not only for myself either. There was a certain little baby who would need him pretty soon. "He's supposed to be watching his temper, too," Holly continued. "He can't let little things get to him the way they used to."
"Why don't you neuter me while you're at it?"
he asked, exasperated. "Nobody's trying to do that. We're just trying to keep you around. Is that such a bad thing?"
"Just do me a favor. Don't mention this to your sister." "I mean it," he insisted when I rolled my eyes. "I don't want to get her upset. We only just started rebuilding things."
"Which is even more reason for her to want to know."
"Since nothing actually happened to me, and since nothing will, I don't want to worry people for no reason. That's all there is to it. Can you at least honor my wishes?"
I wanted to fight. I wanted to demand he call Darcy right then and there. Only the fact that Holly said he needed to watch his temper held my tongue still. "Okay," I sulked. "I won't say a word."
"Thank you very much."
He went back to his chicken, leaving Holly and me staring at each other. "You'll let me know if he gives you trouble?" I whispered. "I will." She winked, though I had the feeling she was a lot more shaken up than she wanted to let on. It couldn't have been easy, being with somebody so much older. One of the drawbacks to what otherwise looked like real love. At least she had the chance to experience that love. Not everybody did. I certainly hadn't. Chapter 15. I was in such a hurry to get upstairs so Lola could go outside and do her business that I almost missed the note sticking out of my mailbox. At first I had a flashback to notes that had been left on my bubblegum pink bug in the past. They hadn't really been threats, though, only the manifestation of jealousy on the part of the girl my ex Landon had left me for. Bimbo Naomi was hardly a threat. The note hadn't been from her, anyway, or from anybody wishing to do me harm, though Joe had given me the impression more than once I was driving him to that point. Stop by to chat. Give me a call. Joe. I did so after I attached Lola's leash to her collar. Have you ever heard of text messaging? I asked when he answered. It's this very convenient way for people to communicate. If you have to know the truth, I wasn't carrying my phone when I stopped by. Are you even allowed to do that? No joking, do they let you wander around without your phone on you? There's not exactly a rule against it, he explained, but of course I normally like to have it on me just in case. But I had to get away from it for a little while. I needed to clear my head. You must really be feeling some type of way then, I muttered. For him to leave his phone at home and miss a phone call from work meant he was pretty close to burning out. I had seen him burn out before, and it wasn't pretty. That might have been the day we really became friends, when he was sent to the ER with a panic attack, thanks to the stress from work. You could say that, but I wanted to let you know I stopped by. 2 visits in 2 days. What had I done to deserve that? I'm sorry I wasn't here. I had dinner at Dad's. He sighed. Of course, it's Sunday. Why do you sound relieved? Did I? I didn't mean to. He cleared his throat. Anyway, I'm frustrated. Very. I wanted to vent if you had the time. I looked around, having let Lola lead the way on our little walk. I was only a few blocks from Joe's apartment. Do you want to meet up somewhere? I'm on a little walk with Lola. We decided to meet up in front of the ice cream parlor, which suited me just fine since there hadn't been any dessert at Dad's. I got the sense it was mostly for his benefit, since Holly had watched him like a hawk as he dished out his chicken, potatoes, and vegetables, like she was making sure he didn't overdo it on the chicken skin, which he loved more than most things in life. What a shame for poor Holly. Just when a woman had cravings and every reason in the world to indulge them, she had to keep junk food out of the house for his sake. Lola and I were waiting at a small table in front of the shop by the time Joe came strolling down the sidewalk. My jaw almost hit the ground when I realized he was wearing a sweater rather than one of his normal outfits that I was used to seeing. A chunky cable-knit sweater and a pair of jeans. Oh no, I whispered to Lola, who looked up at me from her seat near my feet. Lola was just a dog, so she didn't understand there was one weakness even stronger and more predictable than my weakness for sugar, and that was the sight of a man in a chunky cable-knit sweater, especially a man with Joe's broad shoulders and firm chest. I was in trouble, in other words. Deep trouble. What's wrong with you? Joe drew near enough for me to notice, with a sinking heart, the way the sweater's cream color brought out his tan skin and the green in his eyes. He was murdering me, plain and simple. Nothing? What's wrong with you? I wasn't exactly a wordsmith when in the grip of surprised desire. He stared at me like I'd grown a second head. Do you want something from inside? Right, ice cream. I couldn't remember my favorite flavor. Sure, thanks. Chocolate peanut butter? 2 scoops? He blinked slowly, never taking his eyes from me. Are you sure? He spoke slowly, like he was talking to a child. I think so? My brain had short-circuited, simple as that. Joe was chuckling to himself as he walked into the shop. I peered down at Lola. What do you think? Should we make a run for it? No, that would be rude. But so would knocking him down right here in the middle of the street. That's not the sort of thing people take well, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't do it even if I didn't think my mother would find out before we made it home, so that's out. Maybe I really should leave. What was wrong with me? My hands were sweaty, my mouth had gone dry. I was jittery all of a sudden, too. Shoot, had I checked my teeth after dinner? Was there an errant bit of spinach or broccoli in there? I had to remind myself that Joe had seen me at my worst, looking and feeling like a drowned rat, or at the bottom of a trench I'd fallen into in pure Emma fashion. A little food in my teeth would be par for the course by now. The problem was, I saw him differently now than I had before. Sure, I'd always been aware of how handsome he was. I would have to be blind not to notice, and had more than once wished he wasn't so handsome so I wasn't so attracted to him. But I thought plenty of people were handsome. There were also many women I found particularly beautiful. That didn't mean I was attracted to them on a deeper level. But I had a crush on Joe. More than a crush. I could easily see something growing between us if the situation was right, and I didn't know whether to be happy or scared by that. He was whistling when he rejoined me, and he placed a cup of chocolate peanut butter swirl on the table in front of me. I couldn't make up my mind, he confided. In his cup was a scoop of the chocolate peanut butter and a scoop of black cherry. I recoiled in horror. Black cherry and peanut butter? What's wrong with that? It doesn't seem to go. Plain chocolate I could see. He stared at me for a second before laughing. You know, one of the things I like about you is how seriously you take completely mundane things. You have very definite opinions on things most people don't care much about either way. There aren't many hills I'm willing to die on, but I believe in purity when it comes to my ice cream. He laughed again. For a man so worn out from work, he was in a good mood. Thanks for coming by and sitting with me. How are things at your dad's? The usual, delicious food, my father shaking his finger in my face and telling me to mind my own business. That sounds a lot like normal everyday life. He gave me a knowing look. Let me guess, you have theories and wanted to share them with him. No theories, but you know, I did sort of have a conversation with Luke today. He closed his eyes. I should have known. Why didn't I know? I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, but Lucy was really mean to Darcy today. I gave him the rundown from Luke's visit to the store to Lucy's demand that he come back to the way she'd insulted my sister. Listen, I know they had work to do, but she didn't have to be so rude. He tilted his head to the side. You're kidding, right? No, I'm pretty sure I'm telling the truth. And here I was giving you some credit for emotional sensitivity. What's that supposed to mean? I have emotional intelligence. Are you sure? Because it took me all of 30 seconds to figure out that she's in love with him. My jaw just about hit the table. I even stuck my spoon into the side of the ice cream and left it there, which almost never happened. Once I started on a bowl of ice cream, I didn't stop until the job was done. Of course, I groaned. How did I not see that? I figured she was a taskmaster, but I forgot the way she talked about him when she first came into the store, before the fight happened. You didn't tell me she was in the store before the fight. I shrugged. It didn't seem that important. Do you think it is? He shook his head. No, probably not. It's just that I've been wanting to get an idea of her movement that morning, too. Not because we think she did anything, he added. Just to get a picture, that's all. She called him a genius. I mean, the dumplings are good and everything, but genius? That's the sort of word you don't use carelessly. Now you see why. She practically got those hearts over her eyes when she talked about him with me. You know, the emoji. He even drew hearts in the air in front of his eyes, like that would help me visualize things any easier. He was such a nerd sometimes. She's jealous of Darcy, I whispered, shaking my head at myself. How could I be so oblivious? We're all oblivious sometimes, when it comes to certain things. I hope that isn't a dig at me, I sighed. Here we are getting along so well. That wasn't a dig at you. He chuckled, going back to his ice cream. Just a fact. Anyway, that's why I went to the truck, and I asked Luke about his partnership with Stephen. I know, I added when he got that look on his face, the one that told me he was about to tear me a new one. Did he tell you he wanted to pay off his parents' mortgage with the money he would have made from the deal? His expression softened. No. I'm not trying to lord it over you or anything, but I guess that's the sort of thing you don't admit unless you're caught up in the moment. That deal meant a lot to him, and Stephen took it away. Are you honestly telling me you think the man's a murderer? Joe, think about it. I've seen some of the worst people are capable of. So have you, probably a lot more than me. Do you think that every single one of those people who committed murder or some other crime were the sort of people you'd expect to commit that kind of crime? Or was it just one of those momentary lapses in judgment? Was something enough to throw them over the edge? It's a real question. This isn't the same as Deirdre Price back at the book convention, he reminded me. She reacted in anger and fear. Maybe not exactly a crime of passion, but something close to it. If Luke killed Stephen, I doubt it was a sudden fit of rage or anger or whatever. He would have had to plan it, especially since it appears perfectly innocent. You don't kill somebody in a fit of rage and leave them looking like a tragic accident happened. Do you see what I mean? I did, and I didn't like it one bit. He was completely right. It would have taken planning, maybe even research. That sort of thing couldn't be defended. He took my silence as understanding.
To be honest, I've been considering that Gwen girl. No, it couldn't have been her. Where have I heard that one before?
We both finished our ice cream at roughly the same time and stood.
It seems we were in Atlantic City.
Oh yes, what a charming weekend that was, I sighed. Need I remind you, by the way, that I was right? Georgia wasn't the murderer.
That doesn't mean you'll be right all the time. Do you think I've never seen a suspect pretend to faint just to throw suspicion off themselves?
We started down the street, side by side. It had turned into a nice night, if chilly. I was glad for my long cardigan, but was starting to wish I'd worn a jacket instead. I sure do love it when you play the hard-hitting cop, I muttered.
Called an occupational necessity. I've seen a lot more than you have. You admitted it just a few minutes ago. I can't discount anybody.
No wonder Dad needs to back away from work. Joe came to a stop, bringing me up short just in front of him.
You know about that? He told me not to say anything to you.
That sounds familiar, I snickered. He told me not to tell Darcy.
He really is fine, you know. But it's not a bad idea stepping back. He's been at his job for nearly 30 years, and most people would be looking at retirement by now. This could be for the best. If he needs to rest and take care of himself, that's what he needs to do. He has a baby coming. I'm sure Holly would like to have him around.
We all would, I whispered. He appeared pained.
I didn't mean to forget about you. Of course he has to be there for you and your sister. Sorry. It's not like you stop existing just because there's a baby on the way.
You don't think of your parents as being human, I admitted. Not until something like this happens. Of course, he probably overdid it when he was doing yard work. He forgets that he's not as young as he used to be. He takes it personally when he can't do all the physical things he used to do exactly the way he used to do them. He's too proud.
Yes, I figured that out working with him,
he confessed with a wry grin. You'll make sure he takes it easy now, won't you? I could barely even whisper. The lump in my throat was so big. You'll take care of him when I'm not around to do it? His sweater was soft, warm. When he wrapped his arms around me, I felt safer than I had in a long time. Safer and better.
I promise I'll watch over him,
he murmured close to my ear.
I'll keep him safe.
Thank you. I pulled my head back to look up at him and forgot how to breathe. It was that simple. 1 second I was breathing like a normal, healthy, living person. The next, no air in my lungs and no way to get any. It had to be the way the light from the old-fashioned lamps hit the side of his face, the way it made his eyes glow, unless there was something else making them glow.
Emma,
he whispered, but that was all he managed before our lips touched. It was like falling slowly into something I knew wouldn't hurt once I landed. A feather mattress or a cotton cloud, the easiest, most natural thing in the world. Only one word came to mind. Finally. Until it was over and he was looking at me again and there was no more glow, no more warm, soft safety in his arms.
Emma.
It sounded different this time.
Emma, I don't know what I'm doing.
Not the thing a girl wants to hear after she's just been kissed good and proper for the first time in a long time, and by a man she realized she'd wanted to kiss her for longer than she was willing to admit.
Oh, okay.
I stepped back, getting tangled in Lola's leash. She'd circled my legs while I was busy getting kissed, and I only just figured it out. Joe reached out and kept me from falling.
Careful,
he murmured, setting me straight. Careful? Careful? Too little, too late. If I'd been careful, I wouldn't have let him kiss me. I wouldn't have let myself want to be kissed. I would have played it smart and kept a wall between us, just the way I had in the beginning. But no, I'd loosened up, softened up, let him in. Look where it got me. Humiliated. I'd better get Lola home. Give me a call if you want to catch breakfast, like we talked about. The words all came out at once, in one big breath, and probably didn't make any sense. Nothing but a bunch of jumbled, pained words.
Emma, please, don't,
he implored. But I wasn't about to be stopped. I ran across the street, Lola trotting at my side. Then I ran all the way home. Chapter 16. Work normally helped me pull my head out of the clouds and forget my troubles, which is why I sat down in front of my laptop bright and early Monday morning. Main Street would be in the process of cleaning up after the festival. Mom and Frankie would be opening the cafe. and Darcy would open up the shop in another hour or so. I couldn't be part of any of that, not with the memory of Joe's kiss still at the forefront of my mind, where it had been all through the night. He'd woven himself through my broken dreams, reminding me of the look on his face both before and after our kiss. Nope, it was work for me, pulling my notes into something resembling a rough draft, creating a narrative of the festival, what it meant for the town to show off even after summer was over, and yes, I planned to mention our holiday traditions and how the owners of the gorgeous Victorian homes went all out to decorate so those on walking tours felt a little extra holiday magic. I considered ignoring my ringing phone since I was in the zone, but the sight of Marcia's name on the screen changed my mind. It wasn't even 6 o'clock on the West Coast. I guess people in important positions woke up earlier than the rest of us. "Hi, Marcia," I greeted her. "How are you?" "I'm doing just fine," and she sounded like it. Not a hint of sleepiness. I imagined her having just come in from a swim or a surf. "That's great. You caught me working on my article, as it turns out. I got some great stuff." "I've heard things are a little wild out there right now." Marcia purred with a hint of intrigue in her voice. I wasn't used to her sounding that way, which brought me up short and left me wondering about more than why her persona had seemed to change too. "How did you know about that?" It wasn't easy sounding casual instead of suspicious. Her little gasp told me she knew she'd said too much.
"Don't be mad at him. He only wanted to keep me updated and let me know it might be a little messy."
"What might be messy?"
"Your deadline, the work you submit."
To say I frowned would be a grave understatement. Lola must have picked up on my change in attitude, since she hopped off the couch and sat across from me on the floor, watching. I wished there was a way to assure her things were okay, something she would understand. Then again, I wasn't sure if things were okay. "Deke found it necessary to tell you that?" My foot started jiggling the way it always did when I was feeling agitated.
"I'm sure he was trying to be helpful, Emma. Don't get mad at him because of what I said. Please, I can't afford to lose either of you, and you always work well together."
That was all she cared about. It didn't come as a surprise. I wasn't a child. I knew how the world worked. "Yeah, we do," I murmured, and my foot jiggled worse than ever. Deke was about to get an earful from me. I almost felt sorry for him.
"He also told me there's a good chance of you going to Europe with him on his next few assignments."
The phone slipped out of my hand. I juggled it, just managing to keep from dropping it at the last second. Sorry, I babbled. "What was that you just said? He told you about Europe?"
There I go again, sticking my foot in my mouth. I thought I would change the subject to something more pleasant.
Then, because she clearly wanted to dig herself deeper, and Deke along with her, she added, "I have a few assignments I think would be a perfect fit for you, if you were interested in working while you're over there. Deke wasn't sure whether or not you would be." How nice of him, letting me speak for myself. I was surprised he hadn't already scheduled assignments on my behalf, all in the name of making things easier. To be honest with you, I'm not sure yet whether or not I want to go. I asked him to give me time to think about it. Honestly, and I don't mean to be rude, but this is all very personal and still up in the air.
Of course, and I've already said too much. Just pretend I never said a word.
Yes, wouldn't it be nice if I could do any such thing? But I couldn't. The toothpaste was already out of the tube, and there was no putting it back in. "I'm working on the piece right now. No worries about complications," I assured her. "Everything is just fine."
"You know I have all the faith in the world in you,"
she babbled, probably relieved we were off the topic of my complicated, icky personal life. Marcia wasn't the sort of person to flatter somebody just for the sake of flattery. It occurred to me then that her real reason for calling was to discuss possible assignments overseas. She wanted to run ideas past me, see if I was interested, and get me on the schedule. I stared at the phone long after the call ended. With all my heart, I wanted to call Deke and ream him out for speaking out of turn. He had no right to do that. "Men, you know what I mean?" I asked Lola, who sneezed in response. "My feelings exactly," I groaned. I flopped back on the couch, and the dog all too happily joined me. As I absently stroked her fur, I indulged in a habit I'd developed over our time together. I used her as a sounding board, even though there was no way for her to respond to me. I didn't need a response, so it worked just fine. Sometimes what I needed more than anything was to get all my thoughts out of my head. And I certainly had a lot of thoughts right about then. I'm making a mistake, aren't I? I groused, staring at the ceiling. Why am I so resistant to taking this trip? It's a no-brainer, isn't it? I should be overjoyed at the idea. He's somebody I like. At least, I liked him a lot more before his conversation with Marcia. Lola responded by rolling over under my hand, begging for belly rubs. I snickered. You're shameless, you know that? You have no pride whatsoever. All the same, I gave her what she wanted. You know I can't resist you, I cooed. If there was only something I could do for myself that would make me half as happy as belly rubs made her. I was too troubled, too frustrated. With Deke, with myself. After thinking things through for a while and getting nowhere, I decided it was time to take action. Deke answered on the first ring, a smile in his voice. Just the person I wanted to talk to. If you don't mind, I'd like to do the talking. My delivery brought him up short. Pardon? I jumped up from the couch, since I was way too jittery to sit still. Why did you tell Marcia about what's going on here? And why did you tell her about Europe? I'm not even decided yet, and you went and spoke for me. Why did you do that? He stammered between choking noises. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting this. I thought I was doing you a favor. Where in the world did you get that idea from? All you did was make things more complicated. How so? The thing was, I was having trouble finding the words. There wasn't much I could say that wouldn't come off nasty or insulting. I'd made enough mistakes letting my mouth get away from me, and I didn't want to alienate somebody I normally liked a lot. But holy cow, could he be more oblivious? That was what I struggled with the most as I paced my apartment, trying to find the words to make him understand. Are you kidding? That wasn't for you to announce. You have no idea how uncomfortable it made me feel, hearing how the two of you discussed my plans without letting me be privy to the conversation. Considering the fact you still haven't given me an answer, what choice did I have? You know it takes time to arrange these assignments. Marcia can't just snap her fingers and have work for you. That's the other thing. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I was over there. I even considered writing and putting it out for submission. I don't have any sort of clause in my contract forbidding me to do it. I checked. Now, if Marcia finds out I published something with someone else, how does that make me look? You've boxed me in, no matter what your intentions were, and the whole thing makes me feel really uncomfortable. His silence gave me hope, like he might be understanding. You're right, he admitted. I should have held back. I jumped the gun. I'm sorry. It's just that... He let out a long sigh. I was hopeful. Deke, I whispered with a sinking heart. You know what? We can talk about this later. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. I meant to call you today, but I didn't want it to be too early. He sounded so agitated I forgot to be angry. What is it? I've been getting my pictures together for the article, and I wanted to reach out to see if you have a strong outline, including the businesses you wanted to talk about. But then I saw a series of photos I'd set aside, the types of shots we wouldn't use for an article. I sort of mindlessly flipped through them until I came across a series with familiar faces in the periphery, namely Luke and Stephen. You could have led off with that, I chided. You're the one who called me, and you led off the conversation. I didn't have a chance. What's in the pictures? What are they doing? Where are they? One thing at a time. I put them in their own file and sent it to you. You'll see them for yourself. I was in front of my computer in a matter of moments, opening my email and downloading the files he'd sent. Soon an array of photos sat before me. I clicked on the first image. There were Luke and Stephen. I studied the photo. Sure, they've gone down the block from the bookstore and the cafe. That's after the fight in the store, he explained. If you can believe it, I completely forgot I even took them. They were off doing something and I was on my own. Seeing them together again was what inspired me to document the moment. Sure, I must have been bickering with Joe when this happened, since Stephen wasn't in the truck, yelling at Gwen. Gosh, I forgot the way Luke looked at him. I whispered mostly to myself as I zoomed in on the image so I could see his face better. He's mad enough to kill. Be careful, he warned. Don't get yourself thinking that way if you don't know for sure. I rolled my eyes and wished he could see. You're the one who got me started, in case you forgot. Of course I didn't forget. He chuckled. I'm just kidding. And yes, he's enraged.
It's obvious.
I have to wonder if Stephen wasn't the only one with anger issues. Luke seems to go from nice guy to nasty guy at the drop of a hat. I mean, he didn't seem upset when he left the store, did he?
No, I thought he was too busy checking out your sister to care much about the fight he had.
Honestly, so did I confessed with a soft laugh. I went to the next image, and the next. Wow, they held back when they were in the store, didn't they?
I only wish I'd been close enough to hear what they were saying.
I'm surprised you couldn't. It looks like they were screaming based on the way their mouths are open.
For all I know, they were, but you remember how crowded the street already was.
And even if I didn't remember, the number of people crowding together in the pictures would have explained it. It would have been easy for their fight to blend in with everything else going on. It was the perfect spot for this, I mused.
Perfect spot for what?
For murder. It was the perfect place, a crime of opportunity, as they call it. It wasn't often that I reached back in my memory and pulled out things I'd learned in college. This was the perfect opportunity, hundreds or even thousands of people. Lots of food trucks, meaning there were plenty of other chefs there, maybe even people who Stephen had screwed over in the past. He seems like the sort of guy who would have enemies, just that temper of his alone.
Have you learned anything about enemies?
No, and not for lack of trying.
What, your father was too busy telling you to keep your nose out of it to give you anything to work with?
You are painfully close to the truth, I sighed. Regardless, this is fascinating. I had no idea they saw each other again. I wonder if Luke told the police that he had.
Only one way to find out.
Aren't you the one who just joked about people telling me to keep my nose out of things? What makes you think anybody would tell me anything?
You have these photos now. That's called leverage.
I was almost disappointed in myself for not having thought of it. My, Mr. Bellingham, you have a sneaky streak in you.
I'm a man of many hidden talents.
There was a whole lot of suggestiveness in the way he said it, and I couldn't help but giggle, even if that wasn't exactly the reaction he was going for. You're right, I might just have to offer these up to the police in exchange for information.
You'll have to let me know how it goes. If there's anybody I have faith in, it's you.
Careful, I warned. Don't make me forget how mad I am at you. Chapter 17.
To what do I owe the honor?
Dad gave the plate of brownies in my hand a skeptical look.
You know Holly won't let me eat that sort of stuff anymore, except on special occasions.
I made them with applesauce to lower the cholesterol. I waved the plate around. They're practically healthy. I won't tell on you, I promise. The man was maybe 10 pounds overweight, if that. He'd worked hard to keep himself in shape, if only for the job. I suspected a much younger girlfriend had something to do with it now, too. He wanted to stay young and fit for her. It was sweet. He motioned toward a chair by his desk.
As charming as this is, I know you're not here to give me brownies. What's going on? We didn't talk enough about the case yesterday?
Shh. I held a finger to my lips, glancing around. People might think you don't enjoy it when your loving daughter comes to see you at work.
We wouldn't want that.
We would not. Except he wasn't smiling nearly as much as I'd hoped he would.
What's the reason you're here? Come out with it. We just saw each other yesterday, so you couldn't be missing me yet.
Fine. I placed the brownies on his desk and sighed. You're no fun.
It wouldn't be the first time you've told me so.
I slid a thumb drive out of my pocket. Here, it's for you, from Deke.
What is it?
Deke's a photographer. Obviously, it's a recording of the new song he just wrote.
You're treading on thin ice, young lady.
There was a tiny smile, though, so I knew it couldn't be that bad. Pictures from before the festival started, I explained, lifting my brows. Very interesting pictures.
Tell him I said thank you.
He held out his hand, expectant. Expectant for no good reason, since I wasn't about to hand it over. Not yet, anyway. Nuh-uh, not until I get something I need.
No way. I'm not negotiating with you.
Then I suppose my thumb drive doesn't want to meet your laptop.
I'm glad you think this is all fun and games. Some of us are here because we need to work, and a man is dead, in case you forgot. We'd like to know what happened to him.
So would I, which is why I'm wondering if he had any enemies. You know, I could simply contact Gwen and ask her, but I'd rather hear it from you. You have insight. And honestly, it impresses me when you're all smart and stuff.
Stop it. I mean it. You're my dad, and I'm proud of you. It makes me proud when you're all masterful and stuff. Just like I bet it makes you proud when you read my articles. I couldn't help myself. He lowered his brow. As if I wouldn't read what you wrote. How come you've never said anything about my articles? I said I read them. I didn't say I liked them. Ouch. Your grandmother taught me if I can't say something nice, enough. You're the funniest. I lifted a brownie from the pile and took a bite. I meant what I said, though. I'd rather talk to you about this. Why do we have to talk about it? Because I think you think Gwen did it. I know Joe was considering her. He'd probably think it was a chunk of brownie that almost made me choke, instead of Joe's name getting stuck in my throat. What if I am? I don't think she did it. She didn't like him much, and he just screamed at her and made her cry. But he was right there, in front of me, and nothing was wrong with him except for his gross attitude. He looked and sounded the same as he did in Darcy's store. Besides, I can't imagine how she'd kill him with a bee sting. Just because you can't imagine it doesn't mean it didn't happen. You know better than to fall for that. That's true. He still died. Right. And yes, we're now suspecting foul play. The toxicology report will tell us exactly what he had in his system, but that takes time. Lucky for us, Luke's fairly local, up near Bridgedale, and Gwen's in Philadelphia, so we can bring them in or go to them easily. Good. You still refuse to believe it might be Gwen. I feel like Luke had more to gain. No, really. I leaned in, and that familiar tingling in my fingers and toes told me I was on the right track. Can you imagine how the hatred must have grown? The resentment? How many times do you think he imagined killing Stephen? I mean, didn't Stephen kill his dreams? After a while, wouldn't it seem inevitable? Like the guy needed to die for what he'd done? Dad's eyes widened behind his readers. Remind me never to put myself on your bad side. Who says you haven't already? I winked. You're not telling me anything I haven't already considered. Remember, we do this for a living around here, so we've seen a thing or two. He finally broke down and took a brownie from the pile, turning it around in his hands like he'd never seen one before. What's wrong? Nothing. Just curious. What, are you afraid of a little applesauce? I don't think I've ever eaten a brownie with applesauce in it. That you know of, I pointed out. He even sniffed it, which left me biting my tongue rather than laughing out loud. It won't bite. He took what I guessed could have been described as a bite, though it looked a lot more like a nibble. Oh, this tastes like a normal brownie. Are you sure you did the applesauce thing? Oh, no, that's not the applesauce batch. That's the special herbal batch. I winked broadly. So, enjoy that. You're way too smart, Alecky, for this time of day, he sighed. Hand over the thumb drive before somebody in here gets the wrong idea and thinks you really did drug these. I did as he'd asked and watched over his shoulder while he clicked through the pictures. I see why Deke thought these might be important. Did either Luke or Lucy tell you they saw Stephen just before he died, after the bookstore? He threw a suspicious glance over his shoulder, and his face screwed up in a scowl. No. Happy? Not exactly happy, no. But exhilarated nonetheless. How could I help it? My theory was practically confirmed. If they'd both decided against telling the police they saw Stephen again before he died, what were they trying to hide? I doubt it slipped their mind. There were shots of Luke and Stephen arguing, then of Lucy stepping in and talking to both of them. She appeared stern. I recognized that look. I couldn't have believed she would be tough as nails if I hadn't seen her snap at Luke. Then she turned to Luke. Both of her hands were on his chest, and she was leaning in close, staring up at him. There was an intimacy in her touch, and I asked myself again how I hadn't noticed it before. She was obviously in love with him. She'd say anything he asked her to say, I mused. You could be right. Don't be afraid to tell me I'm right, I teased. You'll have to thank Deke for me. This is extremely helpful. He turned around in his chair, and I noticed how he eyed the brownies along the way. I guess applesauce wasn't so scary after all. Have you shown these to Joe? I shook my head, glad he couldn't hear the way my pulse took flight. No, I brought them straight to you. What? Nothing, he lied, lifting his shoulders. Why would I think anything was strange about that? I'm sure I can't imagine why. Is everything all right with you two?
Just fine as it ever is. There is no us two, by the way. I don't know what idea you've got in your head, but it's not the case.
I was born at night, but not last night.
He folded his arms, studying me. I put up with it for a few moments, rolling my eyes and huffing as dramatically as I could. Eventually, though, he wore on my nerves, mostly because I couldn't stand the feeling of having my life silently dissected. Don't pull any of your cop tricks on me. They're not gonna work, I warned him.
Cop tricks?
His eyebrows lifted to roughly around his hairline, which was saying something since his hairline wasn't quite where it used to be.
I don't know how I feel about that little remark.
You know what I mean, I chided. I barely stopped short of shaking my finger in his face. You're not going to get me to talk by giving me enough rope to hang myself. And there's nothing to say, I'm telling you. Do I have to go to Joe before I do anything?
No, not necessarily. It just seems that normally you do.
He jerked his head toward the plate of brownies.
I would expect you to be bringing them to him, not to me.
That's where you're sadly mistaken. Joe Sullivan hasn't earned my brownies. He snickered.
And I have.
You and anybody else you feel like sharing with?
Who says I want to share?
He chuckled.
And what if I decide to share with him?
Those brownies have now been transferred from me to you. They're under your ownership. What you choose to do with them outside my awareness is completely up to you. He gave me an appraising look, clearly fighting back a smile.
You should have gone to law school.
If I had, you wouldn't have the pleasure of reading my articles. I couldn't help grinning from ear to ear as he shifted in his seat, grumbling.
Like I said, law school. That line was delivered like a lawyer, or a certified smart aleck.
You always knew I was one. Don't act like you're only finding out now. Chapter 18. So there's obviously something being hidden by one or both of them. Raina's eyes sparkled from across the table as she pondered this. In many ways, she was the ideal partner in crime. She tempered some of my more extreme reactions and kept my feet on the ground. But mysteries like this excited her just as much as they did me. That's how it looks. I don't know if or when they're going to pay a call to Luke or Lucy, but it's gotta happen. Granted, I haven't heard anything all week, but where's the surprise in that? I twirled pasta around my fork, making sure to catch plenty of clam chunks as I did. Lou's clam sauce was tough to beat. And now that I was having dinner without having stuffed myself all day, I was in a much better place in which to enjoy it. There was no sense that my belt was ever going to tear free of my body at any moment, as I had felt with Deke. So not even Joe will tell you anything. That sneaky girl, she knew exactly what she was asking, and she made no effort to hide the way she watched me for my reaction as she took a sip of her wine. She would hold it to only one glass, having stopped in on her way down to Maryland for yet another weekend. The impression I received of these weekends went against what I would have imagined, especially from a girl like Raina, who'd barely had to lift a finger her entire life. Sure, she was a down-to-earth person. I wasn't sure we would have gotten along as well as we did if she was stuck up, snobby. But she wasn't exactly the type who did her own yard work either. Yet, from what she'd told me, she pitched in at the bed and breakfast as though she worked there. She did her best to fill any holes left by scheduling problems or last-minute emergencies. She changed bedding, cleaned bathrooms, raked leaves from the pathways, and washed dishes in the kitchen. Whatever Nate needed from her, she did it, even when he didn't ask. And knowing Nate, he never would. He didn't want her there as unpaid staff. He wanted her. But when we work together, she confided earlier, it's so satisfying. It feels like we have a common goal, something pushing us both forward. I've never felt that way, not with any of my boyfriends. We were always two people brought together by circumstance. Like you and Nate, you mean? I joked. After all, it was circumstance that brought them together in the first place, their parents having moved in the same social circles, and it had been circumstance that brought them together again. She'd only gone to the farm to show it off to me and check out the progress Nate had made. It just so happened there'd been a body in the attic, and a need for Nate to defend his ownership of the farm. That little bit of drama had brought them closer together. She'd shaken her head when I'd said that, glossy hair flipping back and forth over her shoulders. I could tell she'd put a little extra effort into her appearance for his sake.
It's not the same. I really care about the things he wants, just like I know he cares about what I want. I know if the tables were turned, he would be right there with me.
I believed that, too. Nate was one of those true souls who stuck by the people he cared about through thick and thin. My best friend in the whole world would have been interested in my relationship with Joe even if she wasn't blissfully happy with her own man. But now that she was blissfully happy, she was a downright menace when it came to trying to meddle in my happiness. It wasn't her fault. Happy people wanted other people to be happy. Just because I hadn't been happy in that way in a long time didn't mean I'd completely forgotten how it felt. I haven't talked to Joe since Sunday. You know I would have told you if I had.
I know, it's tough.
She wasn't joking anymore, and there was no teasing light in her eyes.
He's clearly going through things. He wouldn't have kissed you if he hadn't wanted to. I'm surprised it took him this long, to be honest.
Knock it off, I warned.
Emma, you know I love you very much. You're my best friend, the sister I never had. But I'm going to have to ask you to stop pretending you didn't know how much he likes you. He's been crazy about you for ages. Clearly he wanted to kiss you, and he's wanted to do so for a while. Something's been holding him back. And I'll venture a guess and say it wasn't just you being stubborn and holding him away.
I wasn't trying to be stubborn.
I know.
Lucky for her, she stopped short of rolling her eyes at me.
But you two are clearly meant for each other. I don't care if you like to hear me say it or not. That doesn't make it any less true. And I hate to think of anything getting in the way now that you've both finally figured it out.
If we both figured it out, why did he do a 180 on me after the kiss? I whispered. He looked horrified, like he couldn't believe he did it.
Maybe he couldn't believe it. Maybe it's something he's only thought about doing and never figured he'd get up the guts to go through with it.
You do realize you make me sound like somebody you have to dare to kiss, right? She didn't take this seriously, laughing it off with a wave of her hand.
Hardly, but since he has no idea how you feel, and why would he, because you've never exactly been forthcoming, and you haven't given him any encouragement, he was probably upset with himself for crossing the line. That's a scary thing, making yourself vulnerable that way, when you don't know how the other person is going to react.
Was she right? That would explain things. But it was also convenient. The way she made it sound, all he needed was a little encouragement from me. I was too afraid to give it to him, not knowing for sure if that was the case or not. What do I do? Go to his place and say, "Hey, just in case you're wondering, I was super into that kiss."
That would be the direct approach I've come to expect from you over the years.
She chuckled while cutting into a breaded chicken cutlet.
Maybe you could tone it down a little bit, though. Settle for telling him how confused you are now and give him space to explain himself. Sometimes that's all the person needs, to know they won't be left out in the cold if they come out and confess how they feel.
I sensed she was right. Just because Joe was a take-charge sort of man when it came to his job, that didn't make him immune from self-doubt. I wonder if I was the first person he's kissed since his wife died, I whispered, staring at Raina. That's pretty huge, if so. She nodded in agreement, wiping red sauce from the corners of her mouth with her napkin before adding,
"It means a lot. It's a delicate situation. I can see why you wanted to take things easy with him since there's a lot of baggage involved. I've always understood why you chose that. You respect him. You care about him. And you don't want to take advantage of somebody who's been hurt so badly."
That, plus the fact that I've been trying to protect myself too. I didn't think it was necessarily selfish. There's nothing wrong with trying to protect myself. What if he fell for me too quickly? What if he ended up regretting it? That had always been on my mind, ever since I started seeing him as more than just a pesky detective who insisted on holding the information I craved out of my reach. She lowered her knife and fork to the plate, folding her hands in front of her on top of the table.
"You have another problem worth thinking about."
I rolled my head on my shoulders, groaning. "Why are you telling me? I'm well aware."
"You can't keep Deke waiting much longer."
She tipped her head to the side, eyes narrowing as she studied my expression.
"What is it with you? Why can't you be decisive? You're usually the most decisive person I know when you've made your mind up to be.
I just get the feeling he'll be disappointed. I don't want to do that. He said the whole reason he jumped the gun and talked to Marcia was because he was so hopeful. She winced, recoiling a little. Nothing like a guilt trip. I don't think he was trying to guilt me, not consciously anyway. That was his way of defending what he'd done. It just so happened his defense made me feel worse than ever. If we hadn't been in public, I would have folded my arms on the tabletop and buried my head in them.
You know you don't want to go. Heck, even I know you don't want to go.
But I do. It would be an incredible opportunity. The sort of thing I've always dreamed about.
Then I'm sorry it would be more than just a vacation or even a work assignment. I really am.
It stinks when you have an opportunity handed to you, something you really want to do,
but you know you can't because there are strings attached.
That's exactly how I feel. No big surprise, her describing precisely what was going on in my head. There were times when I was sure we shared a brain. Because I know it means more to him. I don't want to lead him on.
Then you have your answer. All that's left is pulling on your big girl panties and telling him you can't do it. You have a life of your own, and you happen to like it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him wanting to be with you. You know, if I was inclined in that direction, I would feel the same way.
Same here. There are times when I think that would be easier. She laughed loud enough to draw attention from a few neighboring diners. Don't kid yourself, we would drive each other crazy. She was probably right. We both laughed softly. You're right, I concluded once we calmed ourselves down. He needs to know. He can't keep hoping.
I know it makes you sad, she uttered in sympathy. I know you don't want to hurt him.
I just want everybody to be happy. That's all I've ever wanted.
What about what you want?
She leaned in, an intensity to her now.
Be honest. There's no judgment, no consequences. Nothing wrong with coming straight out and saying what you want. You, Emma, nobody else. Because it's your life. What do you want from it?
I wasn't so hungry anymore. It seemed unfair that 2 stellar meals at my favorite restaurant had been soured. I wish I knew for sure, I admitted. I really do.
Chapter 19.
How do you feel about breakfast? If either of us was going to make the first move, I guessed it might as well be me. At the rate Joe was going, I would spend the rest of my life waiting for him to reach out. It was Saturday morning, almost a week since the last time I saw him, and the fact that I could still remember the taste of his lips, sweet from ice cream with just a hint of cherry finish, was both unnerving and deeply telling. I didn't want to forget that kiss. Not ever, for any reason. It was deeply important to me. More important now that he'd withdrawn for so long. I'd gone from 2 visits in 2 days to radio silence for a week. Was there anything more nerve-wracking than waiting to see what an ellipsis meant? I knew he was typing since those 3 little dots blinked hypnotically on the phone screen. He was taking a long time, wasn't he? It was a simple question. Then again, maybe there was no such thing as a simple question between us now. I hated to think that would be the case, but it seemed to be that way. Finally, a reply popped up. I'm generally a fan of breakfast. I know that's not what you originally said, I sneered. No way did it take that long to type that little bit. Either he was trying to come up with something slick, or he'd been typing out something more personal but had chickened out. Are you busy this morning? Want to meet up at the diner? I waited, staring down at the phone, willing him to get back to me right away. The fact that I was already dressed and ready to go, but hadn't gotten up the courage to ask him until just then, meant that I was eager to pull the trigger and get this over with. Everything would be okay once we saw each other, wouldn't it? Once we got past the awkward bit where we both tried to ignore the elephant in the room? Sure, that sounds good. Shoot, I looked down at Lola, who was ever ready to play if I was so inclined. Now I actually have to see him. Maybe this wasn't such a hot idea. No, I decided as I grabbed my jacket and purse, it was a good idea, because we had to break the ice sometime. The longer we continued without talking, the worse it would be when the time finally came for us to see each other again. It was all so silly when I really stopped to think about it. So he kissed me. So what? It had been confusing for him. I could understand that. And he wasn't exactly known for reacting well when it came to personal matters. When it came to work, he was one of the best. His personal life? Interpersonal relations with people outside the station? A totally different story. I would be understanding. I would be a cool girl, waving it off like it didn't mean anything that he'd looked at me in horror after we kissed for the first time. I'd shrug, wave a dismissive hand, and tell him there were no hard feelings, even if I crumpled up inside when I did it. If it was what he needed, that was what I would give him. That was how much I cared about him. I was willing to put my pride aside for the time being, so long as he was okay. That was what it meant to really care about somebody, to really want what was best for them. I couldn't say I was exactly happy about the idea as I took a seat at the diner near Dad and Holly's place. I half expected to see him on a Saturday morning, but this must not have been their day. That was probably just as well. A person could only say so many personal things with their father sitting across the room, staring daggers at them. I knew how much he wanted to see me and Joe together. I knew how highly he thought of Joe, how he figured a man like Joe would keep me out of trouble and be the sort of man I needed in my life. I was surprised he hadn't already talked Joe into proposing. My breakfast date, even though this wasn't really a date, didn't keep me waiting long, and to my dismay, he looked just as delicious as he had on Sunday night. This time he wore a turtleneck, which just about turned me into a pile of melted mush in the booth. The cut of the sweater against his throat highlighted his sharp jaw, and the sweater's fit highlighted just about everything else. He turned more than a few heads as he strode across the dining room to meet me. I have to say, I like this side of you, I said approvingly as he sat down. What? And hello to you too, he added. This side is a lot softer. Not that you're soft by any means, I added in case he took it as an insult. Just the opposite, but, you know, life isn't only about button-down shirts and neckties. So what you're telling me is you thought I only owned work clothes, and now you're surprised. I shook my head. Leave it to you to make it sound dumb. I was trying to compliment you. You look nice. Thank you. He relented, gruff. You do too. I should have, since I'd put way too much thought into my outfit. I even broke out the riding boots and slouchy hat for him, along with a pink scarf that had just a little bit of sparkle to it. Thanks. How was your week? Did my dad show you the photos I gave him? He did. He glanced my way over the top of his menu. I guess you didn't feel like waiting to give them to me. He left me speechless. There was a bite in his voice I couldn't figure out. What had I done this time? It wasn't about that. I wanted to hand them over as soon as possible. You weren't at the station just then, so I gave them to him. I didn't mean to break the chain of command or whatever I did. You didn't. Again, he was gruff. Are you spending too much time with Dad? I set the menu aside. What does that mean? It means you're starting to sound like him more and more. It's not an insult. Geez, I was just kidding, I insisted when he shot me a look. What was with him? I was starting to wonder about his stability. One day he was all kissy and huggy and whatnot, and now he was cold as ice. He brought to mind the old Joe, the Joe I'd first met, the Joe I hadn't gotten along with very well. Anyway, I have them now. Your instincts were on the money, but I guess your father told you that. I didn't have time to answer since our server joined us just then. I was glad to see her. With each passing second, I regretted reaching out to him more and more. Maybe this was a bad idea. There was something bothering him, something serious, and I wasn't sure I wanted to be part of it. Not if he was going to be so rude. So did either of them explain why they never mentioned that meeting? I did what I could to sound casual, like I was only trying to make conversation. And I thought I'd done a good job of it. Really, I did. Usually I would have leaned forward, practically salivating just to get a little information. My self-restraint was admirable as far as I was concerned. Clearly, he didn't share my opinion. Is that the only reason you asked me here? So you could ask questions about the case? Why do I feel like I'm trapped in the same patterns with you, no matter the situation? It's like that movie where the guy keeps waking up on the same day, no matter what he tries to do to change it. Oh, excuse me. I leaned back, taking him in. So this was how it was. He felt like I was using him. Is that what this attitude is about? I was only trying to make conversation. You're not making it easy. Because I knew down to the soles of my shoes why you wanted to meet up today. It wasn't so we could spend time together. It was so you could pump me for information. I did lean in this time, but I wasn't salivating with excitement. Instead, I was practically foaming at the mouth. Considering that once we start talking about personal things, you get all weird on me, I figured we would stay away from that for now." That got him. He flinched like he'd been struck. And I was glad of it. Really, I was. It was satisfying to know I'd gotten through to him. I stood before he had a chance to defend himself. Really, what difference was there? You know what? Forget it. I don't have an appetite anymore. Emma, wait. But I didn't. I shoved my arms through the sleeves of my jacket and wound the scarf around my neck. When our server noticed me, I cut my hand back and forth in front of my throat. "Sorry," I mouthed, and she shrugged. It probably happened all the time. These were the things I told myself when I wanted to come up with an excuse for my poor behavior. But it wasn't my fault. There's no way I could sit there with this man without making an even bigger scene. If anything, what I was doing just then could be described as stopping the bleeding before it got too bad. "That's right, run away again, just like you did before," he scoffed, disgusted. And I whirled on him. He couldn't let it go. He had to try to get the last word. "You're the one to talk. You've been running for a while now, too. Maybe this time I want to run away before I get hurt again." I turned on my heel and almost ran for the door before emotion got the better of me. I should have known better. We were kidding ourselves, both of us, if we even had a slight inkling there was anything meant to happen between us. We both had too many rough edges, and he seemed bound and determined to misunderstand me at every turn. It looked like Lola and I were meant to be together, and that was it. It would have to be enough.
Chapter 20. "You certainly look pretty today." My mother eyed me, nodding in approval after I walked into the cafe. "Do you have plans? I thought Raina was leaving right after dinner last night." She did. I'm sure she's blissfully happy down at the farm, scrubbing toilets and changing linens. I tried to laugh, but it came out sounding sort of bitter. Was it a mistake to go to the cafe after the argument with Joe? Mistake or not, there were times when a girl just wanted to be with her mother. This was one of those times. I had stopped long enough to pick up Lola, then headed straight for Main Street. Just like magic, the area had gone back to its normal appearance. There were still cute, festive decorations in front of almost all the businesses, but they'd been freshened up. Everything appeared bright and shiny again. "I have to admit," Mom continued as she poured coffee for a customer, "I never imagined Raina being a girl who would enjoy something like that. You know I've always had the highest opinion of her, but wouldn't someone from her social level look at that as sort of common?" I shared a grin with Mom's latest customer. "She's not royalty," I reminded her. "And Nate is right there with her, and he comes from the same world she does. She doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. Besides, I don't think the work itself is what keeps her coming back. She's happy to do anything she can to help him. He's a very lucky man to have found someone of her caliber. You won't get any argument out of me." Frankie handled the line at the register with what could only be described as aplomb. Wasn't I glad when Mom hired her? Of course, and there still was. It was good to see my mom appearing rested, knowing she was finally taking some time for herself. She and Bob were having a good time together, and she was finally starting to achieve some sort of balance in her life. But it also meant she didn't need me as much. And when I was feeling sorry for myself, the way I was just now, it stung. Just like a bee sting. It seemed like there was no place for me in my own life. I didn't know where I fit in anymore. "You look upset," Mom noticed when she was able to turn her full attention to me. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Merriweather tapped me on the shoulder. She was wearing one of her landmark hats, this one festooned with little acorns and tiny pumpkins, coupled with a long leaf-printed sash.
"A pretty young girl like you shouldn't waste time feeling sad,"
she informed me with all the sage wisdom someone of her advanced age would collect over time. "I'm not sad," I reassured her with a smile. "Really, it hasn't been a great day, but I'm fine."
"You tell that young man of yours that if he doesn't treat you right, he'll have me to deal with. I don't care if he is a detective."
She dropped a broad wink at me and then Mom before shuffling out of the cafe. As always, her absence made everything seem a little darker. Why does everybody assume my attitude has something to do with Joe? Why does everybody insist on pairing us up? I realized I was almost shouting. I was so upset. I was also practically confirming it was Joe who had me so upset, because I was reacting like a child. "I didn't mean to lash out at you," I murmured, shamefaced. She frowned. "How about I fix you a cup of tea? And maybe a muffin or something? I didn't have breakfast." I took a seat at one of the tables like a regular customer, and moments later, Mom appeared with what I'd asked for. She covered my hand with one of hers. "This too shall pass," she murmured, and there was a strength and determination in her voice that reminded me of who she really was inside. On the surface, she was a little flighty, a little too interested in the personal lives of her daughters and everybody she cared about. She might have even been a little oblivious to things which other people understood without being told. She was also strong, determined. She'd built a thriving business from scratch while raising 2 children. Even when Dad left, she didn't let it break her. Granted, throwing herself into her work and denying there was anything wrong might not have been the healthiest way to manage things, but she'd gotten through it. She'd gotten us all through it. The bell above the door jingled, and Mom glanced up. "Gwen," she called out, surprised. "I didn't expect to see you here." I turned, just as surprised. Gwen gave us both a big smile and returned the hug Mom offered. "They asked me to come in for more questions today. The police, you know," she murmured, dropping her voice to a whimper. I wanted to tell her there was no point trying to be discreet, since word would get around town that she was seen at the station. "Take a seat," I urged, moving one of the chairs back so she could sit. Mom offered her something to eat or drink, and she accepted both. "How's it going?" I whispered, careful with the words I used for her sake. I didn't know how much she wanted to reveal out here in the open. "I guess they got wind of the offer Luke made me," she shrugged. Her eyes were twinkling, and the flush in her cheeks hadn't worn off since she came inside, out of the chilly air. "They wanted to know how long it had been in the works. I can only tell the truth. I didn't know anything about it until 2 days ago." There went my instincts again. That, along with the impulse to climb over the table and take her by the neckband of her sweater and demand she tell me everything. I settled for picking at the napkin under my muffin. "What offer did he make you?" Her cheeks flushed even darker. "He wants to bring me on as, if not a partner right away, something high level. He thinks we might be able to get another deal like the one he and Stephen were in the middle of working out when their partnership broke up." She was breathless, almost giddy. That didn't do anything to calm me. If anything, I was more intrigued than ever, and more heartsick. "He does, huh? When did this come up?" "Just 2 days ago, like I said. I don't know what gave him the idea. I don't think I ever spoke to him before he called me and said he wanted to talk about it. He figured I'd be out of a job, which I basically am. I can't afford to keep up the truck." "I'm sorry," I murmured, more reflexively than anything. I only half heard her. She would be working with Luke. "I guess he wants to know if you can use the recipes you used with Stephen, too." Confusion washed over her face. "I don't know. I hadn't thought about it, and he didn't say anything." No, but I had the feeling it would come up. He might bring it into the conversation casually, like it was an idea he'd come up with out of nowhere. "Gee, I guess you know how to make Stephen's recipes. It would be a shame to let them go to waste." She seemed so excited, I couldn't bear to ask her more pointed questions than I already had. This was a huge break for her. She'd been on a roller coaster the last few days. I could only imagine how bleak everything had seemed when she came to the conclusion she couldn't continue with the truck. Her big break was over, until it wasn't. Yes, Luke would be her ship coming in. I only wished her ship didn't look more and more like a murderer. Not just a murderer, but an opportunist, practically jumping on Gwen and probably using her for Stephen's recipes. At least, that was what I suspected. What would Joe think about this? It was a shame I couldn't imagine speaking to him, or I would have asked. As it turned out, the next person through the door was none other than Detective Sullivan himself. "Can I have a quick muffin and coffee?" he asked, his voice low and sharp. "Of course." Mom hopped to it, pulling out one of his favorite blueberries and handing over a paper cup full of steaming brew. "Is everything all right?" He nodded, glancing around, and of course his gaze fell on me. "Just fine. Didn't have a chance to eat breakfast this morning, and now I'm in a hurry." I had a feeling his abrupt manner wasn't because of me. He sounded exactly the same when he first came in, before he knew I was here. I couldn't help myself. Curiosity was one thing, but when paired with Joe and the fact that I couldn't get him out of my head no matter how mad he made me, I had no choice but to go to him. "Is everything okay?" I whispered. "Please, don't lie." His face practically crumpled in on itself, and I knew it was because he was fighting inside. Should he tell me? Did he even want to?
He did, but how would I react? Finally, he sighed. Luke was supposed to come in for an interview, he murmured. When he didn't show, I called. Seems he had an accident last night. He's in the hospital now.
Chapter 21.
It was the stupidest thing in the world.
Luke shook his head, mournful.
I wasn't paying attention. I have no idea when I'd last taken a break, either. I'm pretty sure I was working all day, and the only thing I had to eat was dumplings.
He laughed, and I guessed it was easy to laugh with pain meds being delivered through an IV. Anybody who'd suffered the sort of injury he had would have begged for those meds. His left arm was covered in burns from the hot oil that splashed him when he slipped and fell in the truck, jostling the deep fryer. It was a lucky thing the entire fryer hadn't come down. Something told me we wouldn't be having this conversation if that had been the case. Luke winced, staring down at his arm.
I hate to think how much worse it could have been if there'd been more than a few splashes of oil.
Don't even talk about that. Poor Lucy, she was beside herself, twisting a tissue in her hands. Her eyes were still slightly puffy, like she'd spent a lot of time crying and was only just over it.
I don't even want to imagine it.
Where were you when this happened?
Joe looked her up and down. I could tell he wasn't a fan of hers any more than I was, even if her bad attitude had only to do with misplaced, unrequited love.
I had just gone home for the night. He's always had more stamina than me. Sometimes I find out he was there until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Why do you work in the truck rather than in your home kitchen? I probably wasn't supposed to ask questions, but I couldn't help myself. The whole arrangement seemed strange to me, maybe because I was increasingly convinced Luke had something to do with Stephen's death. Even if he hadn't actually killed the man, he was benefiting from it. I couldn't respect him very much when I thought about that, even though he was in pain. And that wasn't the sort of thing that could be faked. It would take weeks for him to heal, and he was lucky only his arm had been burned. Because if it had been his hands?
My home kitchen isn't nearly big enough, just a tiny little thing with outdated appliances and barely any counter space. I do all of my development in the truck.
He blinked, his brows drawn together.
Why?
I was just curious, I smiled. I'm so glad things aren't worse.
They're still pretty bad as it is,
Lucy made a point to remind me. Boy, was I wrong about her when we first met. I could barely stand the sight of her now. She was so snappish, quick to argue. It was a wonder she hadn't worked with Stephen. They would have gotten along so well. Of course, he's in the hospital bed. They don't put healthy people in hospital beds. Even though she annoyed the daylights out of me, I tried to be friendly. After all, she was only acting this way because she was stressed out over the man she loved.
I had a lucky break,
Luke insisted, looking at her.
I'm glad you weren't there, since you might have been hurt too.
I just hate to think of you going through all that by yourself.
Don't worry, I wasn't alone for long. The ambulance got there right away.
He was even trying to be positive for her sake.
If anything, if you'd been there, things could have been worse. We can't have both of us injured at once.
Maybe this wasn't the best time for Joe to bring up what he and I had discussed in the car. It was the only way to keep the conversation from turning personal. I knew I was lucky to convince him to take me with him, and the last thing I wanted to do was have another fight. No, maybe it wasn't the best time, but it was the time Joe chose.
You would still have Gwen, right? Once she learned the ropes.
My heart stopped for a second. I'd seen him make mistakes before, but this was the worst of all. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe there was some method in his madness. Lucy's face went deep red, and I bet her skin would have been hot to the touch.
That's none of your business,
she spat.
If you came here just for another interview, that's pretty cheap. Besides, he is on medicine now that has him all looped out. You couldn't use anything he said now against him anyway.
Funny her saying that, since nobody'd breathed a word against Luke. Why would Joe want to use anything against him if he hadn't done anything wrong? Joe clearly thought along the same lines.
I appreciate the concern, but I'm aware of how these things work. And for the record, that wasn't anything more than an innocent question.
He was lying through his teeth, but it wasn't like she could prove it. It was clear as anything that his innocent question was a dig, a way to size up the situation. And from the grin he tried hard to conceal, I could tell he got what he wanted.
Don't worry about her,
Luke chuckled when she stormed out of the room.
She's worried about me. She's always worried about me. Could he be that oblivious? Did he not have the first idea how she really felt? If he wasn't already in pain, I might have smacked him upside the head to stir some sense to life. You did ask Gwen to come on and work with you, didn't you?
Joe had changed his delivery now that Lucy was gone. He was a lot friendlier, like they were nothing more than a pair of buddies talking things over, an old interrogation technique.
Sure, she seems like a decent person and must be good at what she does. If there's one thing I could say about Stephen is that he didn't suffer fools. She has the talent, and she had the grit to put up with him. That makes her perfect for me.
Lucy seemed to pull her weight and then some when I saw you guys at the truck, I pointed out. Is she planning on leaving you?
Oh, no. No, she's determined to stick with me, and I wouldn't let her go even if she wanted to. But Gwen needs help now with Stephen gone. She doesn't have a job, probably not a lot of money. And she already knows the work. There's no harm in adding another member to the team. Maybe I won't have to work late at night and almost kill myself if I bring her on.
I had to laugh. You sound like a typical workaholic. It took me years to convince my mom to hire help rather than relying on me and my sister. She handled everything on her own for decades, convinced nobody knew how to run things nearly as well as she did.
Ouch, I feel attacked.
Darn it, why did he have to be a nice guy? I still found it hard to believe he had nothing to do with Stephen's death, and I'd seen what could happen to him when he was good and angry. Nobody was nice all the time. Though that didn't make them murderers. Luke, why didn't you tell us about seeing Stephen again after the fight in the bookstore? One of the photographers at the festival caught you two fighting just before he died. He shrugged, an unfocused sort of look in his eyes. Oh, I whispered to Joe from the other side of the bed. I think the drugs are really starting to work their magic. He nodded, frowning.
Yeah, we better get moving. He's not going to be able to tell me anything like this.
When we left the room, reaching the hall, Lucy practically descended on us with her claws extended.
Stop harassing him! He hasn't done anything wrong, but you have the nerve to come here when he's in pain and suffering. What's wrong with you vultures?
Vultures? As far as I was concerned, she wanted a fight, and I was more than willing to give her one. Joe held me back and spoke over me.
Miss Hill, whether you like it or not, your partner is a person of interest in Stephen Foster's death.
Her face turned deep red.
It was a freak thing. That's all it was. Mother Nature decided to get rid of him. I can't blame her either.
I came here today to see about the nature of his accident. That's all. That's the sort of thing cops do. Sorry if you feel threatened by that.
I never said I felt threatened.
You're giving a pretty good imitation of it,
he asserted. If I hadn't disliked her so much, I would have warned her that when he talked without barely moving his lips, bad things might happen. It was my turn to step in. Lucy, I know you're upset about Luke. I'm sure I would feel the same way if I were you. If there was somebody I cared about and they were hurting, I'd want to tear the whole hospital down to make sure they were taking care of him and he wasn't in pain anymore. We are not the enemy here, I promise. Instead of warming up a little, which I'd hoped she would, she sneered. I don't need your promises. What I need is for the man in there to get better so we can keep working. And I need to figure out how to keep things running while he's recovering, so excuse me if I don't care much about what you have to say right now. I need to get back to him. With that, she pushed her way past us and stalked into his room.
What a charmer,
Joe muttered as we walked back to the elevators.
No wonder Luke wants to bring Gwen in. He's probably tired of dealing with her hovering over him all the time.
I had to wonder if that was it. Chapter 22. It was mid-afternoon by the time Joe pulled up in front of Angelo's, the pizza shop that sat under my apartment. I could go for a slice, or two, or 6. I sighed. I hadn't even finished the muffin at the cafe. In all the excitement, I'd forgotten all about it.
Yeah, me too.
Wow, 3 words in a row. That was more than he'd said at one time the entire way back from the hospital. Do you want to get a pie? I'm sure Lola would like to see you. He turned straight ahead, looking out the windshield.
No, I have work to take care of.
Just make sure you don't overdo it, you know?
I'll do my best not to.
At least he hadn't sounded resentful or sarcastic. I took that as a good sign. Okay. It seemed wrong, leaving things there, I didn't want to get out of the car, not until there was some sort of understanding between us. And, I'm sorry about what happened earlier today at the diner. I guess you must have been a little embarrassed. A little, he grunted. It's just that if I'd stayed, things would have gotten a lot worse, and I didn't want them to. I'm tired of fighting with you, but I don't know what else to do when you misunderstand me. I had to laugh at myself. Of course you didn't completely misunderstand me. I promise I wasn't trying to use you or anything like that. It's just a habit at this point. That's what we connect on, the work you do. That's the one thing we always have in common, so it's normal for me to talk with you about things like that. I didn't mean for you to be upset.
I shouldn't have gotten so upset, he admitted. It was childish. I've been childish all week. I knew I should have called, at least to explain what happened on Sunday. You deserve that much. But I was a coward, and the longer I waited, the worse it got in my head.
Finally, we were getting somewhere. I know how you feel. That's why I finally had to ask you to breakfast today. We couldn't keep avoiding each other forever. I just wanted you to know you don't have anything to feel bad about. You kissed me. There's no crime in that. It's not like I thought you were trying to hurt me or anything. Needless to say, I just about wanted to crawl up into a ball and die. It was one of the most embarrassing, painfully awkward moments of my life. I might as well have been 14 again, on my first date, without a clue how to act or what to say. I sure was sweating about roughly as much as I had on my first date.
It was rotten acting like I did. I figured you must be pretty angry. It was like an insult. I didn't want for it to come off that way, but I wasn't thinking clearly.
So you didn't mean to make it seem like kissing me was the stupidest thing you ever did?
Of course not. What would even make you think that? No, you're not the problem here. You've never been the problem.
He turned in his seat, gazing at me.
The problem has always been me, since the day I met you.
He had that look in his eyes again, like he did just before the kiss. I could barely breathe, and my heart pounded loud enough to deafen me. What was he saying? What did it all mean? I don't understand, I admitted in a broken whisper.
I haven't understood for a long time, but I finally figured it out. Or thought I did.
His hand found mine, resting on my lap. It was warm, large enough to swallow mine. I didn't mind. He took a deep breath before speaking.
I'm hopelessly in love with you. I have been for a long time, and I don't know what to do about it.
Oh, gosh. Everything stopped for a second as my brain tried to make sense of what I thought I heard. He loved me. He loved me? Was that what he'd said? How did words work? He stared down at our hands joined together.
I kept telling myself at first that it wasn't fair. I didn't want to forget her.
Of course I knew who he meant, even now when I could barely think straight. His wife. He didn't want to be disloyal to her.
But you have a way of getting in a man's head and staying there. It didn't help that we kept running into each other. Life always had a way of putting you in my path. I couldn't help myself. I still can't.
Joe, I breathed, but he shook his head. There was more he had to say.
It terrifies me, the thought of loving you. Don't get me wrong, it's not your fault. It's that I know I'd worry about you, no matter who you were, no matter what you did, because of what happened before. My wife went for a run and never came back. It was the simplest, stupidest thing in the world. Even though I was a cop and knew how these things could happen, I never thought they would happen to me or to anybody I loved. So you would already be worried over her, even if you weren't who you are. It doesn't help that you have a way of finding trouble. I love your curiosity and how devoted you are to making sure justice is served. You have a tender heart, and it makes you defend the innocent at all costs. But when you do that, you end up making enemies of the guilty, and Emma. I'm not sure if I can live with that hanging over me every day. I don't know if I could take it.
So that's why you acted like you did?
It all seems so unfair. I didn't want to hurt you, but I meant what I said. I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't. You're the one thing I told myself I could never have. But that didn't stop me from wanting you.
He looked down at our hands again, stroking the back of mine with his thumb.
You don't have to say anything. I'm not trying to force your hand, believe me. I just thought you deserved to know. I love you. I was sure I'd never love anybody again, but you came along and proved me wrong.
I do like proving you wrong.
I was so glad to see him smile. Yes, you do. For once, I'm glad you did. No matter what you decide to want, I'm glad you proved me wrong. Maybe that alone is a gift. Maybe that alone is what I was supposed to gain by having you in my life. You showed me I could love.
By this time, tears were streaming down my cheeks. He winced, reaching with his free hand to brush them away.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry.
It's okay. I took his wrist, holding his hand against my cheek for just a beat before letting him go.
Anyway, you don't have to say a word about this. I'm not trying to pressure you into feeling the same as I do. I guess I'd better move along. I do have some things to take care of.
I sniffed, nodding. Okay, don't work too hard. If you want some pizza, you know where to find it.
They do have the best pie in town.
There was relief all over him now, to the point where he even sounded younger. I guessed that now, having finally confessed himself, he could go back to being plain old Joe. I had missed just plain old Joe. I got out of the car and shut the door. Why was I doing this when what I really wanted to tell him was that he wasn't alone in how he felt, that I loved him right back, that he was part of me now? I was still standing at the curb, watching him drive away, asking myself these questions. It didn't matter how many times I asked, no more than the answers mattered. I only knew one thing for sure, something I wouldn't have even let myself guess before then. Being betrayed did things to a person, things I hadn't understood until this very moment. It made a person question themselves. They didn't know anymore whether to trust or whether they were worthy of love and fidelity. They might question themselves, too. They might wonder what they'd done to deserve it. Was there something broken in them? Did they not love hard enough or care enough? Was that it? What could have been done differently? Now, here I was, finally understanding that the walls I'd put up between us weren't only for his benefit the way I'd told myself they were. It wasn't only a matter of protecting him, guarding his wounded heart. I'd been protecting myself, and maybe imagining I wasn't a girl a man turned to after his heart had been broken and stomped on. Now, here I was. I was that girl. At least he thought I was. He loved me. Chapter 23. So that's it.
That's it?
Raina screeched loud enough to make me hold the phone away from my ear.
You didn't tell him you love him? Or kiss him or something?
He didn't want me to say anything right away, and I didn't want to sound like I was only parroting what he said, like out of obligation or whatever.
You are so not fun.
You are so right, I agreed, laughing. But it doesn't matter. I know now. I don't know what to think. I can't keep my thoughts straight.
That's how it is.
How what is?
When you know it's the real thing, you feel like you're on another planet, flying, you know? You wonder how everybody else in the world manages to look the same and act the same, like there's nothing special going on. Are they the crazy ones, or are you?
Speaking from experience, I teased. Geez, I was practically giddy. I couldn't stop giggling at random times.
What do you think?
She giggled right back.
No, I really enjoy changing beds and washing dishes. That's why I drive all the way down to Maryland every weekend. My friends in the city have pretty much written me off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not, she scoffed. If they were real friends, they wouldn't be that way. I mean, there are weeknights, right? Just because I can't make Sunday brunch, I'm out of the group? Whatever. Besides, she added, sounding shy now, I think I found something better.
Which is saying something, because you really like brunch.
I love brunch, she corrected.
But you love Nate more.
I do.
Listen to us, I giggled, flopping onto the bed. Lola joined me, wagging her tiny tail frantically in response to my energy. We're a couple of old ladies now, wanting to settle down with our men.
You want to settle down with Joe?
I didn't need to think about it. Ray, I never felt this way about Landon, and I wanted Landon to propose. Remember those days?
I couldn't understand why you wanted that, she confessed. I never wanted to say so at the time. I didn't want to hurt you. But if he had proposed and you'd said yes, I don't think I would have been able to keep my mouth shut. I would have been a bad friend if I didn't at least mention the things that made me wonder about him.
We'd done a lot of talking about Landon in the weeks after our ugly breakup, but this was the first time she'd ever said anything beyond what an unthinkable jerk he was for cheating on me. Like what? Oh, don't get me started. It doesn't matter now anyway. You're happy. Let's not even talk about him. Uh-oh. I looked at the screen when the phone buzzed. It's a Jersey number, but I don't recognize it. You know what? Take it and call me later on. I have work to get to. She was laughing when I switched over to the new call.
Hi, is this Emma?
It is. He sounded familiar.
It's Luke.
Oh, hi. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Hurting, but they let me go home this morning.
That's great. Granted, it sounded a little too soon. It was only 2 days after the accident. His burns couldn't have been too severe after all. Now be sure to take it easy, okay? Don't do anything like that again.
I don't plan to. He cleared his throat. I have something I want to talk about with you.
The hair on the back of my neck sprang to life. Oh? Okay, what is it?
I don't know if I can talk about it over the phone. It sounds strange, but it's not the sort of thing you tell someone that way.
What's it about?
I think somebody tried to kill me 2 nights ago.
I gasped. What are you talking about? How?
I left the truck to, take care of business. Lucy's always on my back about not locking the door when I step out real quick. When I got back to the truck, I slipped on oil that was on the floor. It wasn't there when I went out, I swear. I would have noticed. I hadn't even used the fryer, but it was on. I was gonna use it. Why would there be oil on the floor?
Why, indeed. You think somebody was trying to kill you?
Do you think it was a coincidence that I had this accident less than a week after Stephen died? And it could just as easily have been called an accidental death, like his was supposed to be a freak accident.
I couldn't believe how much sense this made. I had assumed this was a result of one chef wanting to kill the other. What if somebody wanted to kill them both? Do you want me to come and see you?
Yeah, I do.
Do you want me to bring Joe?
No, just you. I know he thinks I did this somehow. I don't get a very good feeling when I'm around him, and I'm afraid he would look at this as a way to defend myself.
What would Joe say if he knew I was agreeing to this? Okay, I'll come by myself. Within minutes, I was in the car, heading north. It would be maybe an hour before I got there, not long at all, especially when there was something so important to talk about when I arrived. As it turned out, I made the drive in 45 minutes and was soon pulling into the driveway of a tiny little house not far from the beach. The truck was parked beside it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to tell which house was Luke's. Up and down the street, the homes were nearly identical, and it was hard to make out the house numbers in the dark. Had somebody been watching him? Waiting for a chance to sabotage him? To kill him in the way they'd killed Stephen? Just because nobody could figure out how he died didn't mean he hadn't been murdered. And like Luke said, it could easily have been written off as an occupational accident. That sounded like something the sort of person capable of killing Stephen without leaving clues would come up with. I rapped on the middle storm door. There was a light on inside, and I could soon make out somebody coming closer through the curtain hung on the inside door. It wasn't Luke. Lucy scowled when she saw me standing on the porch.
What are you doing here?
Hello to you too, Lucy, I muttered. I'm sorry, do you normally stay here?
No, I just went out to get Luke some groceries and stuff. What are you doing here?
He asked me to come. He said he wanted to talk about something. Her eyes narrowed.
He did? What is it?
Can we talk about this inside? There was a stiff wind coming off the water, making an already chilly night something much more difficult to bear. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering. It's freezing out here.
You're sure you're not making this up?
Who died and left this girl Luke's boss? I'm not making this up. It took me 45 minutes to get here. How would I know where to go if Luke didn't tell me himself?
You didn't bring your boyfriend with you?
She craned her neck, looking left and right. What a suspicious little so-and-so she was. No, now please, I'm not here to start any trouble. I'm only here because Luke asked me to be. We had a staring contest for a few beats before she opened the storm door.
Whatever.
Come in. I stepped into the living room, small but clean. Luke must not have made a lot of money at all, and I guess that was possible. Professional chefs didn't often make a lot of money, especially while working for themselves. Unless he was helping his parents with their bills. I would have bet on that. He's in the bathroom. He'll be right down. She walked through an arched doorway. You want something to drink? Water, please. I rubbed my arms, trying to get warm, as I took in everything around me. The furniture was old, but not shabby. There was a small TV in one corner and a lot of books everywhere. Cookbooks, biography, books on chemistry and finance. Boy, he'd be a good match for my sister. My phone buzzed, making my stomach tighten. What if Joe somehow knew telepathically that I was here? It was a silly thing to think, but that went to show how sure I was that he'd have my hide for going behind his back. It wasn't Joe, though the message was from somebody who made me feel guilty just the same. Found something huge, Deke had texted. Another text. Lucy touched Stephen's shoulders when she got between him and Luke. Then she touched his jaw and throat like she was strangling him, like it was a joke. She was laughing. What if there was something on her hands? My eyes widened. I cast a quick look through the doorway leading to the kitchen, but I was still alone. I'm with her now, at Luke's house. He wanted to talk. I'll ask her what she was preparing before she touched him.
Emma, do you want something to eat? It's the least Luke owes you after making you come all this way.
I walked through the doorway, passing through the dining room and into a brightly lit kitchen, in which Luke sat, sweating buckets, leaning against the wooden table, in which Lucy stood, holding a gun on me. Again, I whispered, sitting in the closest chair. Chapter 24. I'm sorry, Luke whispered. He was trembling all over, and sweat had plastered his hair to his head. She wouldn't let me have my pain meds unless I called you.
You still can't. Not yet.
She spoke to him while staring at me.
Not until we get a few things straight. I don't want you doped up. I want you to understand everything.
Why are you doing this? I groaned as I took off my jacket. Now that I was in imminent danger of being killed, it had suddenly gotten quite warm in here. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Shut up. Shut your mouth. I'm so tired of you smarting off and being snarky.
I'm a little tired of having a gun in my face, honestly, I sighed. Sorry for taking it out on you. Lucy. Luke looked up at her, pleading with his eyes. Please, it hurts so bad.
Good, good,
she shouted for emphasis, leaning down until her face was a few inches from his.
Good, Luke. Now you know how it hurts, how much pain a person can suffer. Like the pain you put me through for years, working with you every day, all day, hours on end. I gave up on my social life, lost all my friends, that truck and you, that's all I've had, and that was enough. But you're so damned oblivious.
I'm sure he didn't mean to be. I glared at him, willing to say something instead of whimpering the way he was. I felt sorry for the guy since he was clearly in agony, but this was when I needed him to be strong. We both had to be. No, I didn't. Why didn't you ever say anything? I had no idea.
Because you're so thoughtless. You're stupid.
She spat through clenched teeth.
You didn't see me when I was right in front of you. All these years. I told myself you were obsessed with work and you didn't have time to notice things like that. But you'd wake up one day.
Now tears rolled down her cheeks.
You'd wake up and you'd see me and you'd know that all the hard work we did together. What we'd built together. You'd figure out you couldn't have done it without me, that you couldn't keep going without me.
I'm sure I would have if you gave me enough time, he babbled. Or if you told me how you felt, Lucy. It didn't have to be this way. It still doesn't. You haven't done anything bad yet. You haven't hurt Emma. But I'm not interested in her that way. Why did you make me bring her here? She has nothing to do with anything. I do, I whispered. She raised her head, staring me straight in the eye.
Yeah, you do.
I don't understand, Luke groaned, fresh sweat rolling down his face. God, it hurts. Lucy, please. She acted like she hadn't heard him. Maybe she hadn't. She was sort of busy, looking at me like she couldn't wait for me to be dead.
You started figuring things out. You gave those pictures to the cops.
How do you know that?
You got them from your photographer buddy. Your dad's a cop. You're always with that other cop. Of course it was you. You care too much about this. Why couldn't you let it go? Why did you have to start snooping around? Everything would have been great if it hadn't been for you.
I've heard that before. She snickered.
What?
I've heard that before. I'm sort of infamous for it. I end up getting involved in situations like this all because I was trying to help somebody. If I minded my business, this wouldn't happen. But then, innocent people would end up being punished.
Nobody would have been punished this time,
she whispered, eyes big and round and bloodshot from crying.
It would have been fine. Everything would have been fine.
Lucy, what are you talking about? Luke asked, sitting up a little straighter. You haven't figured it out yet? I asked, staring at Lucy and the gun. She figured out a way to kill Stephen and make it look like nothing more than an accident, like he had an allergic reaction. I have to admit, I don't know how she did it exactly, but it had something to do with bee toxin.
You can get it all over the internet,
she whispered.
I mean, it's almost too easy. Like they're begging people to have allergic reactions or something. Luke told me once Stephen was allergic to bees. I put a bunch of it on my hands and touched his skin.
His throat, I whispered.
Right. When he started sweating, which I figured he would once they started cooking, his pores would open and he'd absorb the powder. And he did.
Yeah, he did. He was yelling at Gwen. That must have been when it started. Luke looked for the first time since I sat across from him, like he cared about something other than pain. How could you do that?
Oh, please, she laughed. Don't play innocent. How many times have you told me you wished you could get away with killing him? He stole everything from you. And then when you went to him and asked if he'd please let you use at least the recipes you two had developed, he still said no. And when he did, he treated you like you were less than nothing, like garbage. We both know he was using you all along. You were the truly gifted one, the innovator. But he was rich. He had the right contacts. He could build his brand. When you didn't have those same privileges, he was selfish and childish and thoughtless. And he was a complete pig to boot. The way he talked to people who worked with him, for him. Nobody liked him. I was doing the world a favor by killing him, and he was quick. He didn't even suffer long.
I've heard it's very painful, I murmured.
So is getting shot, so maybe shut up when I'm talking to Luke.
She glared at me, jabbing the gun in my direction.
You never know when to clam up, do you? Always talking.
You realize I'm not the only person who knows about this, right? I mean, you were good, but you weren't that good.
I didn't know there'd be a photographer there.
No, you counted on the crowds hiding what you did. And they did. You stumped the cops, girl. Though not once the toxicology report comes in. They'll see how much of that toxin is in his system, and they'll know something must have happened.
But they wouldn't have any proof it was me. I found a store where it was sold and paid in cash. I bought it months ago, along with a bunch of other things. Nobody would remember me.
She had a point. If it hadn't been for Deke, she probably would have gotten away with this. Or maybe not. This was a woman on the edge. She could put on a happy, cheerful, helpful face when she had to, but the Lucy I was seeing in front of me was the real person. Joe was smart enough that he would have seen through her. Joe. Poor Joe. He just got finished telling me yesterday he was afraid of loving me because I found a way to get myself into situations like this. How did I thank him for his love? I know what it's like to love somebody when they don't know you're alive, I murmured. Anything to stall. She'd loosen up, wouldn't she? She'd get tired, get sloppy, and I'd have a way out of this. I had to get out of it for Joe. I couldn't let him lose me, too.
Right, like you know. That cop practically has hearts where his eyes should be when he looks at you.
Funny, hadn't he mentioned that emoji while we were eating ice cream? I smiled a little, and I could tell it irked her. I was supposed to be trembling, pleading, promising I'd never tell anybody anything, whatever it took, so long as she didn't kill me. I'm not talking about him. Don't kid yourself either, I drive him nuts. He talks to me like I'm either his kid sister or the annoying pest he wants to swat away. The only reason he lets me tag along with him is because he works with my father and wants to curry favor. That's it. She snorted like she didn't quite believe this, though I thought I did a good job of selling it. I brought to mind every single slight, every heartache I'd ever suffered. I was this close to getting engaged. At least I thought I was. I held my thumb and forefinger maybe a centimeter apart. What happened when I got home early one day? Just guess.
He was with somebody else.
In my bed, Lucy. You can't imagine. Humiliating? That doesn't even come close to describing how it felt. Having no idea he was cheating on me. Talk about having your head in the clouds, you know? He didn't know the good thing he had. Oh, believe me, I added with a bitter laugh. He came crawling back, but I wasn't hearing it. I got a dog instead. I'm much happier with her.
Men are the worst.
They really are, aren't they? I don't know why we put up with them. Mansplaining, manspreading. Why do we bother? Meanwhile, poor Luke looked like he was about to pass out in front of us. I figured it'd be better for him if he did, so I let it go in favor of working on Lucy. Then there's a guy I was seeing for a little while. His grandmother died. His grandmother, who lived in France. He up and flew to France and stayed there for weeks without even telling me. He was dead for all I knew. Granted, he tried to tell me about his last-minute plans, but I hadn't known about Deke's message until after he'd returned.
You're not seeing him anymore, are you?
Gosh, no. I can't put up with that, and I shouldn't have to, just like you shouldn't have to go to prison because of him. I nodded to the now unconscious Luke. Why not let the world think he did it? I mean, what if he injured himself to make it appear like he was innocent?
I didn't want him to burn himself. I only wanted him to fall. I wanted him to need me. You have no idea how it killed me to see him in pain.
I blinked, wondering how she could be so messed up. He's in pain now, Lucy. Well, not right now. He's out cold. But you're the reason he's in pain. Either take care of him because he doesn't deserve this, or frame him for the damn murder and get out of town. Make a clean start. He'll learn his lesson. It'll be your word against his.
Don't you say that!
Her hand shook, and the gun shook with it. It's up to you. You're the one who gets to decide what to do next. But guess what? He knows the truth now, too. And I knew she was still in love with him. She didn't resent him enough to frame him. You'll have to take us both out. The last thing I expected was for her to smile. It was the smile of an angel, completely at peace.
I plan to. Now that he knows what I did, he'll never look at me the same. You saw how he looked at me just now when he found out. He'll never see me the way I always dreamed he would.
Her hand stopped shaking, going completely still.
There are 3 bullets in the clip. That's all I need.
I suddenly had much less time than I thought I had, and much less of a chance of talking her out of this. She was going to kill herself either way, so she had nothing to lose. I jumped when the doorbell rang. So did she. Luke stirred from his stupor. Huh? He groaned.
Who is that?
She stared down at him like he was supposed to know when his entire life was nothing but pain at the moment. I don't know, he whispered. Oh God, it hurts. Please.
Shut up,
she hissed, holding her free hand to her head.
What do I do? If I don't answer, they'll think something is wrong. They won't let it go.
Hello? Luke? It came from outside, and it was the sweetest voice I'd ever heard, hands down. Lucy glared at me before rushing my way, her lip curled in a snarl.
You told him you were coming here.
No, I whispered. I swear I didn't. He must have come to talk to Luke. He doesn't know I'm here. Only I didn't know if that was true. I might not have told him I was coming here, but I had no idea what brought him. Luke, it's Detective Sullivan. Are you all right in there? He knocked, rang the bell again. If you don't answer, I'll be forced to break down the door.
Damn it!
Lucy held the gun low, down by her leg.
You say a word and he's dead. I'm not kidding. I'll figure out another way to off myself. I can spare a bullet.
I wished I didn't believe she meant it. I wished I didn't believe she'd put a bullet in his head if I screamed out to warn him. I was letting her go to him, gun in hand, and there was nothing I could do to warn Joe of what was coming. She opened the door, the hinges squeaking.
Detective? What brings you here?
Hi, Lucy. I'm sorry to barge in. His voice was so warm and friendly. I glanced at Luke, who was struggling to hold it together. There had to be a way to get out of this without either of us dying.
Luke's asleep. You know how that medicine affects people.
I stood as slowly and quietly as possible,
looking around the kitchen for something to use as a weapon. There was a cast iron pan hanging from a hook on a wall. That would do it. I'd hide against the wall, inside the doorway, and smack her the way I'd been wanting to for a while. I just never thought it would be this way. Oh, I'm sorry to have missed him. How long has he been asleep? I could wait around.
Wait around? Holy smokes, he knew something was up. He didn't want to leave. Either he suspected her, or he knew I was here. Which was it? I don't think so. I have work to do in the truck, and I'd have to leave you alone here.
I'd wait in the car, if that'd make you feel any better.
The sound of footsteps outside the kitchen window brought my head snapping around. He'd brought backup.
Luke?
I breathed, waving him down.
Duck, there's cops outside.
Hands in the air.
That was Joe, and I would have bet he'd pulled his service weapon. Though I had no way of knowing who fired the shots that went off a split second later, all I knew was glass shattered.
Joe!
I screamed, running from the kitchen.
Stay where you are.
Already, cops were pouring in, their shoes crunching over broken glass as they took Lucy into custody. Beyond that, on the porch, a man who looked a lot like Joe was on his back, eyes wide open. Chapter 25.
So, how is he?
He's fine, if it wasn't for that vest of his. I don't know how this would have turned out. Deke blew out a low whistle.
I guess he figured when I called to tell him you were there that he should protect himself.
Thank goodness. I felt dizzy just thinking about it. Thank you, Deke. I'd be dead if it wasn't for you.
Trust me, the pleasure was mine. I'm just glad I found the photo when I did and texted immediately.
No kidding. When I think of all the things that could have gone wrong, it makes me feel sick.
You need to stop doing that then. Everything turned out like it was supposed to. Luke's okay. Lucy's in custody. Joe's got broken ribs, I'd guess.
Oh, for sure.
But he's okay, and so are you. That's how it's supposed to be. Life has a funny way of working out, doesn't it? Just the way it's meant to.
You're right. Things happen for a reason.
Which is why you're not coming with me to Europe, right?
Oh, Deke.
It's okay. When a girl says she needs to think about it but never brings it up again, that sends a message.
I didn't mean to leave you hanging. Really, I didn't.
It's my fault. I know what you want, but I was hoping I could convince you otherwise. Call me hopeful, call me naive. I thought maybe talking to Marcia would help push you in the right direction, but I forgot something. The right direction was whatever direction you wanted. Not what I wanted. I'm sorry I tried to pressure you.
It's okay. Lord knows I've pressured people before. I had it coming. Once he finished chuckling, he said,
You know how I feel about you, Emma. You'll always be special to me.
You will be to me, too. Don't be a stranger. I'm sure we'll see each other out there in the world at some foodie event or other. Maybe next time we'll manage to fly under the radar and not get tangled up in yet another murder. I'm not sure I'd know what to do with myself if we didn't end up getting involved in a murder, to be honest with you. It's become a way of life. Maybe we could see a movie in our downtime? I suggested. Living on the edge, just how I like it. Tell Joe I said I'm glad he's doing okay. He paused. You know he's in love with you. I gasped. What makes you say that? The way he just about lost his mind when I called him up and told him you were with Lucy. It was fairly obvious. I could hear a smile in his voice. Take care of him. He's a good one. Will do, I whispered with tears in my eyes. And I would. I walked into Joe's room to find him in peak form.
Why am I still here? I can nurse broken ribs at home.
They told you they have to look over your scans first to make sure it wasn't anything worse than that. You took 3 bullets to your vest, and you two weren't too far from each other. It was enough to knock you on your back.
It took my breath away, yeah, but come on. That's what vests are for, making sure people don't die when they get shot in the chest.
He blew out a sharp sigh and winced as his ribs chastised him for it.
Ouch.
That'll show you. I sat next to his bed, glancing around the cheerful room. You could do worse. You don't even have to share with anybody. He wasn't impressed.
Can I have a serious talk with you?
I rubbed the back of my neck. Boy, you're gonna give me whiplash changing the subject like that.
I'm not kidding around.
His eyes narrowed.
This is exactly what I was talking about yesterday, Emma. This is why I didn't want to develop feelings for you. You have this knack for getting yourself into these situations. Somebody has to go in and save you. This time I was shot in the chest, and I survived. What happens next time? What happens every time you leave the house and I worry about you until you come back?
I abandoned my chair in favor of sitting on the bed next to him. If I make a promise, will you believe I mean it with all my heart? He studied me, suspicious.
I don't know.
At least you're honest. I reached out, touching his cheek. It felt good to be able to do that, to know he wouldn't pull away in disgust or confusion. I swear, Joe Sullivan, that I will never, ever do anything like that again. I mean it. From now on, I'm retired from the world of amateur sleuthing. I might pepper you with questions. Hey, I'm not going to stop being curious, I added when he grunted.
But you'll stop getting involved.
I'll stop getting involved. I swear on everything I own. I swear on Lola, Joe. You know I mean it. He wasn't quite convinced.
What makes you say this? What changed your mind?
For one thing, you just got done telling me how you worry, like you said just now. I can't tell you how low I felt when I realized I'd walked into a trap, knowing I'd proved you right, hoping you'd get over it someday. I was so sorry. Tears welled up in my eyes. I had no chance of keeping them off my cheeks. For another thing, I whispered as he brushed my tears away, I want to be around for you, with you. I want to see where this goes, Joe Sullivan, because I'm totally in love with you, and I have been for a long time. For a man with broken ribs, he moved quick enough, sitting up in bed to kiss me.
I knew it all along. Trixie practically floated on air when she heard the news. I knew you two were meant for each other. The photographer is nice and all, and rich. But Joe's the real solid man.
I agree. Not that Deke's not a real man, but Joe's who I need. He'll keep me in line. Thank goodness for that. Mom called out from across the cafe, somebody needs to keep you in line, and there aren't enough hours in the day for me to keep track of you. You think he'll be okay with all the time you spend out of town? Nell took a seat next to Trixie. Sure, he wants me to do what I love, and writing about food is it. Besides, I added with a smirk, I think the idea of getting me out of town and out of his hair is appealing too. I vowed never to get involved in any more mysteries or murders, and I intend to keep that vow. I barely believe it, Mom added as she hurried past with 2 fresh coffees. Believe it, I insisted, even as I crossed my fingers behind my back. What was the use of making a promise I wasn't sure I could deliver on? Though Joe's presence in my life was reason enough to mind my own business. I just had to keep reminding myself of that was all. Living in Cape Hope hadn't exactly prepared me for a life of minding my own business anyway, as evidenced by the buzz around the cafe this morning, related to a certain brand new couple.
You landed the detective. Congratulations!
Mrs. Merriweather called out, waving over Mom's shoulder. So, word was spreading. Good. Let it spread. Let everybody know I had, indeed, landed the detective. For once, I didn't rail against gossip. You and Raina could have a double wedding, Mom suggested with a gleam in her eyes. I don't know if we could afford the level she and Nate are on, I reminded her. Besides, I'd want something of my own. On the beach, maybe? Robbie Klein can cater. We met because of him, after all. Only when I noticed the way all 3 women stared at me did I realize what I'd just said. You know, I muttered, my cheeks burning, if that time ever comes?
If what time ever comes?
Joe elbowed his way through the early morning crowd. Detective, we were just talking about you. Trixie winked my way from behind her cat eyeglasses. Don't worry about her, I murmured, kissing his cheek. On your way in?
I thought I'd stop by to see my favorite thing. And you, he added with a wicked grin.
1 blueberry muffin, coming up, Frankie called out. He waved in response. How is Luke progressing? Nell asked. Have you spoken with him? Will we be seeing more of him? She pointed to the wall, and I knew she was thinking of Darcy's store on the other side. I don't know, I admitted. He's got a lot of work on right now. Lucy's no longer his partner, obviously. He's considering bringing Gwen on as full partner in her place and renegotiating the distribution deal, but with his own recipes. He's made a lot of industry connections over the last few years, which was the real reason Stephen was such a draw to begin with.
How's he feeling?
Trixie frowned sympathetically. He's still healing and honestly getting over what happened. Lucy did a number on him. I don't know how long it'll be before he can trust again.
How does Darcy feel about that?
She says she called him to offer well wishes, but you know her. She swears she's perfectly happy to keep working and living, and one day, maybe, the right person will come into her life. Hey, it happened for me. I shrugged, smiling up at Joe. Trixie wasn't easily fooled.
I know you, Emma Jane. You won't be able to keep your nose out of it for long. You'll find a way to pair her up with somebody.
Me? Stick my nose in where it doesn't belong? I don't know where you'd get that idea. Joe groaned, rolling his eyes. With that, I'm off to the station. Your dad's actually taking a day off today, so I have to cover his desk and mine. A day off? I gasped. Wow, wonders never cease. If there's one thing I've learned, he murmured, leaning in and tickling the nape of my neck with his breath. That's it. Wonders never cease. Life can surprise you. Yes, I thought as I looked up at the man I loved. Life could indeed be surprising. And very, very sweet. End of Book 6. This has been Detectives and Dilemmas, Cozy Mystery, K-Pope Mysteries Book 6, written by Winnie Reed, narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2016 to 2022 by Winnie Reed. Production copyright by Winnie Reed.